Oh, Emerson,
Oh,
we're live.
have I told you lately that I love you? Have I told you
Every day.
there's no one else above you?
Every day, Emerson, you tell me these things. I wake up to your daily affirmations in my texts, in my DMs. I can't get enough of it. You are truly, truly the broadcast partner I didn't realize I needed in my life.
I miss you, best friend. What's cooking? Did you get a lineup in the LOTZIA? What do I call it? The Garopolis?
Yeah, the Garopolis. Yeah, I did indeed. And this,
Garopolis now.
yeah, this is a tough one because there are a lot of guys who can give you a lot of production. A whole bunch of guys giving you 10 plus points in this one. And then the bigger names all kind of disappointing. You're not going to get much from a DeAndre Hopkins type, even though he's going to cost you 7,200. So for me, I looked at the numbers. I was like, oh, Raheem Mostert, got to get him in there, but didn't captain him because 19.9 points total so far in the holiday tournament. So has not been super reliable. Maybe he blows up this time, or maybe he's just a little gun shy. He can't handle the heat of the Madden Sim postseason. So my captain was Debo, R.I.P.
Yeah, seriously.
A little George Kittle, a little Kendrick Bourne, maybe. I got to look at my lineup now. I can't even remember what it was. It was so long ago. How about
little
you?
Kittle cat, little Kittle corn. So what I went ahead and did was I decided to, hold on, wrong contest. Here we go. I decided to captain Kittle corn.
Oh.
Then Kyler, Garoppolo, Larry Fitzgerald, Christian Kirk, and Jordan Reed.
See, I thought about Kirk. That log. Not man. He has not had much luck in his last 3 sims, 3.2 points total. So I was like, you know what? Let's stay away from this guy. Instead, I went with Max with 2 X's. Max Williams is my token. Cardinal, him and Larry Fitz, because I'm never gonna not put Larry Fitz on the lineup. The man is a beautiful,
a legend, a gentleman, a scholar. We're off. We're underway. Welcome, everybody, to the first of 3 sims on the Dream Stream. Myself and Christian DeAndrea hanging with you here for the final regular season matchup of the Madden Holiday Season Tournament. So the winner of this game advances. It's pretty simple. I was looking at the groups and I said, okay, they're both 1-1. You already have Seattle locked up, a 3-0 record. So Arizona, San Francisco 1-1. Rams would finish 0-3. Win and you're in. Lose and you're a loser.
Ooh, me.
That's right. Also, that would mean what? At 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock are the first playoffs of the Madden holiday season. The 8th seed in the AFC, the Bengals, visiting the top-seeded Chiefs. Rossi and you, Christian DeAndrea, will be on that. And then the 5 seed, the Jets, at the 4 seed, the Jaguars. Rossi and Tom on that one. Now
I love it so much. The quarterfinals of the Holiday Sim Tournament is going to feature either the Jets or the Jaguars, guaranteed. Chaos reigns. I am so happy about it. I want nothing more than to see a Jags-Jets 6-3 shootout that just ruins everyone's lineups today. I'm so sorry if you stacked up Jets or Jaguars in the free content.
I gotta give Kenny a call, because that's kind of like, Ducey versus Lazio in that matchup. And it was so beautiful yesterday.
Oh my God.
It was so beautiful yesterday to see the Jets fight and climb over that mountain of winless adversity and knock off the Rams. They fall out of the top spot in the NFC West. And then the Jaguars sliding up into the top spot in the draft. 2 more losses to go, Jaguars. And Trevor Lawrence is all yours.
Dude, I appreciate how wholeheartedly the Jags have bought into the rebuild. They do not care. Their play calling is basically just what you would do if you were losing by 50 in a game of Madden. They're calling like deep bombs from their own 1-yard line. They're dropping Gardner Minshew back 8 yards deep in his own end zone. They're like, oh, sack. Doesn't matter. If he completes a 99-yard touchdown, that's awesome. Things are great for us. We can put that on the highlight reel that we send out at the end of the year. But we're not here to win this game. We're here to occasionally produce some highlights and just sink all the way to the bottom. I cannot believe they somehow beat the Colts. The 10-win Colts have a loss to the 1-win Jaguars.
Dude, worst week of the season. The Jaguars were undefeated entering week 2. Big old fat 1-0. Since then, yes, 13 straight losses. Keep doing you, Jacksonville. Stay the course and deliver some hope into the hearts of your pain-filled fan base. George Kittle cooking. Jimmy G 3 for 3 to start this game off. Kittle has 2 of those receptions for 16 yards. Slap over on Twitch says, good morning, my Madden Sim brothers. My brothers and sisters from other mothers and misters here on the Dream Stream. Christian DeAndrea, Emerson Lancia with you. Producer Madison with us today. Andrew is on the 1s and 2s. Jared and Frangelico kicking it with us here on the ops team. Let's have ourselves a hell of a day. As I mentioned, this is the last regular season game of the Madden holiday season. The playoffs start coming up at 2 o'clock. And then at 4 o'clock, 5:30 will be the Sweat with Jesse Cofield.
TV's Jesse Cofield?
Yes, TV's Jesse Cofield. An NBA preview edition of the Sweat as the season does tip off tomorrow. The regular season already here. And then Leaderboard Live tonight with Glash and Jeff for the epic Steelers-Bengals Monday Night Football game.
Oh.
I wish you could flex Monday Night Football games, but you can't.
Yeah, well, I mean, we at least we get to see the Madden tournament playoff qualifying Bengals with a healthy Joe Burrow. Let's see what they can do against the Chiefs in the next sim. That's not going to be great, but well, we're Lex. All right, so we got. Let's take a look at our primetime schedule. This week, Steelers, Bengals. Next week, you got the Christmas Day game, Vikings, Saints. Who cares? But the next Monday night game, the last Monday night game of the season, Patriots, Bills, with a Patriots team with nothing to play for, a Bills team that's already clinched the AFC East, playing for playoff seeding, but really doesn't have a shot at the 1 seed and home field advantage. That's going to be a fun game. I'm looking forward to that because, Bill Belichick is not going to be packing in, putting the horses in the barn for a game against the Bills. He's going to do everything he can to make a division rival miserable.
Yeah, we just don't know who's going to start a quarterback for the Patriots on Monday.
Yeah. And I feel like you and I have these similar bad memories of the last time these two teams faced each other, and Cam Newton driving towards a potential comeback victory, fumbled the ball in Buffalo territory and sealed a Bills win. One of those many coulda, woulda, shoulda games for this year's Patriots. I tell you, man, no one has it worse than Patriots fans. Absolutely brutal. Another heartbreaking season for us.
Is the Sunday Night Football game coming up? Is that the Titans-Packers?
It is, yeah.
All right, so yeah, that Trash Gamer says that. And that I would just, since we're on the topic of conversation, that was my pick before the Madden holiday season to be like the Super Bowl or the championship game. Do we have an official name for that, by the way? I don't know if we've come up with one yet.
I don't think we
But it's in about a week from now.
Yeah, I feel like we threw Simper Bowl out there, but then also...
I don't like that.
Yeah,
You got the word simp in there.
Exactly.
That's terrible.
Unless you're here to simp for our streams, that's the only way that's going to be acceptable.
Emerson is going to grow out his hair to impersonate Lawrence if the Jags draft him, says Fantasy Hawk. And I will do it. Hot damn, I'll do it. You know what I hate? It's like I get so giddy and excited about it. And then I'm like, of course, go down like a deep, dark rabbit hole on Twitter, which is already a deep, dark rabbit hole in itself. And
Right.
people are like, Lawrence is going to suck. He's going to be a terrible pro quarterback.
Who's
And I'm like, not now, guys. Not now, please.
Who's throwing that out? Who is looking at?
It's Twitter. It's terrible. It's a cesspool, but I love it at the same time. I can't get enough of it.
If anything, I would just be worried about the Jaguars' track record with the other quarterbacks they've drafted. Your Bortles.
Blaine Gabbert is one of them as well.
David Garrard turned out okay. Byron Leftwich.
Out of East Carolina, left wedge. I mean, nothing like super special. They got us to the playoffs like a couple times. That's cool. I'm down with that. We're looking for the next Mark Brunell here, a guy who can be around for almost like a decade, Yeah,
dude, the bar is super low for what will be a franchise quarterback. If you want to be the best quarterback in franchise history, the best homegrown, home drafted, not expansion drafted QB, all you got to do is be slightly better than Byron Leftwich. So, I don't know, or I guess David Garrard.
Yeah.
As a booster of America's team, Emerson, which one are you going with? Greatest homegrown drafted Jags quarterback? Is it Garrard? Is it Byron Leftwich? You're going to throw the curveball at us and go Blake Bortles? Who do you think? I'm turning to the expert here.
I would have to go David Garrard. The team was more successful with David Garrard under center and consistently. And like some of those rosters, little mediocre on the backside, but at the same time, David Garrard and his scrambling ability, getting us to the playoffs a couple times. And I'm trying to remember who the head coach was during that time as well.
Del Rio.
Oh my God. Del Rio. Jack Del Rio. Yep. That was it. It was the heyday there ended around like 99, 2000.
Ooh,
and then it's just been straight pain since then. But not if you drafted Larry Fitzgerald for the first down, 2 catches, 20 yards.
So he's coming along nicely there as Jordan Lindenbaum. Not worried. Jags probably draft Justin Fields or something. Cool. Dude, it was a brutal weekend for current and former Ohio State quarterbacks. Not only Fields really kind of throwing up down his own jersey against Northwestern. Maybe his sprained thumb played into it. If I was that bad against Northwestern, I would also blame it on an injury. But Dwayne Haskins, I was like, you know what? This is going to be the Dwayne Haskins day, Emerson. I was like, you know what? He's going to reclaim his value. He's going to show the world he can be an NFL quarterback. He's going up against a bad Seahawks secondary, and what does he do? He gets sacked like a million times, throws a pick. Gets Washington.
First time starting since like week 4, I think, right?
Yeah, gets him in position to win the game and then gets sacked for like negative 20 yards in the most important juncture of that game. So my upset pick of the week, the Washington football team, did not come through because the Ohio State quarterback curse is very, very real.
Looks like right now in the receptions department, Max Williams is tied with Mr. Kittleman and Larry Fitzgerald. All three have 2 grabs. No one has more than 20 yards. Scoreless after the first quarter here. It's good to have everyone here on the Dream Stream, whether they're watching over on twitch.tv/DraftKings or you're watching on YouTube or in the Game Center. Howdy, how are you? First of 3 sims today. Go ahead and hammer that like button if you guys feel like it. If not, also in the comment section, what was your biggest takeaway from week 15? You can take us back to the Saturday games. You can take us just to yesterday's games. What did you guys enjoy? What did your team do that you love? Did something really piss you off? Let us know. Let's talk. It's always my favorite part of doing the noon games here, Christian, on a Monday. You kind of see how everyone's feeling. A little Monday morning quarterback. Anyone have any burning questions? Let's get the hot gossip cooking, please.
Tell us who lifted your fantasy team to glory or who completely tanked the playoffs. Let us know. For me, I have a running back platoon of Derrick Henry and David Montgomery. I'm doing okay.
Jeremy Thomas says, I hate such short quarters on these Madden streams. Can we get them extended at least one more minute?
Absolutely.
No.
No.
Absolutely not. But I love the fact that you're here. Jordan Lindenbaum, my guy, says, I'm not worried. Jags will probably draft Justin Fields or something. I did hear Trevor Lawrence is looking into trailer park space in case, though. There's a lot of it there in Jayville. In Duval. Come on, guys. We need some points here. This caffeine can only carry me so far. As Kenyon Drake now up to 19 yards on 4 carries. At the 15-yard line of San Francisco.
Pro Magnon. My Falcons blowing another lead to Tom Brady. Yes, but I mean, you wanted to blow that lead. You're trying to fail your way into the top 5 of the draft, or at the very least the top 10. So, you know, give Brady his win there. It doesn't matter. The Bucs are going to the playoffs anyway. The NFC, at least at its lower levels and kind of at the top 2, is a bit of a mess. But yeah, slightly long. That blown lead was absolutely scripted. I don't think there was a single Falcons fan out there that looked at that scoreboard and was like, oh, cool, we're going to win this. No, they're like, God damn it. We know exactly. and you stop your jokes. We know they're coming.
Kyler, wrong way, right way, Kyler. Smart move, sliding inside the 5, down at the 4. First and goal coming up for the Cardinals.
We are about to get our first points of the day here, barring a turnover here deep in the red zone. Looks like it's going to be a Drake carry from here, unless, of course, they go tight end, turn fullback dive. It's not going to be that. It's going to be Kenyon.
Drake the snake to the 1. Damn, man. The Falcons blowing another lead to Tom Brady. That was something. That really was.
All right, big package again, coming out looking to run. It looks like it is Kenyon again.
It's Drake again. Dab, dial down the middle, dial and collect. First points of the game coming with under 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. Drake was 35% owned in the free showdown, 46.5% owned in the free showdown, rather, 35% owned in the classic. So he was 9,600 to roster in the flex, 10% in the captain spot.
Very surprising. This is a full-strength Niners defense, and they have a pretty stacked defensive front. That Cardinals offensive line, not nearly as good, but on that play right there, even though the Niners knew it was coming, they could not stop it. And now we get to see what San Francisco can do in response if Jimmy G, a healthy and fully realized Jimmy G with George Kittle in his lineup, can answer by marching his team down the field here and getting one right back.
I ended up losing to ZT, Zach Thompson, in our DraftKings league, our season-long league on Yahoo. And son of a gun, it started off with Darren Waller on Thursday night picking up 30 points. Then the damn guy Melvin Gordon picked up 25 points for him. So I was already facing like a 50-plus point hole come yesterday. And DK Metcalf kind of screwed me. I saw some of you guys mention on YouTube already that Metcalf coming up with less than 10 points. It's just something we're not used to. 5 catches, 43 yards for him. Drew Brees tried to help me out there towards the end. But then Nick Chubb, and yes, I had to rely a little bit on some production from Wayne Gallman last night. So that's just the kind of year it was for me. But congratulations to ZT, who will be advancing to the championship game next week. He will be facing everybody, Babysitter Billy.
Wow, well, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Oh, it makes sense. Babysitter Billy, man. That guy. Billy put up like 160-something points in the semifinals. But it's a bittersweet like time of year because it's great if you're still alive in your season longs, but then it also is like a little depressing when you're knocked out and you're like, damn, this is it until next year. But that's why you have DraftKings, boys and girls. DFS all day, every day.
Yeah, we're here for the foreseeable future, and we're getting some sports back piecemeal. We'll see what the stoppages look like, but obviously NBA, NHL, both going to be in our lives shortly. And we still got 7 more weeks of football on the calendar, and possibly more if they have to delay stuff. We'll see. Although clearly the NFL, ever since like week 5, has basically just been like, all right, positive COVID test, whatever. You can play Tuesday now instead. That's it. That's as close as we're going to get.
Yeah. Quan Chapo said Mostert got me all heated. That guy is always making Brendan Glasheen hot and bothered, but this is a different heated. Could have won so much if he played the whole game yesterday. Hello to all of our friends on Twitch. Twitch.tv/DraftKings. Twitch.tv/DraftKings. Yogi's there. Hey, Train Island, I see you. You adorable little man, you.
That's exactly me.
D-Mac and Germ, Dracula Attorney, A+. What's up, everybody? X-Silence. Good to see everybody. 3.5 minutes to go.
Mostert in real life has such an amazingly high ceiling. He can rip off those 80-yard runs on a moment's notice, but he's always been an injury risk, not really a full season, full load kind of guy. He has not had a ton of snaps in his career, but he played all those practice squad reps. You look at him and you're like, oh, okay, he doesn't have that many NFL regular season miles on him. Then you remember that he's been churning and like grinding towards a roster since like 2014. So then you take a look and it's like, okay, he's never had a season where he's had more than 140 carries. He's still a little bit fragile, a little bit delicate, and I'm very happy that he got paid. He got his extension with the Niners, and when he's on, he is clearly one of the better backs in the league, one of the most explosive home run hitters out there. But if you're bringing him in for season-long fantasy or even daily fantasy, at a moment's notice he can leave the game, go into the trainer's tent, and cost you two quarters to 4 weeks of production right there.
Edward Pride says, thank you, Rossi, for sending me an invite to the 2 and 4 games. I'm in. Damn, Eminem Van Winkle, still no invite? SMH. Bro, I made a contest at like 10:15 in the DK Sin Fan Friends League. The Garoppolots now.
I gotta look. We got 114 in there, and your boy currently sitting in 75th place. Outside the top low at 50. So there we go. The bottom 50 outside of that. Oof, words, man. Words.
Edward Pride says, you never send me anything. It's in there. If you're in the league, you should get an alert when I make a contest. Stop yelling at me. I'm emotional today. 2nd and 5, Jimmy G, who's 5 of 6 in this game, going to Deebo Samuel, 22-yard hookup. It's in there, guys. About 100 and something of you ended up entering it, 114. I have like the alerts off because y'all are so active in that league that it just fills up my entire inbox. So I just check it a couple hours before I go on. And I'll make a league, or I'll make a contest rather. SG Stoner says, Emerson always sends me personal invites. It's great. Always sliding into those DMs, baby. Step into Christmas, step into Christmas. So yeah, it's one of those weeks where like a little bit of work that like you may be doing, I'm just completely half-assing everything. Like I tell everyone when I go to like Nesson, like if it looks like I'm half-assing things, it's because I am. Getting ready to hit the road this week, and we're gonna go see Meg's family for a few days in Buffalo.
Ooh, a little Western New York. So you gonna be in Buffalo for the
I said to her today, Christian, I said to her today, I said, what do you say? We extend the trip a couple days, even though they're not allowing fans there. Could probably go sit around the stadium and I was like, babe, I'll let you throw me through a table and just cover me and smother me in ketchup and mustard.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, the game's in New England, but I'm sure they'll still show up at tailgate. I mean, they showed up. They tailgated the plane arriving after they clinched the AFC East. So you got to imagine that some lots somewhere in Western New York will be filled with fireball and flaming tables and condiments as the Bills try to extend their recent dominance over the Patriots and make it 2-0 this season.
It's so 2020, man. They had the Bills winning the division. The Bills are good. The Bills are great. It's just, it sucks for that fan base where it's like their best season in ages as Jimmy G is sacked, taken down, that no one can be there inside the stadium to enjoy it. Those fans are incredible. They would burn the Ralph down in a heartbeat, man. But I did see Josh Allen's video, like after they landed.
Yeah.
Got back to the airport. Those fans showing up, dude.
I mean, they've been waiting almost 3 decades for this, and the team, they look like a legit contender. They got to figure out some things on defense, restore that defense to 2019 levels. They need to make sure Josh Allen plays like he did in weeks 1 through 4 and weeks 9 through now, rather than the guy who in the middle of the season kind of regressed back to his janky old self. But yeah, dude, I'm really looking forward to watching the Bills in the playoffs this year. Not only for the constant cut-ins, which would have been amazing cut-ins to New Era Field and the parking lots outside. Sadly, we're not going to get that, like you mentioned. But I do feel like Bills Mafia is a passionate, somewhat diluted fan base, and they're going to be awesome once they win another playoff game, once they get up there, and they're going to go from amazing chippy underdogs to, okay, we're sick of this crap real fast. Just kind of like Warriors fans were, you know?
Hell yeah. Let's go from 45 out. San Fran's first points of the game. Robbie Gold. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. Hey, Bob Williams, and I agree. There's a bunch of you who are like, yo, the Browns. I'm like more impressed with the Browns. Like Nick G says, I'm more shocked that the Browns are playing well than the Bills.
Yeah.
And then Bob Williams says, never mind the Bills, give the Pats another year. But then Williams also chimes in, Bills' success is going to be short-lived.
Ooh.
All right, so my question to you, I know you're all over this football thing. Which team's success is more likely to be short-lived, the Browns or the Bills?
The Browns. The Browns won over. The Bills have a lot more established players. Stephon Diggs has taken that offense to the next level. Their running backs are young and cheap and inexpensive. They just have a lot of advantages the Browns don't currently have. And yes, of course, the Browns have 2 great running backs. But Baker Mayfield is just as trick-or-treatish as Josh Allen, if not more. That defense has so many problems. At least with the Bills, you can look and go, oh, Tre'Davious White's there, Micah Hyde's there. They can stop someone with their passing defense who isn't Colt McCoy. Then you look at the Browns D, and you're like, oh, Denzel Ward's pretty good. But the safeties suck, the linebackers suck, and they don't really have too much cap space to really go out and address those problems. They're going to have to look for cheap replacements and also draftable replacements. I think both teams can have sustained success. I'm just a little bit less convinced by Baker Mayfield and the rest of the supporting cast in Cleveland than I am with the Bills right now.
People also mentioning the Patriots are in trouble.
Are they though? I mean, yeah, it's a bad season. They don't have a reliable quarterback. I have no idea if Cam Newton's going to come back for a year or two. If Bill Belichick says, let's run it back and see what he does with an actual preseason, a process we can onboard him and he stays healthy and doesn't get COVID. But at the same time, Pats are going to have salary cap space. They are going to have a top 20 draft pick that is their own for the first time in what feels like a long time. And they're going to be able to spend about 70 million on free agents this offseason. Granted, I'm sure a big chunk of that will go to guys we've never heard of, journeymen who will turn into Pro Bowl linebackers or whatever. But Patriots are really kind of on the threshold of something a little bit unprecedented for them. It's going to be a big time spending spree and revamping of that defense, and they're going to get all their COVID opt-outs back. So Patrick Chung, Dante Hightower, New England's going to be fine. They might not be the favorite to win the AFC East, but
no way.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
All right, end of the first half. We've got a barn burner on our hands. 7-3, Arizona with the lead. Again, the winner of this game moving on to the Madden holiday season playoffs. The loser of this game is a loser.
Ooh, mean.
And we'll sit out the rest of the postseason until we, bring back the Sims after the Madden holiday season Super Bowl or Dream Bowl or whatever we're going to call it.
With the Dream Bowl. I like that.
Dreamweaver. 9 carries. That was bad. 9 carries, 29 yards for Kenyon Drake. But he's got the only touchdown in this game. 8 carries, 28 for Raheem to the stream Mostert. Kyler, usually a little more active at this point, but got a couple carries for 18 yards. George Kittle-Corn, 4 grabs, 30 yards. Larry Fitz, 3 for 26. There's just not a whole lot going on.
No, I mean, really the only guy that would have made sense to captain right now is Kenyon Drake. He was expensive, but he's got the only touchdown. He's doing a little bit on the run game, in the passing game. Otherwise, it's just been a real forgettable sim so far. Playoff caliber football as defenses have reigned supreme, although to be fair, not nearly as many sacks as I would expect from 2 teams with a Bosa and a Chandler Jones and a Hassan Reddick. Only 1 sack. It was from Isaiah Simmons, the rookie, who kind of a bummer that Arizona hasn't figured out how to deploy him. One of the most versatile talents to enter the 2020 draft. Dude can play safety. He can put his hand down and rush the passer from D end if you want him to. Dude's just a beast. But the real-life Cardinals have yet to really figure out where he fits, what he can do. They have yet to unlock his inner Urlacher. We'll see if he gets there.
All right, T-Mac over on Twitch. I mean, Steelers showing their weaknesses lately. That I agree. That has not been ideal football. It's actually been really gross watching them play recently. But does anyone really trust the Browns in the playoffs? I wouldn't.
No.
I also saw some news that Ben Roethlisberger is planning on coming back for an 18th season next year.
Sure. That dude's going to play until he's 45. What's Ben Roethlisberger going to do without football? Like, what
I literally do not know. I can see him just posting up at the bar at Permanente Brothers every day and just mashing the Roethlisberger.
Dude, I miss Permanente Brothers.
Me too, bro. Me too. We can go way off the rails now, but we're going to keep it on the tracks.
Yeah. Drive motorcycles. Absolutely not Canada relief benefit. Dude, I was living in Pittsburgh the day he got in that motorcycle wreck, and there was like that 2 to 3 hour period where no one really knew what was going on, if Ben Roethlisberger was going to be okay, if he was going to make it through, if he was going to return to football. I've never seen an entire city more collectively depressed than that 3 hour span when we were just waiting on Ben Roethlisberger updates. If anything happened to Ben that year, I'm not sure Pittsburgh as a city, as a community would have been able to pull out of it. It was...
What year was that?
Touch and go moment there.
What year was that? Do you remember?
I was like 06 maybe?
Okay, so social media, like Twitter and all that stuff wasn't like huge at all. I don't even know if Twitter was around. When was Twitter born? Like 06, 07? Something around there.
Like 08. I started, I think my account came around in like 2010, but I was one of the late adapters. It was back when like Ashton Kutcher had the most followers of anyone when I signed up, so that should give you...
It was like 200 followers. Everyone's like, oh my God, Ashton Kutcher!
Okay.
Most popular man on the planet.
Wow.
Then
Okay.
Lady Gaga and Taylor Swift are like, here, hold my beer.
Yeah. According to producer Madison, March 21st, 2006 was the birth of Twitter. So it took a while to catch on at the very least. But I definitely remember being like, I'm not getting it. Wow, what am I going to say on Twitter? I'm not going to 140 characters. Get the hell out of here. And yet here I am every football game I'm watching, no matter what. I am compulsively tweeting and begging you all for likes and retweets so I can feel good about myself.
Amen, dude. Me too. I feel you. That's why, like, when I see you, I say, "Oh my God, that's the guy. I know him from social media. Can I please have your autograph?"
Yeah, one day.
Post Route Malone, formerly James Farrell, says, "Hey Emerson, can I get a shout out from my boy who flew in from Cali to Texas, and it's his first time watching Sims. His name is Trent.
Ooh.
Trent, you
Trent?
are one of us now, my friend. You cannot leave. Welcome to the DK Sim fam. Trent, do me a favor. Reach over the shoulder of James Farrell and take your finger and tap that like button for us, because that really sets a fire to our loins. That's the initiation when you join this family. But welcome to the Dream Stream." Andrew on the ones and twos says, "That seems like a lot of work." What up, Germ? What up, Bounce the Cat? Hello, everybody. So you will be, again, you're on the 2 o'clock call with Rossi, and the playoffs will officially begin. We're going to start on the AFC side. The Bengals are the 8th seed. Chiefs are the 1 seed. Man, that would be something if you guys got to call that major upset.
God.
Coming up at 2.
I would lose my mind if the Bengals could beat even the Sim Chiefs. Would just seem, I don't know how I would process that. I think I would have to take a break from streaming for a minute.
And then it's the battle for Trevor Lawrence, the Trevor Lawrence Bowl at 4 o'clock with Rossi and Tom. Jets at the Jaguars. I wish my schedule allowed me to be on that one. I really do. That game would be perfect with Kenny and yours truly. Oh my God. I saw a clip of him on Twitter yesterday when he was doing Leaderboard Live with Reed T. Fowler. That man was crushed, frustrated. He wanted nothing to do with anything or anyone, even himself.
You know what
the first felt bad.
First thing I did when that game went final is I checked the schedule to see when I was working with Kenny next. And it's tomorrow, 4 p.m. I'm so excited to get what I'm sure are the hottest nuclear takes in the world from Kenny Ducey.
Yeah, make sure you guys tweet him your condolences. although, you know, the Jaguars could screw this up and win a game coming down the home stretch.
That's true. I mean, the late schedule, I mean, it's not great for them, but they've already beaten the Colts once, so maybe they can do that again. And the Bears, who the hell even knows? Although Mitch Trubisky playing himself into that Blake Bortles range where he's going to get extended even though everyone gave up on him. And if you want to learn more about that, I broke it all down in today's post route, postroute.substack.com. Why Mitch is looking better, what Matt Nagy is doing to unleash the best version of his troubled quarterback, and what this means for the Bears going forward. How can they justify a Mitchell Trubisky contract extension? We got that. We got the 5 best reactions to the Jets win, and we even got a breakdown of Baker Mayfield's latest pop culture reference. And you know, every post-game interview he does, Emerson, he throws in some random ass pop culture reference. Like this week it was a whole bunch of TLC songs. A couple weeks ago it was a bunch of Office quotes. Just Baker Mayfield's a weird guy, but I'm beginning to feel like the Baker Mayfield we see in those progressive ads is very much the Baker Mayfield of real life.
For a while there, I was thinking this man has like more commercials than he does wins or completions. And then they've put it all together. What up, Chris Brumwell? Crackle smack. Ooh, smack, crackle, and pop. I have been mashing the Cocoa Rice Krispies lately.
Ooh.
And it has reminded me once again that out of all the chocolate cereals out there, Cocoa Rice Krispies leaves behind the best milk post cereal. It is the best chocolate milk, better than Cocoa Pebbles or Cocoa Puffs or Count Chocula. The milk is so thick and creamy, straight from a chocolate cow. It's incredible. On 4th and 2, speaking of incredibly horrible pass by Jimmy G.
Yeah,
I like the aggressiveness.
I do. I don't know if I like the call, actually, because Mostert did get stuffed on 3rd down the play before. Okay, not even going play action there and just firing a terrible pass over the middle. This is clearly a 4th quarter of the Super Bowl version of Jimmy Garoppolo rather than the guy who got them there. The disrespect on his name right now. And, well, we get to see if these Cardinals can grind some clock, score a touchdown here, and effectively put this one away.
If the Thunder don't get you, says Joe Emerson, next time you talk to Kenyon Drake, tell him I'm mad at him.
Dude, I think every fantasy owner is mad at Kenyon Drake.
Yeah.
You have no idea what you're going to get from him on any given week. I think if you're a Chase Edmonds owner, you're in this similar spot where you're like, God, this guy, come on, do something. Are you going to be great this week? You should be great. Are you going to be great? No, you're not going to be great. You're going to be terrible. Okay, cool, whatever, fine. No idea whether to play you or not. Guess I'll just roll the dice when all my other guys get injured. That is the Chase Edmonds and or Kenyon Drake experience. It is unpleasant.
Scotty Too Hottie is like, all right, so Jets, Jags, and Bengals are in the final 16? Yeah, baby. It's real life, man. This is the sim world, dude. Anything goes.
Sim world loves some Joey Burrow. You know?
Facts. Winner of this game advances. Seattle has already locked up a spot, so I don't know seedings for NFC, but I can tell you which teams are advancing, which 8 teams. So the Eagles and Cowboys are moving on from the NFC East. Seattle, and then the winner of this game. Green Bay and Chicago. And then the Saints and Tampa Bay. That's what we're looking like on the NFC side. AFC side, Bengals and Chiefs coming up. The 8-1 seed, the Jets and Jaguars at 4 o'clock. Looking ahead to tomorrow, I'll be on the noon game for Chargers at the Ravens with Reed and Titans at the Bills. Oh, my God. That is how I'm going to end my Christmas week with Big Saxy, Matt LaMarca at 2 o'clock. So Chargers at the Ravens, that's 7 at the 2, and then 6 at the 3 for Titans at the Bills.
Dude, look at that. Chargers, so Chargers, Jets, Jaguars, Bengals, all into the Sim playoffs. Between them, let's see, they have 5, 6, 8. They have 9 wins between them in the real NFL, and yet here they are lighting up the Sim world with pretty good offenses, I guess. I don't know how the Jets made it. I honestly don't have a response to that. I just assume that the games crashed in the middle and we just awarded both 2 games to the Jets because they were winning 3 at the time. I don't know.
Almost Famous 23 says the Jets can't even win right.
Dude, beautiful. Like, for the life of me, I was like, you know what? There's no way this holds up. But somehow the Rams failed their way all the way to usurp New York's claim on the number. It just baffling to me. And the Jets fans who were like just roasting Frank Gore on Twitter for being too competent was just outstanding to see. Just a cavalcade of emotions and hatred, and just like all New York had to root for this season was potentially getting Trevor Lawrence, and now that is in jeopardy, and it warms my heart so much as a hater of all things New York.
Let's check in on a couple of the contests.
Oh.
The Garoppolips now LOTZIA Garopolis Now contest, 114 entries. I am currently 110th.
Wow.
This is the worst. And listen, I had a stretch of like a handful of these guys. And you know me, I brag a lot about my production because I'm so damn good at putting together these free roll lineups. And today, and so I'm come crashing back down to earth. It is what it is. Where are you?
I am 49th, so up to top 50 now with my Debo captain spot, which, not working out as well as I'd hoped. 3 catches, 37 yards for him. Mostert approaching double digits is the nicest thing we can say about him. Again, the only fantasy relevant guy in this game so far has been Kenyon Drake. So if you took him in the early classic, as really the only person you should be worried about. Although Max Williams getting a little bit of work done. 3 catches, up around 30 yards for him. Not a terrible punt-ish play. He was only like $5,000 in the flex. Let's see. Yeah, $5,000 on the nose in the flex, and he's giving you some decent production on a day where no one else is coming up.
Josh Rarick says, I just found this and decided to play, talking about these Madden sims. Is this basically sports talk radio with Madden in the background? Yeah, I'd say so. Sports talk radio and some food talk, pop culture, whatever the hell you want to talk about, Josh. This is your platform for it. We are here to listen to you, Josh. You are in total control. We do some play-by-play occasionally, but most of the time not, at least with me.
Especially with a game like this, like not a lot to call here, if we're being honest. So on that topic, Emerson, did you wind up buying Glass Chick-fil-A this week? He was talking it up pretty big.
Yeah, so I think the game plan is I was going to do it last week on Thursday, and that's when Mother Nature decided to drop a 12-inch snow deuce on us. And so I said I can't make it over there. So I'm aiming for tomorrow. I just am thinking of my schedule, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it work. But I'm going to do my best to do that. It's either, all right, here we go. Because when I'm done with The Sims tomorrow around 3:30, it's either I'm going to bring Glash Chick-fil-A, or I got to go out and get my wife something for Christmas. and I'm trying to think what, by not achieving which one should take the lead in priorities. And right now, it would make my life so much easier if I went out and would purchase my wife what she wanted for Christmas. So the rest of my trip in Buffalo isn't hell.
Right, yeah. Yeah, producer Andrew has a pretty good idea. Just get them both Chick-fil-A, man. I mean, go get her one of those cow calendars. They have coupons attached, so it's basically 2 presents in one. I mean, come on. Use your head here, Lapsia.
Here's the thing. I don't have to get in the car to go where I'm going to end up going to get my wife a Christmas gift. With Glash lives on like the other side of the state. Maybe I can get them both done. We will see. You guys will be kept in the loop because you guys will be riding shotgun with me on that journey to pick him up Chick-fil-A. I can tell you this. On our drive to Buffalo Wednesday morning, we do tend to stop at a Chick-fil-A every time.
Oh, yeah. Dude, why wouldn't you? Chick-fil-A. Delightful. And one of the things I'm very, very happy about in this world, Emerson, 2020 has been a garbage year. But over the past 2 years, the emergence of the Popeyes chicken sandwich has really forced everyone to step up their chicken game. It's been a rising tide of great fried chicken, and I'm very, very happy about that. I might have to go get some Chick-fil-A today myself now. It sounds good.
It does sound extremely delicious.
Here's the problem. My Chick-fil-A is near a mall. It's basically in the same parking lot as a mall. So going anytime in December is always a nightmare. And you know me, I don't like people. So.
Yeah. It's a good year to not like people.
Dude, wonderful.
Finally everyone has brought themselves to your level. We all just hate each other.
Dude, I might wear a mask out once this is all over, just as a straight up like, oh, this dude's eccentric, don't talk to him kind of measure. Like, perfect. Like, I even live in a friendly town. Everyone in Madison is very, very nice. And sure, I like talking to people some days, but there are definitely days I just want to go to Costco and wander the aisles aimlessly and not deal with anyone, and those are going to be the mask days. Even once we're all healthy again, it's going to be straight up like, nope, I'm going to look like a weirdo, look like an eccentric. I'm going to put this mask on and get my 16 pounds of bananas and get the hell out.
Deebo Samuel, massive reception on the pass delivered by Jimmy G. That looked like a one-handed grab, eventually getting a second mitten on it. 1st and 10 here, under 5 minutes to play.
Oh,
and it's picked up by the Cardinals defense. Are they going to house this
Jimmy
puppy?
G, stop it.
Indeed, they are.
Wow.
6 points for that defense on the board. Cardinals craving the next round of the Madden holiday season. Dear God, make me a bird so I can fly far, far, far away.
Look at that. And just like that, the Cardinals D might be the most valuable player of this game. We got to see if they can keep it up, but damn, the 6-pointer there, not something we see a lot of here in the Madden arcade mode universe. We've been over this. We've been to Zaxby's.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They were big down in Florida.
My God, I miss Zaxby's so much. That's like one of the things. Every year I go down to Indianapolis for the 500, and Indianapolis did not get a Zaxby's until after I had already left. But first thing I do, go to that West Side Zaxby's, get myself some fingers dipped in the tongue torch or the atomic, whatever the second hottest one is, and just go to work. Like basically sit there for an hour and a half, get a couple meals. I got the Coke Freestyle machine, drink roughly 30 to 40 diet vanilla Barks root beers. Heavenly to me.
My wife has been out running errands, and I thought she had the dog with her, and someone just rang the doorbell. And I thought, my dog is here the whole time. I had no idea. She's been napping. She buried herself in the clean laundry.
Oh,
I got up, and I'm like, what the hell are you doing here? That's incredible. Good to see you, Winnie.
Mostert caught that one, then ran in the wrong direction. So he gets the PPR point, but nothing in terms of yardage. His frustrating day continues. A guy who came in giving you 20 plus, barely up over 10 right now. But Niners might have to lean on him here as they try to rack up some garbage points. Need 2 touchdowns to keep their sim playoff hopes alive, and Jimmy Garoppolo is not feeling it today. Good.
14 of 19, 148 yards, 1 interception. I have not had Bojangles Fantasy Hawk. I hear it's incredible.
Yeah, great.
I love Popeyes. I really, really love KFC. KFC is phenomenal. We'll see if the 49ers can execute a phenomenal play on 3rd and 10. Yes, go. Pick it up. More points, more yards, more fun. Jordan Reed, there he is. There's my guy.
Dude, Jordan Reed is a guy who picked up some fantasy value, and obviously you love to see it. A guy who his career threatened to be cut short by concussions, one-time Pro Bowler, and then George Kittle goes out and you're like, oh man, this guy is going to rack up numbers for me in fantasy. He's a priority ad at a position where there's very little value. Tight end this year has been kind of a wasteland, especially with a guy like Kittle getting hurt. But Reed, not been great. Last 4 games, 9 total catches, only 81 total receiving yards. Yes, he has a couple touchdowns, but went from a guy who was like a must start, got to throw him in there, a good cheap DFS addition, to a cautionary tale about buying into Harden. Hopefully he stays healthy and gets to run to a nice finish here and gets himself a nice contract as he enters the twilight of his career. But a little bit questionable. I don't know what we're going to see from him. As my punt play, Dante Pettis getting on the board.
Let's go. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. The almost 750 of you watching over on YouTube. He tried to go right back to him, and your boy Pettis couldn't pull it in.
Very
He's
sad.
in the flex spot and 28%. We see everyone chilling, hanging out over on twitch.tv/DraftKings. How about a handful of you, just 5 of you? 5 of you, tickle the like button on the count of 3, Christian. Count us down, Christian. Go ahead, buddy. This is the big countdown.
1, 2, 3. Oh, take that like button for us,
Dude,
please. No matter where
you sounded just like the owl in the old
Tootsie Roll
Pop commercial.
Yeah.
He's like, "Come here, kid. I'll tell you how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop. A 1, a 2, a 3." And then he just crunches it down. 3. More food talk, which B Mills picks up, loves it. Says, "I have no idea." This is B Mills on YouTube. "I have no idea why so many Sims have been sent around food lately, but I'm digging it." It's just that time of year, man. There's always that time of year. If you've just been listening to Emerson Latzia Sims.
Singing and food, the 2 Emerson Latzia standbys. You know you're going to get a little bit of both every sim. That is the Latzia guarantee.
Ray P, good morning, DK fam. Brand news this morning. I placed 32nd in the 100K big play payday contest yesterday. It was a great day. Yes, it was, my friend. Congrats to you. And thank you for hanging out with DraftKings.
Now, let us know when you guys hit big, because we are happy for you. We want you to succeed. We are a DK Sim family, not a bunch of loosely confederated DK Sim friends. So we are all pulling together in this one as Jimmy G very nearly threw another pick, which, well, running out of time here, down 14, minute 50 left. The good news, the Niners do have all 3 timeouts. The bad news is they're trailing by 2 touchdowns and need some help.
Could there be a dream stream miracle in the works? Could they score, recover the onside kick, score again, decide to go for 2 and win by 1 point, all with a minute 49 to play? Absolutely not. But a man can dream. A man can dream, DeAndrea.
One day. The Jimmy G up over 200 passing yards. The drive continues. Kendrick Bourne up over 30 yards now. And while we get a first down in the red zone, the Niners could be moving towards their first touchdown of the day, which would be terrible news for all you Cardinals D owners out there. Although, to be fair, you're still getting a hell of a lot of points from a unit I did not think would be this good today. Oh, Jimmy
From
G.
the 14, Jimmy G hanging on to the football. Wow, there's been too many of those just terrible throws. His wide receivers are out of bounds.
Ugh.
Appreciate you, Germ. Says I'm going to pop over to YouTube and drop a like, my favorite duo. Love you, buddy. Let's go, George Kittle. We need you. Over in the Garoppolo's Now contest. 1 away from the bottom. Who is in last place?
Did they even submit a lineup, or are you just...
Ziwa is currently in last place, and I'm second to
Ziwa
last.
from Twitch?
It must be, it's got to be the same person. Oh my God, that was dropped.
Kendrick Bourne, I believe.
It looked like it was dropped.
And here
that is definitely Kendrick Bourne.
This could be the difference between a good outing from the Cardinals defense and a great one. They can hold steady on 4th and 4 here. Everyone with that Niners stack, well, that's already been blown up, but you are hoping, waiting, wishing this comes through, and
pull it down.
He does. First down, first and goal at the 4. That's Raheem to the stream Mostert.
All right, first and goal. Clock at 68 seconds. Ball at the 4. Niners need to go quickly here. Cannot afford to get stopped and bound.
Oh, yeah, baby. Accuracy 101. Jimmy G has that short throw accuracy of 91. Looked more like 19 on that one. A medium throw 87, deep throw 85, throwing power 89. He's 83 overall. Has not really been playing like it. But we'll try this one more time. Second and goal, Jimmy G back of the end zone. Deebo Samuel. Let's go, baby.
So Deebo.
So while it may be out of reach, Christian DeAndrea in the game, still 3 timeouts to go for San Francisco, and still can make a difference in your lineup in whatever contest you join.
Yeah, I mean, one defensive stop, and we can get more garbage points out of these 49ers. And that would be great for everyone out there who rostered Deebo, because with that catch, he's at about 89 receiving yards. He's got a shot at the bonus here, but not if the 49ers can't get this ball back. So let's see what they do here. I mean, you got to onside kick it, but, well, that pretty much means 99% of the time you're just giving the ball to the Cardinals at about the 40-yard line. See if we can't see a little bit of a sim playoff miracle here. As we've been over this before. Emerson, have you ever seen a successful onside kick in these sims?
I have not. I believe, of course, Adam Kaufman is the only one who has. At least that's what I'm being told.
Yeah.
That's the rumor going around.
But really, how trustworthy is Kaufman to begin with? It's
the most Kaufman thing ever is that he has witnessed a successful onside kick. I think like 2 of them.
He did say it was twice. It happened twice. Ooh, with the Deebo touchdown registered, I'm up to 11th in the Lazio Garoppoulos Now contest, and 2 more Deebo yards. I mean, I'm rooting for garbage time here. Get those stops, Niners D. Get those stops.
Christian Kirk has absolutely destroyed my lineup for me. Even Jordan Reed has 2 points. But I'm at 38.76. Yeah, Mostert's got a nice chunk of points in the captain spot. Like 22.5 right now.
Yeah, I think the right play here would have been either Deebo or Kenyon Drake in that captain spot. Then Deebo/Drake, Mostert, maybe a little George Kittle. I'm trying to figure out. No one else has really been that great this game. You obviously want the Cardinals defense in there, but the top 5 in this in today's early showdown, is going to be a real weird kind of eccentric lineup, and I'm absolutely here for it.
If the Thunder don't get you, said I witnessed both successful onside kicks. Both of them were Kaufman. Says you can trust me. I'm team always here.
Wow. And good news if your team Niners stack, because 3 straight stops. Cardinals going to have to pump this one away. 43 seconds left. So we're looking at maybe 2-3 completed passes left in the tank for Jimmy Garoppolo. A game not technically over yet.
Retease, did you know over on Twitch says I'm in 8th.
Ooh.
8th place. Yeah, X Silent says I saw 1 successful onside kick. I have never seen, I need to. It's the one thing I need to complete my life on this planet, is to see a successful onside kick on the Dream Stream in a Madden sim. First and 10.
Ooh.
No timeouts left.
There's
Kendrick Bourne.
Okay, so making up for that end zone drop, at least kind of there, could shift some things. Might be looking at the last play of the game here. could shake some things up for anyone with Mostert or Samuel or maybe even Dante Pettis in that captain spot. Let's see what
This
happens.
is it.
10, 9, 8. Oh, it's going to be a sideline route. And
What are you doing? Oh, no, baby. What is you doing?
wow. Well, Kittle falls down inbounds, can't make it to the sideline. There will be no Hail Mary.
I'm
There
over it.
no sim playoffs for these Niners. And the Cardinals
Terrible.
escape to the sim playoffs opening round.
Well, it is what it is. Yeah, congratulations. Congratulations to the Cardinals. We'll be advancing with Seattle out of their group. So we have all 8 seeds now in the NFC. I believe producer Madison and ZT are going to get on the same page after this and fill all that out because it looks like the NFC playoffs are going to be starting on Tuesday, which is tomorrow at 4 o'clock will be the first NFC one. Who'd you have for your Krusty Kaufman player of the game? There really wasn't much to choose from.
All around. Well, we know who the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award is going to, and that's going to be Kyler Murray. Barely 100 yards of total offense, 0 touchdowns. A real bummer of a performance for him. I think it's going to have to go to Deebo Samuel, the garbage time extraordinaire. Came through. Kenyon Drake, yes, did put up a good fight for it, but Deebo cheaper, lesser owned. So Deebo, even in a loss, gets the Krusty Cough MVP award for this game, and his counterpart Kyler Murray holding it down on the other end.
Look at Hopkins though, 1 for 18. What a
we're used to DeAndre Hopkins doing nothing in these sims. He is surprising.
He really does. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, we know this. We're used to it.
J.E. says finished 31st in the Garoppolips Now contest.
Ooh, let's take a look at
some
that.
Some of you guys did pretty well in that one for low score in there.
14th for your boy, at least 4 points out of everyone. Thank you, Dante Pettis. If not for that one drop he had, might have been a top 5 performance for me, but I won't hold that against you. The former second-round pick and current New York Giant practice squatter. I think he might have been released already. I'm very disappointed that Dante Pettis has not been better as a pro, Emerson, but that's neither here nor there. Maybe Babysitter, no, it's not Babysitter, it's Rossi and I, Babysitter Billy's co-host on the Pop Culture Pile Driver podcast, who will be coming up next, the 2 p.m. sim, Bengals Chiefs, first playoff game of the holiday tournament. It's going to be me and Rossi on the call there. Emerson, when are you back?
I'm back tomorrow. At high noon with Sweet Reed T. Fowler for Chargers at the Ravens, the 7th seed at the 2 seed, and 2 o'clock Titans at the Bills, 6 seed and the 3 seed. Myself and Big Saxton. Ooh. Dude, my wife, by the way, the other day I was like, what are you singing? And she was singing, Sexy Christmas, Sexy Christmas, Sexy Christmas time. I said, whoa.
Yeah, it's a great song. It's
a Lamarca banger. Incredible.
I mean,
but
you're it or get it on vinyl and get it out there. Get some pressings, put it out, send out some promotional CDs, get it on the airwaves, because that song is an earworm and a banger, and it's in your head. Once it's in your head, it will not leave. It's like listening to
so good, dude.
Prince's. It's gonna be in there forever. And it's going to be banging around, knocking out like your 3rd grade algebra. No, you're not going to remember how to solve for X, but you will remember Sexy Christmas for the rest of your life.
By the way, producer Madison says we should have the complete playoff schedule with the NFC teams coming up by the next sim. So hopefully you and Rossi can bring that to the people. I know ZT and Chirag are going to work on that behind the scenes. They got about an hour, so shouldn't be too difficult for them. Those guys are very smart, which is why they're in charge of that. Bengals at the Chiefs coming up, the playoffs for the Madden holiday season officially starting at 2 o'clock with Jason Rossi and Christian Giandria. 8-seeded Bengals, top-seeded Chiefs, and at 4 o'clock, 5th-seed Jets. At number 4, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Rossi and Tom will be on that one. It's the Sweats, an NBA preview ahead of the season tipping off. tomorrow. That's at 5:30 tonight. And then Glash and Jeff are leaderboard live for Monday Night Football between the Steelers and the Bengals. That was a good time. So from everyone here at DraftKings, appreciate you, DK Sim fam, and on the Dream Stream. Producer Madison, thank you. Andrew on the ones and twos. Jared and Frangelico on the ops team. Much love to you guys as well. Hang out, everyone. Playoffs, the postseason has arrived in the Madden holiday season. Coming up at 2 o'clock. We'll see you then.
Welcome in, DK Sim fam. How you doing? It's a overreaction Monday we're having here on the DK Dream Stream Madden Holiday Tournament. But Christian, we are talking. I didn't even introduce you. I didn't even say hi to you because you know what? We got so much going. There's so much cooking. It's like the holiday meal is being baked. We're in the playoffs, my friend. But how the heck are you?
I'm doing well. I'm excited. It's Christmas week. I got some cooking to do, but not until Patrick Mahomes is done cooking. And this one, I don't know who out there would ever in their right mind take the Bengals, but everything points to this game being an absolute bloodbath, and I am here for it. I want to see this terrible Bengals secondary, with the exception of Jesse Bates, get absolutely ruined by the gunslinging antics of Patrick Mahomes. And I think this one's all going to come down to, A, who you put in your captain spot, which member of that Chiefs offense would be, who your punt plays are going to be for that Bengals squad. That's how this one's going to be won, because you got to admit, Ross, everyone's going to have Tyreek Hill. Everyone's going to have Travis Kelce. Everyone's going to have Patrick Mahomes. If they don't, why wouldn't you? So it's going to come down to how you fill out that last, like, 12 grand for those final 3 spots. You got to get creative with it. For me,
What'd you do?
Sample, a little CJ Uzoma.
Yeah, I like that.
Sammy Watkins. Let's see if he comes through in this one. How about you?
All right, so you mentioned the big 3, so I won't even have to tell you. I went with Kelsey and the captain, so that's where I maneuvered things that way. For my 3 non-big 3, if you would, I got to put in a kicker because you know my style. I got Randy Bullock in there. I went Joe Mixon, and I also went the Chiefs D. So we'll see if, I'm just thinking pass rush-wise. I haven't seen a lot of turnovers. Joe Burrow usually protects the ball, but if we can get anything, a couple extra sacks, low score, that's the way I went with the lineup. And we are here in the playoffs, as Christian has said, the 8-seeded Bengals. Yes, the Cincinnati Bengals in the Madden Holiday Tournament made the playoffs. Just wait. The other seeds, the next game is the Jets and Jaguars. 2020 is so weird. But yes, that's why it's Madden, people. And we're excited to be here. So the Chiefs, like in reality, going to take that number 1 spot. So we'll see them take on each other. The winner of the 2 games today will face off in the next round. You've been with us for over the last, what has it been, 2.5 weeks? We've been 3 weeks of this, I believe. 3 weeks on the nose.
Okay. I sounds right. Time is a false construct right now. So I can neither confirm nor deny that time is even passed. But Ross, I'm going to go back to that Chiefs D call, because I think that's a great idea. Only 4K in the flex. And you're going up against not only a rookie quarterback with limited awareness. Yes, Joey Burrow is a solid scrambler, but he's going to have those moments where he gets locked in the pocket. He does the dead end shuffle backwards. Those pass rushes that can really make him pay. But also, you got to think playoff environment, hostile road territory. I think the odds of at least one Bengals turnover today are going to be pretty high. So I like that Chiefs D play to begin with. And then you look at them, 5.5 points from a defense on average, pretty solid here in these sims. Maybe there's a limited ceiling there, but we saw last game the Cardinals defense really came through. Maybe that'll be a trend today.
Well, yeah, getting their way into the playoffs. We have a DK Sim Fam and Friends League contest. There's about 111 of you in that one. It's called my voice is leaving me. That one is called the Playoffs. It's Rossi and Christian. And it is time. Listen, and we're there in reality. There's a couple teams having a couple Jim Mora conversations this morning. We'll get to that. We'll talk a little bit about what you wrote about in the post route, what I read earlier, and we'll see. I think we might have some budding opinions, but it's going to be fun. And we have a long day ahead of us, a nice sim for you. It's the playoffs. It is the Chiefs. It is the Bengals. It is Christian D'Andrea, Jason Rossi. Shout out to our team behind the scenes. We have producer Madison, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, Jared and Frangelico, our ops team. So we're locked. We're loaded. Christian, you ready for the playoffs?
Am I ever? I'm very excited to see how this tournament shakes out. Obviously, Chiefs should be runaway favorites, but let's not forget the preseason tournament saw the Falcons come out of nowhere and win it all. So maybe this is a situation where you get a good offensive team with a bad defense that really comes through. Could be, let's say, the Packers. It could be maybe the Bills, who I know their defense going through a down year in real life, but still have a lot of talented Madden-style playmakers. There's a lot of room for this one to get weird.
We're hoping to be there, and we see you all being weird with us. There's a run to Joe Mixon to start off the day. DK Simpem showing out so far, growing the audience. We have Sean, If the Thunder Don't Get You, Jeremy, Lounge Talk, Robbie Noble. We see Emerson in there telling us he finished 113th out of 114th in his own contest. And then he even said, good Lord. So I'm hoping to not replicate that.
Yeah. A tremendous flex from Emerson there, finishing second to last in a contest.
And he said it's a fat slice of humble pie. And I'll tell you, I've had my fair share of cake over the last few days. We had a birthday in the house, my little guy. So I'm telling you, Emerson, I know all about it. I feel what you're doing over there, but you know what? It's all more reason to enter, and we have 2 more contests. If you didn't enter this one, we still got 1 more later.
Very excited. This has been Christmas cookie week in my household. So Friday, I don't think I ate anything other than sugar and eggs and flour until like 8 p.m. I got through 2 streams powered by nothing but about a half dozen chocolate chip cookies. This is gonna be a terrible week, 2-week span for my general health, but I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm gonna eat some terrible things.
Yeah, you bounce it off with a couple craft beers and you're good, dude. I know your style. We get a punt here, so it was an incomplete pass on 3rd down from Joe Burrow. We're going to see now, here comes Tyreek Hill making moves, getting him to the 28-yard line. So we'll get our first look at the Chiefs offense here in the playoffs. Again, if you're just joining us, smash that like button. Audience just grew by legit double. I just turned my head, so appreciate you guys all showing up. Smash a like on your way in. We'll be here with you, Christian DeAndre, Jason Rossi. Also seeing Scott, Bonzo, Frost and Turner, Brandon. See you guys. Hope you all enjoyed your football on the Sunday. We have a kind of a stinker. We'll see these reality Bengals, which are nowhere near a playoff seed like they are here in Madden, against the Steelers, the sliding Steelers. Christian, they get that win back tonight? Do you think there's any chance for in real life Monday Night Football, the Bengals to get a win?
No. Go. Come on, Rossi. Come on.
Hey, I'm just asking the question.
Yeah.
Everyone was wondering. They're all wondering, is there a chance?
Yeah. No, the Steelers, they really need that bounce back win. Hitting a bit of a skid right now. Losing the Washington football team, weird. Losing the Bills, acceptable. And now they finish off. They got to right the ship here because they're the last 2 games of the season after tonight, the Colts and then at Cleveland. So this is really their last chance for a guaranteed kind of bona fide, sure thing kind of win. Steelers may have already punted away their shot at that first-round bye and home field advantage, but if they want to right the ship and prove that they are still seaworthy, they need to not only show up against the Bengals, but absolutely ruin them. This is a game where I feel like we're going to see some confidence-building reps for the young wideouts over there. Poor Deontay Johnson has been awful lately. So many drops. I would not be surprised Mike Tomlin's game plan if Ben Roethlisberger doesn't throw it to him a whole bunch of times, see if they can get his confidence rebuilt. As surprisingly, we get another 3 and out. So
I know that. The playoffs, man. Cincinnati came to play defensively. Yeah, we definitely did not expect that. Even if they weren't going to score, you didn't expect after a screen pass, a short pass. So here are the Bengals back with the ball 3 minutes into this one. Christian DeAndre, Jason Rossi with you. The handoff to Joe Mixon going nowhere. In the comments section, it looks like we had someone, Chris says, if the Jets can win a game, anyone can win a game. That is true, but
sure.
I think the Steelers coming off those 2 losses, like Christian said, this is a get-right week. This is maybe we can see if we can actually run the ball week, a defensive front that is very weak in the Cincinnati Bengals. So should be interesting. Obviously, fantasy matchups, DFS still in play. Nice drop off there to Bernard. Oh, no, that was Joe Mixon, I believe. Nope, Bernard.
Bengals might be able to avoid the 3 and out here, a short yardage situation. And while the Chiefs have some hosses up front, they might be able to get an easy win here with Joe Mixon, pick up that yard, keep this drive alive.
Yeah, we'll see. So we got
formation, even though the Chiefs have stacked the box against them. So could be a nice play action move now.
Gives it a Mixon, yeah. Gets the yards needed, gets about 4. Ownership in this one, the top 5, all in Christian DeAndre's lineup from what he said. Ooh. Highest owned, no shockers, Patrick Mahomes. Tyreek Hill at 70, Travis Kelce at 69%, CJ Uzoma coming in with the 43%, and Sammy Watkins at 40%.
Yeah, that is 5/6 of my lineup right there. And anyone out there with those 5 guys and Drew Sample, well, you and I are kindred spirits in this.
Yeah. Also, just really quickly as we get in this first drive underway, it's been a long time since me and you have tag teamed together. Obviously, the amazing story, and I don't want it to go under the radar. The Sarah Fuller story with Vanderbilt, like that was, and obviously I know that's your school, that's your alma mater, that's your life right there. When this all went down for you as someone, like, we can make this quick, like what is that? Obviously the team stinks. Let's just stinks out loud. But like, was that like something that like at least will make this season not just a completely forgettable, regrettable season? As Joe Burrow makes a nice run here.
Yeah, no, that was the highlight, a silver lining in a season that didn't really have any of them. This whole year was storm clouds, and Derek Mason, as well suited for the job as he was, and that guy poured himself into his role as Vandy head coach, just wasn't able to produce the wins. He had to go. But Fuller, getting her out there, proving she could do it, proving that the team could make the most of a bad situation. One of the very few reasons to watch Vandy football this season. The bummer about it was that Missouri game, when she first got in the lineup, was such a god-awful football game that basically Vanderbilt foisted on millions of Americans wanting to see history and instead getting a squib kickoff, and that was it. A bit brutal, sure.
Sure.
But yeah, there are a few things to like about Vandy football going forward, even though Miss Fuller won't be there. She's a grad transfer, so she can play post-grad year over at North Texas.
Yeah, big strike there. We're talking about it. That was A.J. Green refusing to go down, gets down to the 17-yard line.
But my Commodores, I feel like they went out. They made the best hire they could to replace Derek Mason, former Vanderbilt fullback Clark Lee, fresh off getting, well, kind of demolished by the Clemson offense as Notre Dame's defensive coordinator.
Oh, yes.
Coming down back home to Nashville, and the recruiting class is actually not that bad for a team that just fired a head coach. The quarterback, young Ken Seals, pretty good. Keon Henry Brooks, a good young running back. So there's hope at the very least. We'll see what happens. I mean, really, Derek Mason was one of the most successful head coaches that we had in the past 50 years. He got us to 2 bowl games. And that's a very, very sad statement to say out loud.
It is, and there's going to be a touchdown. Say that out loud. The Bengals have a lead on the number 1 seed Chiefs. C.J. Uzomah getting his way into the end zone on that one. If you rostered him, you're one of the luckies, because you said he's the 4th highest owned in the contest. No love for Joe Burrow in the contest, but it does throw that touchdown strike. And that's right. With less than a minute in the first quarter, the Bengals are going to be up 7-0 on the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, Uzomah he looked like he was putting together a nice little season. This is going to be his breakout year, but only gets basically a game and a half in before suffering the season-ending leg injury. But in that span, I mean, he looked like he had a nice connection with Burrow, 11 targets in 1+ games, caught 8 of them for 87 yards and a touchdown. Going to be very interesting to see what role he settles into next season once he's healed up again, and if he can be not only fantasy relevant, but like a top 10, top 5-ish fantasy tight end moving forward.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, the injuries have been wild this year. You kind of forget about it as we're winding down. Bonzo on Twitter wanted me to do the Emerson impression in the third quarter. Maybe I'll give you a little taste, my little chinchilla. We'll see. You got full blown Emerson earlier, so. But yeah, maybe I'll give you. It is the season of giving, right, Christian? And I should give the people what they want. If we can't hug like best friends in AEW and really give the people what they want, we can give them what they want in that sense. Maybe I'll give them a little Emerson later. By the way, speaking about giving people what they want, you can hear my voice completely cracking because it's also been nothing but sugar in this guy's system. So I'm probably going to crash hard right after the next sim. But this Wednesday, not only are you going to get more playoff action, more great sims, but Santa Sim is finally making his way from the North Pole here to the sim. He'll be joining me and you, Christian, this coming Wednesday. So gather around the family, get it's probably half day of school for some of the kiddos, get them in here, let them know what they want to Santa to bring on Christmas morning. This will be their last chance. So we get a pass here. Patrick Mahomes gets it to Travis Kelce coming across the middle. It's going to be our last play of the first quarter, and not as much action, but who would have thunk 7-0 Bengals with a Uzoma touchdown.
Yeah, the Chiefs not really getting anything started at one quick drive, one quick punt, although this could be a sign of things to come, getting Kelsey involved. We have yet to see Tyreek Hill get in there, but one pass to him in this game can be tied in an instant. Pretty low-key game thus far, only 15 yards total offense for the Chiefs. We've got to imagine that's not going to stand up. Bengals going to need more than 7 points in this one, although if they can get a stop here on 3rd and short, it would certainly help things out quite a bit. No one really notable on the stat line except for Uzoma with his touchdown. Patrick Mahomes only 8 passing yards. He does have 4 rush yards to go with that.
Yeah, it does hurt the lineup a little in the Family and Friends contest right now. Then as we get our amazing ops teams updating things with Jared and Frangelico. Right now we have a solo leader and DJ Babyface Jams, just awesome name, with Ross in the captain spot with nothing. When your captain has 0 points and you're in first place, you know you did well. Burrow, Uzoma, and Bengals D. So the Bengals D right now, obviously that's going to be volatile moving forward, but we'll see. We have seen
bold play, my friend. Trusting the Bengals' horrible defense against the Chiefs. That is, you are rolling the dice. But hey, again, 3rd and short coming up. Maybe we're going to get back-to-back punts. I would not have expected that on the outset. This is clearly a weird year, 2020.
Yeah.
2020.
Well, we're hoping 2021 is better, right?
Yeah.
We'll update you guys on the playoff schedule. So just so you know, right here, as we're seeing the Chiefs and the Bengals, as we have a 3rd and inches, I'll tell you after this play. Look at this. The RPO, and Patrick Mahomes takes it downfield for a gain of 9 and a first down. The first down of the game, and usually that's the momentum you need. Playoffs look like this. Right now, Bengals versus Chiefs, the 1 versus the 8. You can guess who's who. They will play the winner of our Jets versus Jaguars. That's right. They're not playing to see who will lose out to get the number 1 pick in Trevor Lawrence, which we'll talk about in a few moments. But they're actually playing for one of those teams will advance. That's all you need to know. Tomorrow we have Chargers and Ravens. That's a 7 versus the 2. The Titans versus the Bills. That's a potential real-life playoff matchup with the 6 versus the 3. And then the NFC, the Cardinals, you saw earlier, getting their way into the playoffs. They're going to play the Seahawks. Eagles take on the Cowboys. Bucks take on the Packers. And the Bears take on the Saints. That's all your playoff first-round action here with DraftKings.
Yeah, as weird as the AFC side of the playoffs is, Jets, Jags, Bengals, the NFC side is pretty reasonable. Packers, Saints, Seahawks, your top 3 seeds. Bucks doing okay, but not great at the 7 seed. Cardinals, even the NFC East teams that got thrown in there, I guess you couldn't really complain about those because 2 teams from the division had to make it no matter what. Eagles, Cowboys should be fun. I mean, a healthy Dak Prescott, you can definitely make the case, would be at the very least able to get the 7 wins necessary to get Dallas to the playoffs, as Kelsey taking the
big
there, adding a few yards to his total.
Congo Cab, I see back in there. El Paso number 1 here as well. Slightly long. Jeffrey saying I guess he means Jalen Hurts call for the championship. If you play Jalen Hurts, I will absolutely take all the credit for that. So the very few things I can take credit for, my takes this year. So I was just saying, because we were talking about fantasy the other day, and he came up, I was like, I would ride. When I see someone come in like that, you ride that hot hand, especially against the Cardinals defense, who hasn't been anything special. So good for you, Jeffrey, if that's what you did. And Congo Cab, he got his Raiders logo back up because they stink. Sorry, Congo Cab. That was fun while it lasted.
Dude, it was just tantalizing. It's like, oh, you know what? Derek Carr is playing well, and the defense is held together with glue and duct tape, sure, but they're looking okay. And then just from 6-3 to 7-7 with losses to the Falcons, barely beating the Jets, losing in overtime to the snake-bitten Chargers. I mean, on the plus side, Marcus Mariota looked like a good investment. Maybe John Gruden makes a switch. We know he doesn't really care for Derek Carr to begin with this. Clyde Edwards-Helaire makes their first in-goal situation here. I was bullish on the Raiders. I'm like, they're going to be a wild card team. They can make some noise in the play. They tend to play up to or down to the level of their competition. And I was like, you know what? If they can give the Chiefs a scare, then they can win a playoff game. And now I'm like, no, there's no way. Even if they find a way to slide into a crowded playoff field, There's no way they're going to win a game on the road against anyone in the AFC.
No, I agree. And CONCACAF, yes, I agree. You ride with your team. And I agree with you. I'm a Patriots fan. They stink out loud. They can't score touchdowns. But you know what? That's my squad. I'm not jumping off ship. I watched the game yesterday. Wasn't happy about it. I'm going to watch the next team. They play next Monday night. I'm sure ESPN's thrilled about that. As we have a 2nd and goal from the 6. In the gun, Patrick Mahomes has a receiver short of the end zone. It's going to be caught at the 3-yard line. Is that Travis Kelce, I believe, again, making the grab. That is his 2nd catch, just for 9 yards. But yeah, like Christian, in my past job, when I used to do post-game for the New England Patriots, we used to go through, like, one of my jobs was like, what are those moments in a game that just change everything? And I think we're about to see one here in this Madden game. Is Mahomes in the shotgun from 3, throws it to the end zone, wide open, Tyreek Hill. You mentioned it earlier. Just takes one pass to get it to him. Didn't take all that much yards though.
I gotta get him in the lineup. There's no excuse for not putting Tyreek Hill in there, even though he costs you so damn much in the flex. Tyreek Hill going off at 10-8 quarterback level numbers to flex him, but he does so much in these sims, and right there showing you why you can't sleep on him. And if you're the Bengals secondary, you can't forget he exists.
No, you can't. So that's huge right there. The game's all tied up with under a half to go here in the 2nd quarter. So, yeah, you know, you have these moments, and I've said it before, and I see you, Congo Cab. I know you'll be back and better. Squad's definitely leading in the right direction. Seems like Gruden's got something clicking. I also predicted them to be a playoff team. But the one thing is that loss to the Chiefs, I'm telling you that something happened there. Something happened to that team with that 1-minute drive that this Patrick Mahomes you just saw just bing, bang, boomed his way down the field. I think something happened with that team where they kind of took the foot off the gas, the mental, like, oh, we have this taken care of. Something happened there, and I think that's what changed the season. But we'll see. We'll see. The playoffs still a lot of teams open. The Browns, who would have thunk a couple years ago, didn't win a game. Now double-digit wins. It's wild. You have the Colts and the Titans still fighting out in the South. It's going to be tough to make the playoffs, even for, like, we have the Ravens and the Miami Dolphins, both kind of neck and neck. And with this extra playoff spot, it'll be interesting to see who gets in. Let's see who else is chiming in here. I see a Falcons fan in the house. Hey, listen, rep your team, because all it's going to take is one good pick, one good change. You know, especially if you're a Falcons fan, it's going to probably be a new head coach, new GM. You never know. Also, a lot of people talking about the start of basketball. Yep, tomorrow night. Wild, just feels weird. I like this time of year personally for basketball to start. I feel like give everything else enough time not to get lost in the shuffle. There's an incomplete pass by Joe Burrow.
Yeah, we're about to get real inundated with good sports, regular season NBA and NHL. And we still got 7 more weeks of football on the schedule, 2 weeks of the regular season, and then 5 through the playoffs, including that bye week. Sadly, no Pro Bowl this week. I know we're all very sad this year, rather. But we'll get by without it.
I actually believe Madden's going to be involved with the Pro Bowl this year. There's like some sort of like game thing. I'm sure DraftKings and everything will be updating with our relationship with Madden. We'll let you know. So again, it's Christian DeAndre, Jason Rossi. Tyreek Hill, by the way, we said 72% owned in that last touchdown. He is 19% captain, and in the Classic, he was 71% owned. So nobody fading, or at least not a majority fading Hill in this one. So you get a catch there. Oh, no, incomplete. So 2nd and 10 here for the Bengals. Was caught. Sorry. Also, yeah, it looks like they're right. So as Madison points out, Jay Flat saying Rossi did call Hurts. Maybe me some coin on the cheap this tag. Thanks, Rossi. Hey, listen, thank me now because I make 10 bad calls, but that was one feeling good. I was feeling good about. I just think, like I said, in reality, I ended up going with Jared Goff in my season long. I won Jared Goff. I actually played him in a tier. Actually, let me check. Did I beat Kaufman? I haven't even. This is how bad I am with some of these. I don't know if you ever do that Christian play stuff and don't even look.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Nope. I lost by. How does he do this? I think I gotta stop playing with this guy. He's not like a shark in any way. I don't like losing to him.
He just knows things.
I guess I don't know. Like, who did he? Oh, where's the big? Oh, there it is. Thielen or Calvin Ridley. We did a tiers one, so yeah, not so good. But anyways. We get a first and 10 at the 2-minute warning. Joe Burrow. Oh, no. Coming in fast. Gets sacked.
Yeah, there it is. Chris Jones recently extended after making good on the franchise tag last year. One of the most impactful pass rushers from the interior of the line. He's not quite Aaron Donald, but he's about as good as you're going to get from a non-union Aaron Donald substitute.
No, you're right. That's a great call. And worth all the money that, again, this team has about a 3-year window, I would say, at the minimum. Mahomes is going to keep them relevant forever, actually, price-wise. They're going to take this ball all the way down to, they're going to not give the Chiefs any time if they can do something here on a 2nd and 16. Burrow drops off, safe pass. Nice pickup there by Gio Bernard.
Yeah, gets it all back and then some. So 3rd and short coming up. And again, like you mentioned, would behoove the Bengals to burn this clock down to like 40 seconds before they snap the ball here. They're going to take a timeout with 1:01 left because ones and
Madden. There was a question here. I think please give me. Oh, well, I can't give you a shout out because I don't know your name, Blank. I just call you Blank. Blank gets a shout out because they asked for it. Pittsburgh heavy tonight or no, says Daddy D. I think as heavy as the snowfall has been in New England, you pound the Steelers.
This isn't a Joe Burrow Bengals team. It's not even a Brandon Allen Bengals team. It's Ryan Finley, who, he's Ryan Finley. He's a former North Carolina State guy. He's not good. He's not good. I was going to say he's not terrible, but I'm looking back at what he's done last season. He completed less than 50% of his passes, went 0-3 as a starter. I think you want to not only get a bunch of Steelers in your lineup, think about the Steeler running game, think about that Steeler defense, which has been just a fantasy all-star lately. They can definitely create some problems for Finley. And Finley is a guy who played 3 games as a rookie last season. He fumbled 4 times, threw 2 interceptions. So it's bad. It's bad. So I would find a way to throw that Steelers D into your lineup, maybe even captain it if you are feeling frisky.
Joe Burrow dancing around there, doing the Mamba. Gets a 3rd and 10 here from the 29-yard line. Yeah, someone says, I'm going to bite the bullet. Front and Turner says, we're going to bite the bullet and go Captain Steelers DST.
Ooh,
not a bad call.
I might have to do the same.
Edward Pride was glad I'm okay, he says, because I had a McRib on Saturday. Me and Tommy Freezepop will be teaming up with next. We'll see how he's doing. Actually, was the beginning of my downfall. And there was a great grab. It's not going to be a first down, so bring out the kicker. Randy Bullock looked to give the lead to the Bengals. So that happened Saturday. That's right. Then I had the 2 days of parties. And I've had a lot of cake. Yeah, it could be. That's not probably a good base before you start pounding sugar, I'm guessing. And then the Notre Dame got smoked. It's getting really hard to be a Notre Dame fan. They are going to go for it. Hold the phone, Notre Dame fans, because 4th and 1.
Looks like they got numbers up front. The blocking Nixon forward for about 4 on 4th and 1. So the drive continues.
And if you want to know about the way this gameplay and the updates and stuff, that shows the guts because how quick the Chiefs can score. Congo Cab knows how quick the Chiefs can score. And you mentioned several times, Christian, it takes one pass. We've seen it how many times? At Tyreek Hill, even a quick little pass and boom, the cheetah speed into the end zone. So they're not going to give them any opportunities here if they can not only score, but only 38 seconds remaining here from the 15. Burrow to the end zone, incomplete. So we have a 2nd and 10 from the 15-yard line. 35 seconds remain here in the first half. Plenty of opportunities, just very quickly. Notre Dame, every time they're in big games, embarrass themselves, pee down their leg, and it's really hard to be a fan. Here's a shotgun snap. Burrow again, looking at the end zone, has a receiver open, but it was slightly overthrown a little to the right, it looks like, as well as Patrick Mahomes getting jiggy with it on the sideline, liking that terrible pass.
Yeah, he was a fan of an awful overthrow there. Lucky it was not an end zone interception. Let's see what Zach Taylor, who, by the way, Zach Taylor, I do not understand how he got the Bengals job. He wasn't even good as a college offensive coordinator. We're kind of heaped all this praise on him for being a young, budding offensive mind, but really the bulk of his NFL resume is stood near Sean McVay long enough for people to think I was talented. And I think Bengals fans are seeing that come to roost now. I don't think he's going to get fired after this season, but I think next year when Cincinnati goes 4-12 or 5-11, Taylor will be shown the door after engineering the league's 20th ranked deep offense.
I'm going to get a Randy Bullock kick here. It is good. So it is 10-7. The number 8 Bengals leading the number 1 Kansas City Chiefs here in the Madden Holiday Tournament playoffs. Christian DeAndre, Jason Rossi will be coming back with you at halftime. 23 seconds. Weird drive, just extending the sim. Thank you, Bengals. Did nothing. That third, like when they go in for it on fourth, you're like, ooh, got something cooking here. If you have Randy Bullock like I did, maybe you feel decent, but
well,
currently
they made the Chiefs burn a couple timeouts, so Kansas City really only going to have a couple plays here to gain 70 to 80 yards. The bad news for the Bengals is if any team in the league, real or simulated, can do that, it's the one led by Patrick Mahomes. So let's see if the Bengals can avoid complete collapse here and take a lead into halftime, or if the Chiefs will just do very Chiefs things.
Yeah, we'll see. We got the receiver set, 3 tight ends in the game. Interesting. So they're going to try. Okay. Here's the guy to get it to. It's Tyreek Hill. They called
3 yards.
Yeah, it's at their final timeout here. So at the 38, we're going to see Patrick Mahomes probably unleash this one. So at this point, even if you don't get the score, Christian, just looking for anything, any points, whether it's Travis Kelce over the middle, maybe there's a dart throw with somebody, or maybe Sammy Watkins gets a grab.
Yeah, 14 seconds, not quite Hail Mary time in these games, but again, you have Patrick Mahomes. Why not take that shot downfield 1 or 2 times? And instead, it's Clyde Edwards-Helaire run, and that will do it for the first half. And the Bengals are leading in Sim Arrowhead.
Who would have thunk? Lineups, everyone's scratching their head, but you know what? That's why they play 2 halves, right? So we'll see. We've seen the Chiefs put out some real stinkers in these Sims. It can't happen. Bengals came to play. Again, here at halftime, 10-7. Number 8 seeded Bengals, shocking the number 1 seed Kansas City Chiefs. Jason Rossi, Christian DeAndre with you. How you guys doing? Hope you're having a great feel-good Monday. Hope your team won yesterday, or if your team is dunzo like the Patriots, you start looking to the future. We'll talk a little bit about the future and some of these teams that have a chance maybe in the second half. We can look at some of the stats as well.
Yeah, so far, I mean, the Bengals almost outgaining the Chiefs 2-1, making the most of their drives, killing a lot of clock, too. What's the best way to beat the Chiefs? Keep the ball out of Patrick Mahomes' hands. Joe Mixon leading all rushers with 24 yards, but no one near pace for the bonus. Clyde Edwards-Helaire padded his stats a little bit with that garbage time run, but that's really it. And then through the air, it's been pretty much all Bengals. Yeah, we've had the Tyreek Hill touchdown, but Bengals countering that with their own deep strike to CJ Uzomah. Right now, the only guy with more than 37 receiving yards is AJ Green. So you better have a better season here in Simland, quite possibly, because Joe Burrow has not been lost for the season here, but having a better day-to-day than he has in the real world for quite some time.
Sure has. Again, this is our opening matchup here in the Madden Holiday DraftKings SimCity Dream Stream. How many more titles can I give it? That is right. So we have our first playoff match.
I take it back. I undersold poor AJ Green. I didn't realize that once he was moved out of the starting lineup after 2 straight bagels, he actually showed up against the Cowboys' horrible pass defense. 7 targets, 6 catches, 62, and the game's only touchdown for the Bengals. So I may have been shoveling dirt on poor AJ Green while he was still alive. And for me, nothing would please me more if poor AJ Green could escape the gravity of a terrible, terrible Cincinnati Bengals offense. Yes, I understand there's a lot of promise there with Joe Burrow, but playing for an eternally cursed franchise does not suit him well. Let him free him up. Let him go somewhere that needs an experienced veteran wideout who can give him 60 catches, 800 yards per season, and let him thrive. Let him feast. Let him win a playoff game for the first time in his career.
And we see Marcus saying, I'm feeling good about winning the free classic. Brad says, wow, 90th in the friendly. You guys are smoking me. Well, I'm 55th, so I wouldn't say that's smoking anybody. And
46, baby.
Oh, Christian beating me by 9. Robbie Noble saying he's always open to my passes. Also, just want to let everybody know, newsflash, just in case you're brand new or just like to complain for complaining's sake. These are optimal lineups we're seeing here. This isn't anything you're reflecting of the NFL season. These teams made these playoffs with their optimal lineups, their squads. The only thing we had slight updates with just some of the players, where they're positioned and superstar traits. But again, just so when you look at these games, you're wondering, how is this team here? How are the Bengals here, right? Well, again, this is a non-COVID, no injuries, optimal lineup for them. So just to give you a little heads up on where things are and why you may see some potential teams that you're watching on Sunday stink. And there's a deep ball. Patrick Mahomes unleashes it. And it's caught at the 15-yard line. Sammy Watkins.
What a perfect Mahomes animation there. Back foot, sidearm throw, and it goes 50 yards on a frozen rope. Bing!
Off his back foot, too.
Yeah, that's his thing. That's what he does. He is a monster among men. Love to see it.
So here's the pass, 2 passes, and it's a score. Chiefs doing Chiefs things. As you mentioned, Sammy Watkins, 2 grabs on the drive. All of the points going to him. Touchdown, Chiefs.
And look at that. That was, 2 plays to go 70 yards. That's what the Chiefs couldn't do at the end of the first half. But Andy Reid pulls the game plan together. They do it to start off the second, and the Bengals lead is short-lived. Sammy Watkins came into the half, -3 receiving yards, just like that. Up over 50, going to have a shot at the bonus, especially if that drive convinces Patrick Mahomes that he is the guy.
There's a guy right there, Sammy Watkins, by the way. Next year, I'm so excited to see where he lands. Like, to be honest, obviously I wear my heart on my sleeve as a Patriots fan. I think there's going to be a lot of retooling. I think he could be I know he's injured a lot, so that's the only thing that hesitates, I think, a guy like Belichick from signing him, but I just like the idea of maybe someone like him on this team, with maybe grouping with some young receivers. But wherever your team's legiancies are, like if you think about Sammy Watkins, I don't think he's going to do one more year in Kansas City, especially if they win another Super Bowl.
Yeah, no, they can't afford to keep him around, basically, unless he wants to take a massive pay cut. He's going to be gone. And you're right, yeah. What else does he have to prove with the Chiefs? If anything, Watkins should go out there and try to prove that he's a true wide receiver one, a guy worthy of being a top 10 draft pick. He never really got there on a consistent level when he was playing with the Bills. And this is a guy who was just such an absolute monster at Clemson. You'd expect a little more of him. He did have that one very good season with the Bills in 2015, where in 13 games he had 1,000 receiving yards, averaged more than 17 per catch. But he's only going to be 28 next season. He hasn't had more than 700 receiving yards in a campaign since then. Yes, injuries have played a role, but I think there's a lot of got to prove it to Sammy Watkins' game still. And I think that, people will be lining up, even in diminished salary cap, to bring him aboard. He's still young. He's proven he has a Super Bowl ring. He is a good locker room influence. But B, I think he's going to want to go out there, find himself a good quarterback in a place where he can really thrive and not be overshadowed by his tight end and the wide receiver ahead of him on the depth chart.
No, I agree with you there. I could actually, call me crazy. Another team that's going to have some cap space and probably going to, just get as much weapons if they are a number 1 seed, and somebody talk about those Jacksonville Jaguars. Even though I think there's a place where free agents go to die a little bit, I can see Sammy Watkins, you move on from a Chris Conley. You toy around with your cap space, team him up with D, Westbrook, and Chark. That's a receiving core I wouldn't mind coming into the league with as a young rook.
Yeah, they're going to have about $85 million to spend, and they're going to have a lot of opportunities. I like Chark at the top there. I won't even go into Westbrook. I think he's not going to be the guy. I think rookie Colin Johnson is going to be the guy who emerges as the wide receiver 2 there. He has looked good over the past few weeks of the season. Give him a real quarterback, see what he can do, although, he is...
Oh! Ooh. Joe Mixon saying, don't forget about me.
Look at that. So the Bengals not going to go quietly, keeping it on the ground, and Mixon pushes them into scoring range. That 20-plus yard run down to the Chiefs' 35-yard line.
Yeah, he's owned in 22% of the showdown here. I have him in my lineup hoping for big things, but that's a big one. Like you said, 20-plus yards on it, over 50 yards on the game. Joe Mixon back in the, I keep wanting to say Cincinnati, but no, it's Kansas City's territory there. Mixon with another grab, getting him to 60 yards with just, with still 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. So he's well on his way. But yeah, as we talk about it, Trevor Lawrence obviously had a great game against Notre Dame in the ACC championship. We'll be bringing the number 2 Clemson team into the college football playoff. As you saw the rankings, they'll be taking on Ohio State with a lot on the line in that matchup because, you know, Fields, everyone, he's kind of like the number 2 guy coming out of college this year, potentially had a real bad showing in the championship game. So what will he do when he's faced against Trevor Lawrence? Now, I kind of hate when it's quarterback versus quarterback. It's good for posters and Twitter, but it's not reality. But this is a game you got to show out. You want to be a number 2 to 6 overall pick, depending on what teams are drafting where. There's a fumble from Joe Burrow. It's picked up quickly from the Chiefs. That's the
down there, Derek. You are down. No one touched you. Well, let's see if this arm is going forward. If I were the Bengals, I would challenge that. I would sim challenge that because that definitely seems like, at the very least, he's tucking the ball back in. But no, it looks like we're not even going to get a review beyond the briefly mandated all turnovers get looked at. And, well, we talked about it in the pregame that Chiefs D was going to get at least 1 turnover. There it goes, and it erases a scoring opportunity for the upset-minded Bengals.
Yeah, the first turnover of the game, and there, Patrick Mahomes perfect in this one, 11 for 11, Tyreek Hill with the grab. But, yeah, so right now, it's the race, like I said, it's usually Fields versus New Year's Day versus Trevor Lawrence, and we got Jacksonville and the Jets now, with the Jets with the feel-bad victory of the year for fans, for the team, though. Like, we sometimes have to, like, we're a fan base type thing, right? Like, Christian, you're a fan, you're right, you cover, like, you get it. Don't forget also to check out the postroute.substack.com. Get that email. We're talking about Trubisky, and I want to talk about that because he's going to play a major role in this battle for the number 1 pick overall in this next week because the Jaguars have the Bears. With that being said, it's going to be interesting. The Jets, you know, these players, they don't want to lose games. Adam Gates, like, whatever you think of him, I know it's fun to talk about him, post pictures of him with his eyes all over the place. He doesn't want to have an 0-16 stain on his record forever. And this was a big win for that Jets team. A feel-good win. Also made me laugh because it made Kenny Ducey upset as well as a Jets fan. Screw him. As a fan base, though, it stinks. I get it. That's a real tough look. But now, the question is, do the Jaguars find a way to win a game, or do you think they purposely, like, Marone, like, this is where it's tough because Marone's not going to probably be there next year. We know Adam Gates shouldn't be there next year. Do these coaches have any reason not to coach to lose in a sense? Because, you know, ownership and general managers behind the scenes are like, all right, we got to gear up. We need Trevor Lawrence to turn this thing around.
Well, here's the thing. Even if you're coaching to win for Jacksonville, the defense is so bad, it's not going to make much of a difference. And we've seen Marone just kind of take the limiter off, take the governor off that engine and really try to fire things up. This is a Jaguars team that's running play action from its own 1-yard line, dropping Gardner Minshew 7 yards deep in the end zone to throw a pass to midfield. There are no Fs given by the Jags right now. What do they have to play for besides the number 1 pick? Maybe pushing James Robinson up the record books, maybe figuring out what they have in Colin Johnson. But yeah, next 2 games, Bears, who are pushing towards a playoff spot, Colts, who are jostling for seeding, and in that AFC South, it's a brutal battle right now between them and the Titans. So they have 2 teams that are playing for their postseason lives, although, to be fair, the Rams were too, and the Jets still somehow beat them.
Crazy.
That said, I do not think the Jags are going to win a game. I don't think they're going to come within single digits of an opponent over the next 2 weeks.
Christian, it is the Bears, though. This is me. I'm a Trubisky guy a little bit, too. Not saying he's great, but I was glad to see him get another shot. At one point, we joked about it. He was one of the few undefeated quarterbacks in the NFL while not playing for like a 5-week stretch, being benched. But this Bears team is volatile. I know they had the real big win against the Vikings yesterday. Patrick Mahomes dancing around, gets the ball out to his running back, so that's going to get them to a 3rd and 6. But I just think if there's a chance they lose a game, it's to the Bears. But you're right. The Bears now have playoffs in sight. Matt Nagy's basically head has been on the chopping block. People are just expecting this team to fail out, but they might be a team that sneaks into the playoffs. I know that Tampa Bay win hurt their chances a little bit, but
yeah, there's a lot going on with the Bears right now, and this is what I broke down in today's post route, postroute.substack.com. Free to subscribe. We hit your inbox 3 times per week with breakdowns and analysis across the NFL. But Trubisky, really, Matt Nagy took a look at what Kevin Stefanski, and he's familiar with Kevin Stefanski, former Vikings assistant. He took what he is doing with Baker Mayfield in Cleveland and has really applied that to Mitch. Buying him extra time in the pocket because Trubisky is kind of a skittish guy. He's turning that skittishness from a bug into a feature by allowing him to roll out, running a lot of play action moves and keeping Trubisky on the run. That's a great thing for Mitch. His biggest asset as a quarterback is that scrambling ability. He's averaged more than 12 yards per scramble this season. He's good at running bootlegs, and he can make decent throws on the run. What we saw against the Vikings yesterday was that, yes, he made some bad decisions, but the throws that he missed, his incompletions, weren't the standard, oh, Mitch skipped a pass here and then threw one pass 10 feet over someone's head. No, these were passes that were knocked down in coverage. They were on target. He looked like a rebuilt, more confident quarterback, and he knows he's playing for that next contract. He knows Blake Bortles, he basically sat back and allowed the Jags defense to push them into the playoffs. He had a couple decent postseason performances, including in that AFC title game against the Patriots, and he ran that to a 3-year, $66 million contract extension, or $54 million rather. Mitch knows that, and he's peaking at the right time. He is on pace to get something like 3 years and $25 million guaranteed from the Bears, so we can push them to the playoffs and make them, at the very least, competitive in the second season. Find out more at postroute.substack.com.
Good stuff. Also, great shout out to you from Sean Griffin. Said, nice post route, Christian. He appreciated the inbox day. I did as well. By the way, Jerem over on Twitch saying, who are some of the must plays in the NBA? Have a Millie ticket, have no idea what to do with it. And the P Hooligan says, if Lamarca puts up an article, follow his lead. Shout out to Lamarca, by the way, because he will have, and the whole playbook team, by the way, but he will have an article up. So go check that out. Check out the DK playbook. Lamarca, maybe helping you win your way to $1 million. And so listen, support where all our channels are. Some of us working. Oh, what a tight end around to use Oma dancing.
Yeah,
dancing.
He took
the end of the
quarter. Okay.
Yeah. End of the third. Again, support us here. Smash that like. Support Christian. You can follow him at I was about to call you Lonely Island.
I wish I was that funny.
Listen, don't sell yourself short. It's all about exposure, right? Why is my island Train Island? Sorry about that, everybody. Train Island. I can be followed at Jason D. Rossi. Christian's got the post route at postroute.substack.com. I have a podcast with the behind the scenes guy. Sometimes pops on the Sims. Billy Delaney at the Pop Culture Pile Driver. All fun and good things to be had, right? In this one though, Christian, Patrick Mahomes is taking over.
Yeah, it's still kind of low-key. We did expect more points, and the Bengals can still tie this one. The drive going okay for them so far, 2nd and 4, coming up from, near midfield, down 7. But, yeah, Mahomes coming alive in the second half, finding the end zone, getting to Sammy Watkins. Last drive did stall out, giving Cincinnati some hope. So we're going to have a very interesting fourth quarter here, Rossi, especially if the Bengals can punch this one in. No one on pace for the bonus. In any regards. Passing bonus, no. Rushing bonus, no. Joe Mixon with 60 is as close as we're going to get there. And then let's take a look at these receiving numbers. We got receiving touchdowns from Uzoma, from Tyreek Hill, from Sammy Watkins, but only Watkins with 70 yards is anywhere close to getting that triple-digit bonus. Tyreek Hill, 5 for 42. Gio Bernard, the leading Bengals receiver in terms of passes caught today, 4 for 37. He used to be on #TeamAlwaysPlay, but he's gotten a little bit more expensive as these seasons have worn on. The third down back there, a very valuable veteran presence. Kind of sad that he's got to toil away in Cincinnati and listen to debates over whether or not chili should have chocolate and cinnamon in it. And he certainly rules.
Yeah, sometimes pumpkin too. I've heard that one, but that might just be during that season. So we'll get here to the fourth quarter with the Chiefs leading, the number 1 seeded Chiefs leading the number 8 seeded Cincinnati Bengals in our holiday tournament, 17-10. It's a 1-score game. Drama to be unfolded here in the fourth quarter. Jason Rossi, Christian DeAndrea with you. Shout to our ops team, Jared and Frangelico, updating the scores. Madison, yeah, maybe the greatest name.
Great name.
And Madison, our producer, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, as that's ball's fumbled from Joe Burrow, and it's picked up on the sideline by the Chiefs. You see it there, second fumble there.
How?
Just like, that's the rookie right there. That's that low. Well, we can call it rookie IQ here, but in Madden, that is just that low overall awareness.
Just so brutal for these poor Bengals. 2 promising drives snuffed out in Kansas City territory. Now the Chiefs 1 touchdown away from potentially making this one academic and basically covering what I would imagine if this were a real game, a real playoff game. The spread in this one, Rossi, would be something like 14 points. I think 2 touchdowns is about right. If you were looking at Bengals Chiefs at Arrowhead, you know what? That might even be too low. 17.5, maybe even up to 20. I think the line would be if this were a real NFL playoff game.
Yes. Well, first of all, I just looked over the comment section. We're monitoring. We see you guys on YouTube, over 741 of you. We see Steven, Tony, Robbie, Brandon, Jordan Lindenbaum, hashtag team always here. El Paso number 1. Most of you guys, Naptown. Wish my son was doing Naptown right now. Fantasy Hawk. But one of them, Tony, says, Jason, it must be nice to have a beard without any gray hair. And he put LOL. I don't know if he's laughing because I have tons of gray hair in here or he thinks I don't. But yeah, it's brutal, my friend. But again, just a little programming update. Next time me and Christian are together, it's going to be about 48 hours from now. And guess what? Sim Santa will be in the house. He will be joining us on the broadcast. So mark your calendars. I know you're all going to be super excited as we have.
I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to be able to match that energy. I don't know if I have any good Christmas-related outfits. I know, obviously, Glash will come in as an elf or Mrs. Claus, but I don't know how. I gotta go into I gotta pull out my bag of tricks and see what I got for Christmas.
Yeah, you see, hopefully it's your 2 front teeth, but we'll see. And now we have a 2nd and 4 here, under 6 minutes to go in this one. The Chiefs threatening at the 18-yard line. Mahomes in the zone. You see that? He's got the power of the rocket arm. He won't fumble when he has this on as well. Quick delivery right to Travis Kelce. Barrels his way down to the 7-yard line.
There he is. There's my captain. Could use a little bit more out of TK in this one. See if he can't get a target here in the end zone to put this away. Although I get the feeling 1st and goal is going to be a Clyde Edwards-Helaire carry. And you know what else I would accept right now? An Anthony Sherman fullback dive from the 1 to really put a bow on this one.
Boy, that would, you want to send the chat on fire, but it's not going to be the way. It is going to be a touchdown pass to...
Is that Deion Yelder?
What are we doing here? It is. Get mad, chat, because I'm mad too.
Seals Jones.
Oh, man.
Wow.
That's the fade play. We were looking for it, right? We were saying who's going to be that player. And it's Ricky Seals-Jones, the tight end, too. 800
in the flex. Came in, hadn't caught a touchdown since sim number 67. A win over the Seahawks. And for reference, that was more than 20 sims ago was the last time Ricky Seals-Jones found the end zone. So a holiday playoff miracle out of RSJ.
Yeah, so if you were the one that put him in your lineup, what a play it is. I'll check right now, updating scores as we go. Let's see, go to the top here. Ricky Seals-Jones in that lineup? No. But I do see a kicker in it. So right now, as I know our amazing ops team is updating scores, we have Pat Herb, we'll just say, with Tyreek Hill, Pat Mahomes, A.J. Green, Sammy Watkins, Uzuma, and Buckner. 6-way tie, by the way, in the showdown. Solo in the free classic. We're feeling good right now as we'll see what can the Bengals do here, Christian. How do they respond? Who do you need to score? Anybody.
Yeah, I mean, 14 points in 5 minutes is not outside the realm of possibility, but I have got no sign from this Bengals defense that they can cause the 3-and-out that they will almost undoubtedly need in order to get 2 possessions here, 2 scoring possessions late in this game.
As we saw, Dean Murray, what's good? It says, good afternoon, Rossi, a.k.a. Yukon Cornelius, and Christian, a.k.a. Locks of Love Man. I hope you're both doing well. Christian, you doing well, I assume?
I am doing well. You know what? A nice, easy week coming up for, I got to imagine, most of us with the holidays, or at least easy work week. So hopefully we're all enjoying some time. I gotta figure some things out, move some days around. I gotta get one good day in where I just sit around, be worthless, play video games for like 8 hours, maybe have some beverages. If I can get that done before the new year, I'm gonna feel very, very good about things.
Yeah, so that sounds like an awesome thing. I should have had one of those days that I kind of had it planned. I'm, quote unquote, in a meeting right now for work, is being you get to team up, which that's always a treat. And it's funny because that was like having one of those lazy start Mondays, like snowfall here in New England. And I was like, oh man, I'll just do nothing. But then I got the opportunity to hop in, be with the DK Sim fam. Like, now that's the energy I'm looking for on a Monday. So I'm looking like you, Christian. I'm looking to have one of those. Maybe it'll be the early portion of my Christmas Eve on Thursday. You have any big plans? What's your scoop for the holiday this year?
We'll be staying here, so maybe some Zoom holidays for us. Sadly, my normal tradition, and I've been doing this, is probably going to get a face mask here to continue this.
Looks like it.
We have one of the my finest traditions. A bunch of the guys I went to high school with, we're still very close. We hang out all the time, fantasy football together and whatnot. But every year we would go to our old sophomore year English teacher's house for Christmas Eve. She put together the big Italian feast of the 7 fishes and this tremendous spread, just a buffet table, the size, like I picture a table that could comfortably sit 16 people, and just every square inch of that table filled up with food. We would go to her home, Mrs. V's, and reunite, catch up with her, catch up with each other. Sadly, we'll not be doing that this year due to COVID, and we're trying to figure out a way to replicate this over the internet. So that's going to be my Christmas Eve, and then Christmas Day, no real plan. I'm going to cook up a nice baked ziti and maybe some sausage and peppers, keep the Italian theme alive. That's about it. What about you?
So right now, everything's kind of still progressing towards what it will be. So used to be a big thing at my sister's house, 7 fishes, as we very quickly have a 1st and goal here.
Awesome. I got it. Italian.
And I'll be honest, we've updated the original 7 fishes because some of that is just unedible to me. But that's just me. I understand some people have like the gamier, crazier fishes. So like we've added like shrimp, where shrimp is not part of it. I've added sushi here and there. Guess what? Not part of it. But anywho, yeah, we'll see. Kind of just trying to keep things separated from my in-laws and my immediate family and stuff, because we're trying not just to cross at this point. But am looking forward to a great holiday nonetheless, of feast and family. Reaching out to, I have the same thing with a group of friends that usually get together 2 days before Christmas. We'll probably do something on Zoom, or it's just something, at least just feel that feeling. And hopefully by this time next year, regardless of where everybody's feeling about in life, we're in a much better place health-wise, going out-wise, and able to see each other. Heck, maybe we'll do something with this little DK Sim fam having a gathering somewhere. Who knows?
See, we should put together a good a Zoom night for the DK Sim fam, maybe some Jackbox games, something like that, or we can just hang out, get real casual about it, enjoy some time.
That's actually a really good idea.
Yeah, maybe get all Emerson's workout tips, or figure Flash wears when he's not on stream.
Or when he's not filming himself as the Patriots quarterback. Because, man, that guy, I love it. No shame. No shame in his game, Flash.
None whatsoever.
Big play here, Burrow and the gun.
Too much time, but
it's going to be incomplete. So down 14, less than 2 minutes to go here. Clearly, they're going to have to go for it.
Looked like that might have been a Drew Sample target, which we do not call his name too often, but it makes sense for me. That's my punt play of the day. Sample is, you're not kicking the field goal. Come on,
yeah, I wish for my lineup, but we'll see. Joe Burrow in the backfield.
It's gonna be just a handoff up the gut, and
doesn't get there.
That's stop City defense. You were right. You were dead on about only going to give up 10 points today. Although The Bengals do have all 3 timeouts remaining. If they can get a 3-and-out here, they will get the chance to add some garbage time points.
Yeah, it was a good call, but my entry is now at 73rd. Not looking good with 70.6 of my points. Oh, you know what? The YouTube chat, you guys are a little feisty today, so I forgot I did make one little promise. I said I'd do it in the third. I'll give you a little Emerson as we wind down this one with Christian. So let me get a swig of water because I have no idea what's going to do in my throat.
All right. Useful gain on first down there. Bengals will burn their first time out, but pretty much all but ensures that Chiefs can go run, and still potentially pick up the first down here. So no matter what the outcome of the next 2 plays is, it seems pretty likely the Bengals will have 0 timeouts if and when they get the ball back.
Yep. Yeah, it seems like that's going to do it, babes. Probably going to just wind this clock down. Kansas City will go get some barbecue. Maybe if it was like me, they'd grab some protein, shake it up, inject it into their veins, hit the bike for about an hour and a quarter. How's everyone doing out there? Christian, you look great, by the way. Did I tell you recently that you just look fantastic? My little chinchilla.
Yeah.
All my my guys and dolls. Fish Sticks Madison with us. Andrew on the 1s and 2s. I just want to bottle up Andrew's energy and just put it inside me for the rest of this game because I love what the kid brings. Frangelico. He's with us, and Jared as well. Hope everyone's doing well. Oh, yes, Winnie, my dog, the love of my life, with my roommate right now, watching The Bachelorette reruns. Okay, babes. Yeah, what'd you say? Yeah, no, I hear you. No, I know. Yeah. Christian, yeah. Got ourselves a minute and change, Christian. We got the holiday plans we're talking about. Emerson Lazia Jr. Did I ever tell you my grandfather went to Notre Dame?
America's team, the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, yeah. Eric is right now. Woo, we're in the money. We got that number 1 spot. That's right. I'm going to just bottle up that energy too. Gardner, I've loved you so much, but you know what I need to do like the elf? Put you on the shelf. Put you away and realize it's time to make way for Trevor Lawrence when the Jaguars get the number 1 pick and everybody in the country realizes that Jaguars are the new team to root for. They're the new darling. They're the new dynasty. This will be a 20-year setup, Christian. I'm going to take your hair, the energy your hair brings, bottle it up, shake it up in a football, pop the top, drink it down. Because the number 1 pick next year, wherever the draft is, I'll be partying. I'll be singing, all I want for Christmas is Trevor all week long.
Theoretically, he is still watching us. He heard all that. It says Rufus Von Lodge watching DraftKings, but he may have you muted, or he may not. He's trying to figure out why he is talking to himself.
Too much. Watching DraftKings, he says. That's right. We'll see. That's it, right, babes. That's it. Finished up. This does it. Patrick Mahomes. Christian, we knew it. We bottled up that energy. By the way, look at my lack of defined arm. Look at it. Look at just how flat an arm can be when you just barely work out and just run. When that is your cardio of choice. I'm going to hit Christian in between. Emerson, I'm going to be signing off for the day. I usually don't do it on video because then you really get to see. But I'm going to do like 4.5 hours on the treadmill. My butt is going. I'm sorry, not treadmill. The bike. Yeah, you get a bike.
You're gonna dial up the Peloton workouts.
Oh, dude, I'm going to crush
those quads.
Yep. I'm going to fill this right here with energy in the sweat of all the DK Sim fam. Bottle it up, inject it into the veins, bro. And I'm going to just literally get on that bike, ride it until my roommate comes home, screams at me, Winnie, gonna hop on the bike. I have a little go pat on the side. Goes, hello, Winnie. And then, yeah, it's going to be a day. It's going to be a day, fam. Feeling it. All right, I'm done. That's it.
And you can contact him at emersonlotzi.com.
Sure.
Well, we got to talk MVPs in this one. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, the ball was spread out so much in this one. Obviously, your MVP, your crusty cough player,
What do you,
be Patrick Mahomes. Even though didn't put up huge numbers, I mean, everyone really got a taste in this one, so can't really zero in on anyone but him. And then
who stinks? Who stunk in this one? Who's the one you're just going to say, you know what, you stink just as bad as my Emerson impression?
I'm going to go Tyler Boyd. Tyler Boyd in this one, 2 catches, 12 yards from a guy that was giving you 10 plus every week. He got to go. He cannot stay here. So he is going to get put on the chopping block in this one. Although, no, you know what? John Ross, where the hell was
Oh, whoa, pivot. Look at that. Yeah, John Ross stunk. He stunk.
He was nothing. And that's a guy who only really shows up in Simland. At a 8,400 in the flex, you need more than the minimal points you got from him. So yeah, Johnny Ross. I'm so sorry I cursed out Tyler Boyd and John Ross.
Well, don't worry. It was a crap sandwich. You just had to figure out which bite. In the DK Sim fam, it looks like our guy Texas. We're gonna go with Texas. We'll just say coming through with 89 points, getting with Uzuma the captain, Mahomes, Hill, Burrow, Watkins, and Buckner. So he faded Travis Kelce and still got the dub. So that'll do it for us, Christian. Obviously, you do you have another? Are you back before the holiday, or is this it for you?
I am back tomorrow with Kenny Ducey, so I am very much looking forward now. That's the 4 p.m. sim, and I'm sure he will have a lot to say, and I will too.
Hold on, let's get a check-in on Kenny. Kenny, you looking forward to working with Christian tomorrow? Sure am, Jason. Can't wait for it. All right, cool, Kenny. We'll talk to you tomorrow. So, Christian, it was an absolute pleasure. Great to see you, my man. Have an awesome holiday, because I don't think I will see you before that. But
no, we're on coming up. We got a
exactly. I told you we were going to do that one on 2 days from now. Sorry, between Emerson and myself, I don't know what brain I have on. But yes, we will be here for Sim Santa 2 days from now. But that's right. First matchup of the playoffs. The Chiefs are moving on. They will take on the winner of our next sim, which is the Jets and the Jaguars. Before I let you go, Christian, who you think is going to come out of that one?
Oh man, the Trevor Lawrence Bowl. Give me the Jags, I guess. I don't even know, man. The sim Jags look so much different than the real life Jags that it's sure. Give me the Jags.
All right, he'll take the Jags, so maybe we'll see Jags Chiefs next round. But Christian, much appreciated. Always great teaming up with you. Madison, our producer. Andrew on the 1s and 2s, everybody. Frangelico and Jared and Ops. Amazing effort. Amazing job by all. I will be back with Tommy Freespops in less than 50 minutes. But Christian, go set a lineup. Enjoy the football tonight, and I will see you personally on Wednesday. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Take it easy, everybody. Bye-bye. Stay hydrated and positive. Oh, baby, we are back. Playoffs! What's better than this, DK Sim fam? We are in for it. We have the AFC side. You have the 4 seed, the Jets. I'm sorry, the 5 seed, the Jets. The 4 seed, the Jaguars. Yes, they're in the playoffs. It's Simland. It's wacky. It's crazy. And I'm just talking about my co-host today, Tom Carroll. Tom, how are you?
Any given sim day here, baby. We got 2 of the worst teams in real life that I've seen in about a decade. And they're playing each other in the playoffs here.
We'll talk about that because I actually have a thought, but you're probably right. I would say both of these teams are worse than at least the 0-16 Lions team, and you can fight me on that after. We'll get to it. We have a lot to get to. It's Overreaction Monday, Excited Monday. It's playoffs here. Tom, we're here talking DK Sim, so we got this playoff matchup. Jets, Jaguars. Let's be honest. You did a little bit of this. Did it stick? So where'd you go with your lineup on this one?
In my captain spot, DJ Chark, DJ Chark, DJ Chark, DJ Chark.
Can I leave?
Purely for that jingle is the only reason why I put him in the captain spot. Again, it's the Jets and the Jags. We're just going to see what works here. Then I put the Jaguars defense in my lineup because I don't trust the Jets. Then I went ahead and threw some Jets in my lineup. Le'Veon Bell, Jameson Crowder, why not? Yeah, then I went with my man Lambo, got a kicker in there. My boy Rossi. And, Jags offense, probably going to kick some field goals. And then I just went with Gardner Minshew because he has a great mustache.
Sure does. It's going to be having
happens.
Probably going to be riding the pine next year, as we'll talk about where this pick might be. Is there currently 73% odds of being the number 1 pick, Jacksonville, to get Trevor Lawrence. We're in the
poor Trevor.
Actually, well, we'll talk about that too. I'll tell you my lineup construction. You can bet the millions on this one. By that, I mean don't. In the free Sim fam friends, I went with Westbrook in the captain, so we'll have some competing Jag receivers. Le'Veon Bell, Herndon, Gardner Minshew, Chris Thompson, and I threw an absolute dart because every time – oh, no, I just came out of there. Every time I don't play this guy, he scores. I went with Wesco for the Jets. And an absolute dart throw because he sometimes gets fullback carries down at the goal line. I've seen it twice out of my last 6 Jet Sims. So
honestly, huge miss by me to not put O'Shaughnessy in my lineup the last time the Jags and myself were on together. I got a nice little jingle in there when he scored. So apologies in advance. If he scores, I'll still do it, but he isn't in my lineup. So that's a miss. That would have been my punt play if I had been thinking properly. But I was so distracted by the Trevor Lawrence thoughts in my head seeing these 2 teams together that I just didn't think of it.
We are not here to think. We are here to speak and to be muted. I'm kidding. We're here to have some fun. DK Sim fam, it is a Monday. We appreciate seeing you. John over on YouTube saying, Tom looking dapper. Yeah, it sure is. Look at this guy getting all festive. And then G saying, Tom looks like a candy cane. Wants to lick you. Obviously over on our YouTube, we got a great crew. But Tom, this is the playoffs. We had the Chiefs move on earlier with a victory over the Bengals. So the winner of this game gets the Chiefs in the next round. Obviously, this is the last sim of the day. We'll have Monday Night Football coverage. We'll have the sweat as my voice continues to go in and out like a kid in puberty. We have the sweat. We have obviously leaderboard live tonight. You got the Bengals and you got the Steelers in real life. Any thoughts on that game before we get started here?
So I know a lot of people can sympathize with me or empathize with me here. It is the fantasy playoffs for those who are good at fantasy football. In one of my leagues, I am on the precipice of being in the losers bracket finals, which means
Yay!
I will have been fighting for last place. And if you come in last in my league, you have to do a really bad punishment. And I really don't want to. So I need Ben Roethlisberger to ball out tonight. I also need him to not throw the ball to Chase Claypool. So
this is where it gets funky.
It gets very dicey.
5 touchdowns to Eric Ebron or Johnson or any of the other receivers that can't catch a ball, but not the one that can.
Right. If Chase Claypool, decides he can't go tonight, maybe he's just feeling a little sore. Maybe, he has an extra class to take at Notre Dame. He is a rookie. Maybe he needs to just go back and get one more credit to actually graduate. I don't know.
Hey, Notre Dame could use him. Maybe
they sure could. Oof, we could talk about that too.
Oh,
But
boy, it's on the docket.
that's gonna be ugly. That's gonna be ugly. But I don't know. I just need Big Ben to go off tonight. That's like my big thing. And look, the Bengals kind of stink, so it's possible. It's not out of the realm of possibility that I could have Big Ben put up. I need him to score probably 30 tonight. And for Claypool to not get any catches. It's possible.
Well, the catch part might be tough, but how many points per touchdown pass?
6.
Oh, yeah, so you're in the game. You're in the game here.
Totally.
And you know what? What did our guy Kevin Garnett once say?
Anything's possible!
There you go. We're going to see the Jets start off on offense here in this first round of the Madden Holiday Playoff Tournament now officially. Sam Darnold officially got the first dub of the season. May still be the future Jets fans. Kenny Ducey somewhere out there. Buy that Darnold jersey. He ain't going nowhere. There's a grab. Crowder taking it over.
Gotta love the Jets eating a dub yesterday. Absolutely phenomenal. As a Patriots fan.
Loved it.
Oh, God, I was so happy. And look, I've been saying it on these Sims, Rossi. It was going to happen. No one goes winless in the NFL. It happens very, very rarely. 08 Lions, and then what was it, 2017 or 2016 Browns?
16,
one of the teen Browns recently. That's it. Those are the only 0-16 teams ever. So, I was here preaching to the choir.
He was saying that the Jets were going to beat the Seattle Seahawks. He's bumping that. And
That's
then
right.
You didn't quote it this time, but you did say they're going to get a win. So
That's right. I've been on the Jets hype train for a while.
It's a very lonely hype train indeed. We see you guys growing in there in YouTube. Very quickly, give a shout to Rob M. Choker. Silly Sally wants to play. Darn you, Silly Sally. I heard what you said about Notre Dame. We'll talk about it. Robbie Noble, hashtag always here. Obi-Wan, Brandon, CEH, 1400. Paul Pepe, yeah, Rossi, that cherry bubbly for the win. You know it. J.E. Gagan, we got you all here. We got a 3rd and 6. Darnold delivers again. Catch over the middle. Crowder.
Got to give a shout out to my man Obi-Wan here. Oh, Tommy boy, the pipes are calling from land to Simland.
If you don't like progressive commercials, get out of my life, because I'm telling you, you'll watch it the first time and be like, these are so dumb. Then by the 15th time you see these commercials, you literally yearn for them. The other day, that one right there, the Sunday sing-along. I know these commercials so well. They've taken over. Geico, watch your back. Whoa,
the Geico
watch your
ones
back.
are great.
Spin. But Geico used to do that with like the cavemen. They used to remember them all.
The fencing problem that they have now, or the problem with ants, those are great. I laugh every single time. Oh, we got a clogging issue, and then the neighbors
just clogging, dancing.
That's great stuff.
Those are great, but I feel like Flo. I don't know. I love Flo. I would marry Flo. Personally.
Flo has grown on me. At first, I hated her, but now it's one of those things. Like you said, it's just in our life so much. I've grown to accept her.
Yeah, I want to marry her. I want to be in an open relationship and have Flo be a part.
Well, I will say this: of the awkward female commercial people that have been in our lives forever, I am more partial to the AT&T girl than Flo.
Listen, my love for Flo goes much more than skin deep. That's how deep I am. As we have the Jets now in Jaguars territory at the 27-yard line, a 2nd and 5. Man in motion, the give. Little dance going nowhere. Jags D holding strong in those nice unis. Chris Hogan.
Yeah, I do like these unis. Remember when the Jaguars, obviously you remember this, it was only a few years ago, but when they had the multicolor helmets, that was awful.
Yeah, Grady.
What a terrible look.
Was it you that we did Atlanta recently? And I just don't think gradient and the NFL work together. Maybe it's weird. Call me like gradient color where it like starts one way and slowly mesh. No, it just doesn't look right. I don't know. Football for me.
I don't think we did that broadcast together, but I agree with you. I think it can work with like a mid-major basketball team. Like if Florida Gulf Coast just rolled out with some gradient stuff, like it would look. Yeah, Maryland has it. Like
they do everything. Let them
even the Jazz, like the Jazz have that gradient one that I think looks nice.
Is that old school one with the mountain in the middle?
Yeah.
The new one.
Oh, no, I'm talking about like that red, yellow, orange.
Get out of town with that.
No,
they
like
look like cartoon characters.
I'm into it. I like it.
Here's a pass. Look at this, fighting to the end zone, almost getting there. That Chris Hogan on the grab, getting him to the 1 yard line. Bell
those
in
lacrosse
play.
skills.
Did you know he played lacrosse?
Flash saying what up in the YouTube chat.
What's up, Clash? Pride saying
0 luck to both teams.
I don't really know how that works, but that's actually what both teams in reality are looking for, at least their fan base. So here it is. 3:20 left here in the first. Darnold under center. Gonna throw. Has about 5 receivers open. Gets sacked at the 3 yard line.
That's good for us that own Le'Veon Bell, which is 69.29% of those participating in this contest. So Le'Veon Bell still in play here, second and goal.
Barb saying that Lily, that AT&T girl, talking about way more marriage material than Flo. Get out of town, you.
Flo
No,
is
listen,
a little
these people
erratic.
Yeah, that's the point. You want the same thing every day? I don't. I don't like that type of status. I don't want quirky, skin deep. Oh, she's pretty. I don't.
Okay,
need
but
that.
AT&T girl reminds me of like Erin from The Office, the secretary,
Yes.
who's like funny.
Yeah.
And she might be a little dumb, but
Whoa,
I don't know.
Oh, there's another sack by the Jaguars.
It's a part of her character, okay? Don't woe me, okay? It's not a real person.
Listen. All I'm saying to you is Flo can play multiple characters. So you could be married to Flo, and then you can be married to some old lady. You can be married to a young girl. You can be married to somebody who rides a motorcycle. She's got it all. She got everything in her bag of tricks, just like this Jaguars.
She
defense.
is versatile. That's a great call. And yeah, the Jets are just going further and further away from where Le'Veon Bell is going to be the guy that scores this touchdown.
I know. Oh, but we get our first score. Chris Herndon, baby! Gets it in there. The 4th? Big one, you're right. Breaking the scoreless tie. Long drive, almost 6 minutes for the Jets. Capped off, like you said, 2 sacks from the 1 yard line. Look at Darnold doing things to win games.
Owned in the flex in 36.93% of lineups. So, a lot more than you probably would have expected.
Yeah, let's also very quickly give a shout to the DK Sim fam. Almost 500 strong you here watching Jets Jags playoffs. Yeah, that's right. Make sure you smash that like on the way in because my voice is absolutely like Flo, very versatile and always in flux. You got Tommy Freeze Pops here with me. Jonathan saying, make sure everyone knows that Lots, he's cool with Emerson, I guess, has changed the Simper Bowl to Dream Bowl.
Is that like official? Do we know what we're calling it yet?
How about this, Jonathan? What if I change the Dream Bowl to the Extreme Dream Bowl? Can you make that official now? No, I'm just kidding.
I actually really like Simper Bowl. I think it's funny. It's funnier than Dream Bowl. Dream Bowl sounds like some sort of character in Final Fantasy or something. Like, I don't get out of here with that.
Okay, babes. Whatever. Tom, I'm gonna ride my Peloton. Think about it. Look at this. Terrence says, "How about the real Jets yesterday?" Yes. If you're just joining us, smash that like. Appreciate everybody, but make sure that you remember the Jets are now no longer the #1 pick in the NFL draft. It's the team that just threw that nice beauty chart there. That would be your Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, so you were saying that you don't feel bad for Trevor, that the Jaguars have the #1 pick now, or at least are in the driver's seat.
I think it's a good thing. I want to
explain to me.
Okay, so if I'm Trevor Lawrence, a quarterback, Jets, here's the thing. The pros, right? Here's the pro of the Jets. You get yourself a big-time marketing behind you. The world will know your name. But
Correct.
Guess what? The world knew Mark Sanchez's name. Did that work? Nah. That whole entire organization is in flux. I don't think it's the better spot. Here's why. A little less pressure, and you could be the king in Jacksonville. I know it sounds weird, and let's be real. Is Jacksonville going to keep that place there forever? Maybe not. International business. They play in London. They automatically go there once a year. I think it's huge for him, and I just think it's a better overall organization at this moment. And even if he doesn't do well, I think he'll have more. Look at like Blake Bortles. It took like 4 years for him to even potentially get decent, and they let him play it out. So I think you'll see that in.
Do you think it's a longer leash in Jacksonville?
longer leash, better weapons, better opportunities, more money under the cap, and a place that I think has a better chance of winning sooner than the Jets do.
Okay, I hear you, bro. But here's what I'm going to say. If you're dealing with two really, really, really bad teams, right? Like, both of these teams stink. Neither one of these teams is sniffing the postseason anytime soon, for my money. And you look at New York City and you look at Jacksonville, Florida. If you can be the guy that brings the Jets to the Super Bowl, or at least back to relevancy, you are the king among kings. You're the next Joe Namath. I mean, especially now with the Giants not being a good team where they sit and Daniel Jones not looking like, at least yet, a guy that's going to be a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback. Like, that's your market for the take. And when you're in Jacksonville, let's say the Jaguars win the Super Bowl, then, you know, a few years from now, Trevor Lawrence wins them a Super Bowl, right? If on that same Sunday, a 5-star commit that's a junior in high school commits to the Gators, that will be the lead story in the Jacksonville newspaper the next day, not the Jaguars winning the Super Bowl. That market cares about cares about the Gators. They don't care about the Jaguars.
When 100
Tebow
million
is the most famous Jaguar of all time. He's never played for the Jaguars.
when 100 million people plus are watching Lawrence win a Super Bowl in this theoretical magical world you just created, that's the story. Don't care about 5-star recruits.
I'm doing an exaggeration to prove a point.
Yeah, and guess
the
what?
The ceiling is higher. The ceiling is higher with the Jets than it is with the Jaguars as far as what your life and legacy can be. So why not risk it with the shorter leash if both teams suck anyways?
All right, first of all, wrong. Absolutely wrong. Jordan Lindenbaum, I see you. You're trying to hurt my feelings with this Notre Dame stuff. I'm going to bypass that. He says, that is so dumb, Rossi. I promise Lawrence would rather get paid and get exposure by the media capital of the world. Total Pat's bias, lack of understanding. Shut up. Not true. That is not. It's actually a lack of understanding on your part, tough guy, keyboard warrior.
Because listen to what you said. Yeah.
Because international business with the Jaguars. Shad Khan, gajillions of dollars. Let's be real. I appreciate what you're saying. I am biased. I'm a complete Patriots honk. I will not shy behind that. But I will tell you right now, I don't care what Lawrence says. I'm saying what I believe is a better situation. Trevor Lawrence doesn't care. He wants that money, money, money. Either way, it's a win-win. New York, huge market. Guess what? If he fails, he's a laughingstock. Sam Darnold, by the way, Mr. Lindenbaum and Mr. Carroll and anybody who thinks that, how's he doing? How's that marketing campaign? Everybody knows his name, right? No, he stinks. And they've exposed him. You can be exposed in New York. That's the problem. In Jacksonville, it's all good. Blake Bortles stunk for 3 years and they let him play and he became decent. He almost went to a Super Bowl. That's why you go to Jacksonville, get that international dollars, get the posters in the football stadiums, and love life.
I don't know, man. Trevor Lawrence has been the best player in college football for like 3 years. I mean, I know that's debatable, right? But I mean, he came right out of the gate and was like, oh, wow, this guy could be the number one pick in the draft. In the middle of his freshman year, people were talking about this. So I just think he's a different level of prospect here than these other guys that we're throwing out. I mean, Blake Bortles, really? Sam Darnold didn't play that many games in college. You know, like we're talking about different caliber guys, from my view.
First overall pick.
Mark Sanchez didn't play that much in college.
Trubisky didn't either. Look at him, baby. Sign him up. Stud could be making his way to the playoffs.
Patriots next quarterback.
Don't you dare. The Jets up 7-3 in this playoff game. The winner of this one again moves on to play the Chiefs. Madison let me know a few things. First, most importantly, we have it as the Madden title game. So exciting names, right?
I like Simper Bowl. I don't know if that's going to be allowed to.
No, the Simper Bowl is what we've been calling it.
That is what I am going to call it. I'm not going to call it the Dream Bowl. That's awful. Honestly, that's awful. Yeah.
A lot of people making more points. Jordan also saying Jets have a good GM. Correct. Give you that. And they have a ton of money. And they said they also have a bunch of picks. But this all gets the whole plan, the process, if you would, for the 76ers is blown if you don't get Trevor Lawrence. I don't think they're going to take Fields in the second pick, which that's going to be interesting in the playoffs. We're going to have Fields versus Lawrence, so both being on the same field at once.
here's an interesting question for you. What do you
Please.
think is a tougher division over the next 3 years? I think it's the AFC East.
Tougher to win? 3 year?
However you want to say it. Tougher to win,
Okay.
tougher to be in,
I'm just
tougher to compete in.
without knowing. So this year,
We just got to think of if Josh Allen continues to improve, Tua's going to, in theory, be even better than he has been this year, which has been pretty damn good.
and the Patriots, you have to believe.
Patriots have great infrastructure. And honestly, I was talking with my friends yesterday, and I'm going to sound like a Patriots homer. If the Patriots get a quarterback, which is saying a lot, but okay, that's a big thing to get. But if they get a quarterback and they fix their skill position guys, namely receiver and tight end, they have very good running backs and have a good defense and a good offensive line. So, like, it's going to probably take 2 or 3 good drafts to get the Patriots back to what we are used to. And if they're good in free agency, that can help a lot too.
So this might be a weird way to look at it. So if we're looking at 3 years, that means the AFC East just played the NFC West, which I believe is one of the toughest and will continue to be divisions in football. So that means that South will have to. So that means in the next few years, the NFC South, which Drew Brees could be gone, by the way. You get Tom Brady. We'll see what that means next year. You have the NFC
Falcons
North.
good offense, but
Yeah, NFC North. Give me all that. Oh, by the way, today the Carolina Panthers booted the GM. Like later,
Marty Hurney.
Deuces. Weird move in my part, but there's something big they must have planned because he brought in Teddy Bridgewater, who I think's been great for them. Brought in Robbie Anderson. It's been great for them, obviously, defensively.
I think that new owner has been wanting to do that, and for some reason didn't do it when he first bought the team. I think he's been wanting to give Matt Rule sort of complete control. Whether he's going to be the guy that picks his ingredients and is the chef, or is he going to have a say in who he's working with moving forward? I mean, they paid the guy a lot of money. He's going to have a lot of say in what this team looks like over the next few years.
Yes. So just to quickly answer that, as we're talking right now, which division will be tougher if you're Trevor Lawrence? I would say yes. The AFC East is more difficult. The South, obviously, Deshaun Watson. In 3 years, that team could build around him and kind of reclaim what they were doing. Indy's in flux. I think they're in a great position, just don't have a future at the quarterback position. And the Tennessee Titans, probably that's the window. I think 3 years is the absolute cap of their championship window at this point. It may be really the next 2 years, but I think that is a tougher, more gritty. You have to really grind out and beat some tough teams. Or the AFC East, even as I don't find these teams as difficult. Like the Dolphins, I don't find to be like this tough team. They're just like they're beatable, but they also can be like it's. I think all these teams are more on the same level. Where I feel like a Titans team, you have to really like pound. You have to beat them a certain way. Same thing with the Colts. Their defense.
And I think the Colts team as a whole is really good. Like they're sort of like the Patriots in that if they get a good quarterback that can kind of set them up for the future, they're going to be a really good, solid core there for a while. Because again, the Patriots are, I think, a quarterback away.
Oh yeah, listen, if you're watching any Patriots games, like I'm assuming
they're in every game.
There was the San Francisco game where they got absolutely just pantsed. But
right,
aside
you throw
from
that one out.
Yeah, aside from that, they've been in games, and if they had, and I'm not blaming this on Cam Newton, if they just had an offense that could actually, score a touchdown, it would be fun on a consistent basis, even on maybe like 20% drives, even less, 5% of drives even. They may be doing a different tone, but I just think Trevor Lawrence, as we're watching here, the Jaguars opening drive here for them in the second half, getting their way into Jets territory. Now 1st and 10. There's my guy, DD.
People are telling me Trevor Lawrence grew up in Jacksonville. I don't think that's true.
Who cares where he grew up? Those stories are so like that reminds me of this is random, but Mark Teixeira when he was a free agent. Everyone's like he's going to Baltimore or he was with Baltimore. I'm blanking. No, he was going to Washington. That was the big thing. He's going to Washington. He grew up in Washington. That's played and all that.
Yeah. He's an Annapolis guy.
Yeah. Guess what? Who is Trevor Lawrence?
No. Mark Teixeira.
Yeah. And guess what? He went to the Yankees. You know why? Because that was the best fit for financially and all the other stuff. These people, I think people think this home, like the same thing just happened to Gordon Hayward. Oh, he's going to Indiana because that's where he grew up. That's where no, he went to Charlotte. You know why? Because money. Yeah. That's where people go. But I think it would be, listen, I just think Trevor Lawrence, if I'm sitting here getting ready for the defend to go maybe win another title, Heisman potential, doubtful, but I think Jacksonville's going to be the best spot for him.
Yeah. And producer Andrew bringing up a great point.
Perfect
Everyone thought
point.
KD was going to the Wizards. He didn't even take a meeting with the Wizards.
No, he was like, yeah, okay. The Wizards.
And by the way, Trevor Lawrence grew up in the northwest corner of Georgia, so not even close to Jacksonville, really. I mean, many hours away from Jacksonville.
Well, closer than New York, I'll just say that. And again, the one thing with Trevor Lawrence, you've heard no reports of any like holdouts or I'm not playing. They're pulling an Eli Manning or John Elway to complete dinks of the draft, and that pass almost intercepted there for Minshew. Minshew really stinking out the joint here, just 51 yards here in the second quarter.
What a great what if, though, if Eli had gone to the Chargers instead of the Giants. How many more Super Bowls would the Giants have won with Phillip Rivers?
Honestly, with a defense like that, in my opinion, he probably at least similar, at least two potentially.
Yeah,
with those
at least two.
But again, he also, I'll give Eli this, and I don't like to give credit to Eli Manning or anybody that beats the Patriots, but he found a way to reach that level in big games, and we have seen Phillip Rivers not be able to do that. So whatever that stands for. So maybe the Patriots would actually have 2 more rings, which would be even better, and I'm sure the world would just love that.
Oh, God, imagine if the Pats had won both of those. Oh, people would hate us.
Well, in my opinion, let's say that happens, I bet you the Packers would have made that Super Bowl, and we'd had Patriots-Packers.
Totally.
And there's a fumble, and it's picked up by the Jets, the turnover, the Jets DST, who was crazy enough to play him.
I thought that was the Jags recovering.
No.
Didn't like that.
Bad
that's
boys
true.
of
We would
Bob.
have had Brady versus Favre. That would have been a cool Super Bowl.
Oh, man, I would have been like, I thought I hated Brady versus the Giants, but Favre would have made me. If we ever lost to Favre, I don't know what I would do 2 times in my lifetime. Yowza. Jets DST, by the way, owned in 20%. Pretty good number there. Captain in 4%. Here comes Sam Darnold, the future, the current, and the present, the past, everything. There he is, Jets fans. Rally around him, baby.
Okay, so let's look at the Jags' schedule over the next few weeks.
I got it. I know it locked in my head.
Okay, so
Bears.
they got the No, they just played the Ravens. Okay,
they got the Bears this weekend, which that's a winnable game. I'm sorry.
Totally winnable game.
Trubisky can also stink, and I believe they end with the Colts.
Okay, so they're gonna. Well, who knows? The Colts could be resting guys last week of the season.
Not this year. I don't think they are, because you're not going to be locked into a spot where you'll know home and away. I don't think, right? Oh no,
True.
Because them and the Titans are fighting for the division.
Yeah, losing that second bye definitely shakes things up. I don't know game plan wise how it's going to change things. Yeah, okay, so they could beat the Bears. Montgomery looked great on Sunday, by the way.
What happened here? I will say I made a great call on Jalen Hurts. Thank you, victory lap.
Really did.
I made a horrible call on Montgomery because I thought that was just like one big run he had last week at Jets. Look at this, just pounding their way down. Is that Le'Veon to the 27-yard line with a minute and change left here in the first half. I thought Montgomery was just like this one big play, had a couple nice ones, had like 100-something yards.
He's got talent, bro, clearly.
Oh, my Lord. He outplayed Dalvin Cook.
Yeah,
like
it was. I had both of them on team. I was very happy.
Ooh, that's a happy camper on that one.
I was locked into that one.
Yeah, I fade him in DraftKings.
So obviously, I know the Jets have at least the Patriots in Week 17 because we've all talked about that as Pats fans. Who do they have before that?
Leave the Dolphins because I think the way the AFC East schedule came out was that
the Jets could lose out.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if Stidham plays for the Patriots Week 17, the Jets have a very good chance of winning. I don't think Stidham's very good.
Look at there's like a million updates coming in very fast. Some big news. What did I just see? Something about. Sorry.
The Heat are ending their pursuit of Rocket star James Harden. Cool.
Yeah, great.
That's probably a smart move. They have a really good culture. That's why they made it as far as they did. Not great for culture, James Harden.
And then also Stephon Gilmore, season-ending surgery, repairs torn quad. Great. Love that. Torn quad at the end in December. Couldn't have been the Achilles like that. Maybe he can snap back.
What a year for Stephon Gilmore, huh?
Still had good numbers, just not playing it. didn't seem to care either.
Yeah, didn't really want to.
Look at Sam Darnold! Got it! Sam Darnold bullies his way into the end zone.
A 6 for Sammy.
That right there, that's incredible. By the way, also, in reality, before the game started, we also saw that no James Conner tonight. So make sure if you're playing a lineup, you get that.
Good for me.
Benny Snell, Samuels, who do you want? Yeah, it is good for you. Ben Roethlisberger with his destroyed arm, gonna have to throw it another 40 times. Smart play, Steeler fans.
The thing that hurts me the most is I have Ryan Tannehill on my bench. He put up 40 in my league. Just sitting right there, staring right at me.
Jason Max is trash. Sam Darnold with a lengthy rushing TD. Okay. That's it. But yeah, this is the playoffs, baby. Jets right now up by 11 with 46 remaining here in the first half. Darnold owning 41%, 5% in the captain spot. Top 5 owned in this one. You mentioned earlier about Chark. Jameson Crowder, 42. Chark at 50. Thompson, who we've not seen anything from, at 53. Gardner Minshew, 57. And Le'Veon Bell at 69. When your highest owned is 69%, you know it's a wild matchup.
Right. Exactly. I mean, look, these teams stink. We've been talking about it all day. They're awful.
They've done their thing here. Fantasy Hawk says Benny Snell is the worst running back in the NFL. I could name you. There's nowhere near one of the worst. He, out of Kentucky, I liked him coming out of college, and I don't think he's anywhere near the worst. The offensive line for the Steelers cannot run protect at all. They're an awful rushing offensive line.
Yep. I like that. I like that conversation. I'm gonna noodle on that for a second. Try and think of the worst running back in the NFL.
I don't even know what that means anymore because there's so many factors that go into a bad running back.
There's different types of backs too.
Yeah, I could right now say, and I could be backed up, Ezekiel Elliott's one of the worst running backs in the league right now.
Right.
He just can't. Something's wrong.
Can't stay on the field. Yeah.
And when he runs, he just doesn't look right. He's not beating anybody to the sideline. He's not trucking over anyone.
Zeke's sneaky thick, fat thick.
Oh yeah, with PH.
Yeah.
Well, Jimmy B says up to 12th in the contest. Let's go. Let me check a peek. I feel I'm getting crushed, but we'll see.
Here's a fantasy question for you and the YouTube chat and Twitch. I have Zeke in a keeper league. Should I keep him?
Right now, prognosis says nope. Well, what's it cost you?
He'd be my first round pick next year.
No, not right now. We don't know what the next few months and everything. But let's just say Dak's back. They're ready for the offense. We got a timeout here, 40 at the 42-yard line. If it's a first pick, I think that first round this year was one of the worst first rounds in the history of fantasy, right? This year was brutal.
Yeah.
Guys like Michael Thomas, Julio Jones, Mike Thomas is the poster child, but even
Christian McCaffrey,
Austin Eckler, Saquon Barkley, Hilaire was good for a while, but I don't think he played out to be
Right. No, he just wasn't as big a part
Zeke,
of their offense. Yeah.
Zeke was there. Kamara, obviously, he was a stud. He stood out. Derrick Henry stood out. Tyreek Hill, if you took him, Devontae
Dalvin
Adams.
Cook was very good.
Yeah. Dalvin Cook was going, prediction-wise, after almost all the running backs I mentioned. He was not touted coming into this year.
He was top 10, but not ahead of a lot of those other guys. And now he's going to be maybe the number one fantasy guy selected next year.
Oh, yeah. He's going to be there.
Him and McCaffrey.
McCaffrey will just always be there because of the talent. Obviously, Saquon coming back. These guys aren't going to shift too much. I think Kamara probably
another one. Yeah.
I think Kamara gets a boost. Obviously, we're projecting ahead, but I would say I'd take all those running backs over Zeke right now because he's doing this with as much of a poor, the offensive line's been banged. Unless you get, magically going into next year, all the hype is back. But he could also be one of those guys that has a new home because we're at halftime now.
The thing that stinks for me though is, it is a keeper league, so all these other players are being kept. So it's who else do I really have? I got to kind of keep the RB1 who has the talent, I'm in a weird spot. I also have Calvin Ridley. We get to keep 2 players in that league. I have Calvin Ridley as a late round selection that I get to keep, which is nice.
He had up on Ridley. He had a monster game. Speaking about monster games right now, Darnold just one incompletion. He's got a touchdown. He's got the rushing touchdown. He's over 100 yards. He's Tom Carroll. I'm Jason Rossi. We're proud and excited to be here with you for the playoffs, baby. We got Jared and we have Frangelico in our ops team, crushing it. Just like finance guys. And it's tax season. We have Andrew on the ones and twos, absolutely smoking it over on our production side, along with Madison, and we appreciate all of you being here with us. Clyde Edwards-Hilaire reportedly done for the regular season after hip surgery. Or sorry,
yeah,
hip injury.
it sort of looked like that yesterday. Didn't look good. It's too bad.
Not looking good for him, but that's why you get a guy like Le'Veon Bell, right? He had a nice touchdown yesterday on that weird play. Yeah, that was that whole game was a little strange. Also, Mike Thomas now basically shut down until potentially the playoffs. Weird times in the NFL with this new, you can bring players back in that 21-day window.
Totally.
Yeah. A lot of people commenting on
it's a different year, man.
It is.
Tag is it on Twitch saying Tom stole Kristen Wiig's vest from SNL. That's true. I did. I was at Kristen Wiig's house and I stole this.
He's like, yoink. Chris, I was watching the SNL. Did you ever see those old clips when Horatio Sands, Jimmy Fallon, Chris Kattan, and Tracy Morgan sang the Christmas song?
Yeah.
I wish it was Christmas today.
Yeah.
I was watching, there's like a 12-minute cut of that. And that's literally what I was watching in between. Like, you had reached out to me in between, like, hey, man. And I was literally like, the pop-up on my iPad, and I was watching that Christmas video. Just
that's funny.
Loving life. That is one of the greatest things, because Tracy Morgan, who's maybe out of all of them, like the funniest dude, doesn't say a word
funny.
Over all the years. He just does this dance, like, I don't know how high I am, but like he just does this dance with his hands are just like this. And he's just it's that if you haven't watched it, if you're looking for that, maybe you're having a miserable day, you're having such a sad situation with the holiday, pop on, just put on SNL, Wish It Was Christmas Today. And if it doesn't bring your spirits up, I will literally find me on Twitter. I will give you my cell phone number, and you will have to call me to explain why you did. Because it will absolutely make you feel the joy of Christmas, even if you're in the toughest of times, which 2020 absolutely stinks. But you gotta watch that, and it will instantly it will be like the Grinch when his heart grew 10 times. Your smile will just curl up like my mustache can't.
2 comments on that. One, Horatio Sands, highly underrated SNL character, cast member.
Yes.
2, Kristen Wiig was great this weekend on SNL.
Oh yeah, I didn't. You know what's funny? I watched clips after. Didn't even flawlessly was in the show. You know what I mean? Like, you know, sometimes when the old cast members come back,
it's a little awkward. Yeah.
Yeah, or it's like, is this an old clip? Is this a new clip? Who's new? Who isn't?
Right.
Yeah, she was good.
She's awesome.
Yes. Yeah, go watch stuff. Just smile. Oh, Robbie Noble says, Rossi, follow back, bro. Listen, we're not here chasing follows, but sure, I'll give you that too if you want. I just know some of you guys, earlier today, you guys were a little feisty, a little testy in the chat. And I think if you watch that SNL clip with Chris Kattan just with his neck going back and forth and Tracy Morgan with the hand dance, you will absolutely have yourself the greatest day ever.
I'm producer Madison, and I approve this message we received on Slack. So there we go. She agrees. I'm being asked what my NBA MVP prediction is.
Go for it. Yeah, the season starts tomorrow night.
It's such a weird season. So who the heck knows is my real answer. But I'll give you 2. One, actually, really both aren't that exciting. But here you go, Luka. There's a ton of buzz surrounding the guy. He's sort of the hot guy heading into the season. People get sick of voting for the same people year after year. Giannis has won 2 years in a row. I don't think he's going to win 3 in a row. So look out for that. And then Anthony Davis, again, a guy with a ton of buzz coming out of last season. So media darling the Lakers are with LeBron. He's going to have the spotlight. So those are 2 guys I would have circled for MVP. And it's not like, I'm breaking any new ground here. These are 2 of the, 10 best players in the league. It's a really, really stacked league right now. It's hard to say one definitively is going to be MVP. But one wild card I'll say, if Steph Curry has a big year.
Bingo. That's
coming back. People love Steph Curry. If he comes back, has a monster year, I could see him winning another MVP.
It's funny. So in my head, it's what team's gonna make the jump. Like the Warriors, they come back swinging as we have down to the 49-yard line. Chris Thompson getting it there. To me, it's like, okay, if they make the jump, to me, I think some people said in the chat, I think it's going to be Kevin Durant. I think that Nets team is going to be really good. And
I can see it.
I think he's going to own it. Obviously, you can't mark off Giannis either, but I'm trying to think of that person maybe a little bit off the map. Not that Kevin Durant's ever off the map, but kind of like what you do with Luka. Not off the map, but right now, Luka's the #1 odds to win it. Which blows my mind. Him, then Giannis, Steph Curry, Anthony Davis, Durant, Harden, LeBron, Lillard, Kawhi. Wow. Actually kind of interesting there.
Yeah, the Lillard thing's interesting. He could be in the conversation every year if you actually pay attention to what he's doing in Portland, but that's the issue. No one's paying attention to what he's doing in Portland, but he just carries them year after year, man. Just totally carries them. I also think Devin Booker could be a guy that jumps in that conversation. Because, I mean, look what the Suns did when 8-0 in the bubble. I wonder if they're going to hang that bubble banner there in Phoenix. But, yeah, he's got Chris Paul's going to help him get to the next level. DeAndre Ayton is going to help him get to the next level. I think Booker can be a solid play.
And as we get a pass here, interception from the Jets. The Jets DST with their second turnover of the game. Gardner with the choke in America's team. So it's 14-3 advantage. Jets get the ball back.
Ja Morant probably too young to be in that conversation. No one has ever won, and no one's ever won MVP that young. It's just if it's happened, it's been very rare.
Yeah, the Knicks stink.
Well, he's on the Grizzlies, but yeah.
I'm sorry, the Grizzlies stink too.
They stink too.
I always do that. He had a great showing in that what did he have? Didn't he have like the play-in game and he had like a gajillion points?
Yeah, I mean he's beast, but it's just they're not going to win enough games.
By the way, I'm currently at 92nd in this tournament out of 117. Not good. Not good.
I should check where I am.
So right now, look at this. Derrick Rose call from our Andrew on the 1s and 2s. See, that's Andrew.
Rose
put all the shekels on that, Andrew, right now. Because guess what?
Oh, is he saying Derrick Rose was a young MVP? That's what he's saying.
Yeah, he was 21, but I don't care. I want him to put all the I might have to go put the mortgage on that. Imagine those odds, dude. I'm all about those low odds, big wins. All right.
Yeah, it's just the NBA is one of those leagues where the same guys and same teams win for years in a row, all these awards. Like betting chalk in the NBA is the way you want to go.
Yeah. Yeah. So we got, Bad Boys of Pop, Kaz, Edward Pride, Obi-Wan. We see you guys there, Jared.
D-Rose was 22, by the way, Andrew correcting himself. Still super young. I don't know if that's the youngest ever, but that's incredibly young to win MVP.
Oh, E-Man saying Jamal Murray. That's an interesting one. He's going to get a little bit of love after that playoff series. You could also throw out, the Jazz. They have I don't think Gobert's ever going to be an MVP candidate, but
no, but Donovan Mitchell could be.
Thank you, Mitchell. Pick me up there with those horrible uniforms. All right, we'll see.
I love the NBA.
Oh yeah, it's getting exciting. Tomorrow night, got some games, and Thursday got more, and football and basketball on Christmas Day. It's going to be awesome. Here's a pass. Darnold to Crowder. Kid, give me some.
Beefin saying Allen Iverson was the youngest MVP. I don't know about that because Allen Iverson went to multiple years at Georgetown.
I thought he went 3 years, but.
And D-Rose only went to 1 at Memphis. So let's see. In 2001, Allen Iverson won MVP. Sorry, doing some math live on the air here.
Bad Boys of Pop saying bet 100 on me, but both of us will be celebrating if we put it on Ja. I don't know about that, but I like your idea, Bad Boys.
No, Allen Iverson was 26 when he won MVP, so not so fast.
Yeah, facts. So we have the Jets driving at the 21-yard line, a 2nd and 5 here. 14-3. Winner of this moves on to play the Chiefs in the second round. This is the end of your Sims here on a Monday. Tom Carroll, Jason Rossi, Jared, Frangelico in our ops team. Andrew on the
J-Barbs.
1s and 2s. What
I'm sorry. This just got me excited. I love it. It's a great call. Zion for MVP. If he has a big year, The media loves that guy. And the Pelicans are sneaky talented. Like, they could make a jump. Brandon Ingram is damn good. Lonzo Ball is a good point guard.
He's in a perfect position. If you have two guys that you don't, no one even knows he's there, perfect. Let him shoot. Let him shoot on the outside. Let him ball handle. It's going to be good. There's a lot, like the NBA, what you just said, Zion Williamson, you know why people love him? Because they want new stars. They're doing everything right. Just like what the NFL has done. Look what happened with Patrick Mahomes, Deshaun Watson, these younger, like you want these big players, and you want them to be in the playoffs and be good.
Totally.
Not Deshaun Watson currently, obviously. Just like our guy.
He's good. He's having a great year.
Oh, no, he is. I meant playoff-wise.
Right, he's just not in the playoffs.
Here comes Darnold, scrambles out to left. He's going to run in. Another touchdown. Sam Darnold on the ground, second of the day. He is a monster. Jets fans, get behind him. The future of the franchise on number 14 shoulders.
Hey, Mike Bizzle saying D-Rose bested Wes Unseld. That is correct. I think Wes Unseld was the only rookie to ever win MVP in the NBA.
When was that?
Could be wrong on
that. That was a long time ago.
Long time ago. I believe he was playing for the Baltimore Bullets.
Yeah, so we're talking a little bit back. Oh, man. 96. Then played. Oh, yeah, I faded Darnold. Good call.
Doggone on YouTube saying they're still worried about Zion's weight. Yeah, I mean, he needs to figure out the body for his game. He still, I mean, he dealt with a lot of dumb injuries last year.
Listen, I need somebody that isn't ripped out of their mind to be like a superior athlete outside of like wrestling, which that's my go-to. But like, I need someone to be like, I want him. By the way, we're talking about, he's still physically,
he's incredible.
He's dominant.
Oh,
but
no,
like,
his body fat percentage is incredibly low.
Yeah. But they're looking for like, like LeBron James.
He just has too much muscle.
Yeah, honestly.
No, that's what it is. He's way
cardio
too
more.
jacked. Yeah.
No, I get it, but I want him to actually gain, like, I want him to go with James Harden. And I want him to start McRibbon with me and you, and just, like, chilling, being, like, MVP candidate, like, with a gut.
I said this
too.
Oh, we got a fumble here.
The Jets with a clear run to the end zone. A little Kenny Ducey coming out there. And there it is, a touchdown for the Jets DST. This has become an embarrassment of riches. The Jets with the big win in reality and smoking the Jags. Now it's going to be 28-3 with 2 scores in the last 10 seconds.
Wow. The Jets, all the momentum right now, all of the sauce, all of the juice, baby. They're winning in real life. They're winning in Simland. Absolutely dominating the Jags.
That is incredible. I'm telling you what, coming into this, the Jags have played a lot of really good games in this Madden holiday season, and they kind of crapped their pants down the last game of it, and they lost, and that's kind of put them in this position. But, man, I was just expecting much different style of games. And the Jets, by the way, owned in 26%. So here they are, 28-3. It was like that, Tommy Freeze Pops. We, just like you send an email to all employees at ESPN, things change very quickly for you.
Hey, things can change in an instant. I rostered the wrong defense.
You sure did.
I had the Jags defense. So
in our little contest going on here, by little I mean huge. The leading lineup has Le'Veon Bell, the captain, but he's got Sam Darnold, Crowder, Herndon, Jets DST with currently 18 points. That is ridiculously high in these tournaments. And then Lambeau as well. Yeah, I'm not feeling good about my lineup. I don't think there's any way I'm coming out of this.
Fantasy Hawk on YouTube asking who I think is better, Giannis or Anthony Davis. He is Team Davis. I got to go Giannis. I think he's just a little more versatile than AD. But again, we're talking about, 2 of the 4 best players in the NBA. But Giannis is just a little bit more athletic than AD. He can do more. He can shoot more. Yeah, and they're kind of even on defense.
This is the one take I always say about this, and this could change now. He's got the big contract and stay in Milwaukee. Giannis plays hungrier than I've ever seen, like, a star player. Like, obviously LeBron, playoff LeBron, and big game LeBron, but, like, you could watch a random, well, now we'll call it February game with LeBron. He's kind of just, like, going through the motions. I've seen that from Anthony Davis, especially when they had the little Twin Towers there in New Orleans. I felt like that's a guy you need to be. If you're one of the best players in the league, you need to elevate that team, having another good player with you. But Yeah, I'll take Giannis all day on that one. But again, love to have either one of them.
I'm waiting for Giannis to get that next step in the postseason. We really need to see that happen this year.
Hopefully. It's Gardner Minshew here with a minute to go, just throwing the ball. I think he threw that to producer Madison. He's just like, hey, you over there? Way out of bounds.
AD also deals with a little bit more injuries. Again, he put it all together this year. He was fantastic in the finals, but
yeah. So we're gonna see if
I don't know. I'm going Giannis.
Hey, listen, it's a good argument to have. It's like who's better, Brady or Montana?
And Tank the Chai guy by Baby saying, yeah, AD is better than Giannis. Y'all tripping. Well, look, we're splitting hairs here. It's
tripping.
It's neck and neck.
Tripping. What are you?
I am not tripping.
Yeah, we are. I am stable as they come. My feet. I am
sitting
so
down.
Low to the ground. Yeah, I am so low to the ground. Being 4'6", I haven't tripped in my life. I'm like a weeble wobble baby. I stumble, but I never fall over.
Yeah, how dare you?
Cody, imagine thinking Giannis is a better overall basketball player than AD. Imagine being Cody. All right, that's true. You're a perfect person in your own way too.
I mean, I don't know. I don't see how it's a crazy statement to say that Giannis is better than AD. And again, I want to state this for the record. It is one iota of difference. Giannis can ball handle more than AD, so I'm giving him the edge.
Give him the Euro. We'll give him the Euro step over him. Just like a slight.
AD can't play all 5 positions. Giannis can.
Yeah, we all straight tripping. You tripping though. This is great. I love it. As we're gonna get here to the end of the third quarter, and this game changed fast. It was 14-3 at the half, Jets advantage. It is now 28-3. Giddy up that Jets DST. Looks like they have a date with the Chiefs coming up later in this playoff tournament. Unbelievable.
Gourmet on Twitch saying Rossi is built like a headless snowman.
Well, where would be?
I think that means you're really
lumps?
short. Yeah.
Yeah, but are these the 2 lumps? Like that's it.
I like that.
Yeah. Michael Irvin on Twitter saying, Rossi, can you ride any of the rides at amusement park? No, and I don't want to. I'm scared of them. They're fast. I go up to them purposely, go, oh, not tall enough, can't do it.
You stand next to that thing?
Yeah. And I just go, oh, too scared of Jurassic Park in Florida? Good, I can't go on it anyways. We're having some fun here. It's Tommy Freezebop, Jason Rossi. Rushing attack in this one. We got some out of Chris Thompson, but then he went and fumbled. We have 2 touchdowns from Sam freaking Darnold. That's right, the Jets' future. Get all the newspapers ready. New York Post, flip to the back page. Darnold forever. They won a game in reality over the Rams, which, by the way, everyone's talking about the Jets win. What an awful loss for the Rams.
Awful.
The
just
Seahawks, who are literally maybe the worst good team in football right now, just getting by against crap teams. Again, just barely beat a Washington football team with Dwayne Haskins getting his shot. So they're back in the driver's seat in that division. Here in this one, just wrapping up as we get to the fourth, Crowder's got 7 grabs for 80 yards. He's playing out. He's like the best player outside of Darnold. But in the Jets DST, which might be your crusty cough.
It's a battle between Crowder and Darnold for that crusty cough. I'm going to lean Darnold right now because those 2 rushing scores that's sick for Sam Darnold to have 2 big rushing touchdowns. So that's how I'm leaning right now. But Jamison Crowder having a hell of a game. I'm actually probably not doing as bad as I think in my lineup here.
Madison dropping straight facts. #facts from producer Madison. Listen to this. On this day, 129 years ago, right on the first day of all the Rossies coming into America, the first game of basketball was played in Springfield, Mass. Each team had 9 players, and the final score after 30 minutes was 1-0. So this is literally like, imagine the first game of football. Nobody knows the rules or what to do. How do you score 1 point? There's a foul.
Fruit baskets.
Yeah, they're like, what do we do? We'll get here to the fourth quarter now. Jags needing a miracle with the Jets with the ball. Who do you need in your lineups? I'll quickly just run down a couple thoughts about things that people had asked about. First, Notre Dame. I'm just going to get this out of the way. Embarrassed to be a fan. Don't even want them in the playoff in a sense because I just don't want to. I don't want to get myself excited order up some wing-a-ding-dings, maybe a McRib, and eat and drown my sorrows in food when Notre Dame again gets blown out in a big game. Really thought things were going to go different on Saturday, and they didn't. Also, wrestling rise. When people asked about TLC, there was a crazy man got lit on fire last night, and it wasn't real, but I thought it was awesome. It was a great visual. Weird way to end a pay-per-view, but those asked, big wrestling guy. I'm excited to see what the story comes from there. But a man was murdered and lit on fire, quote unquote. It's a great Twitter clip. Even if you don't know anything about wrestling, you don't care.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out.
TLC fire. There's those that TLC, not the group, not the channel, but it doesn't matter what pops up, and fire, and you'll probably get a good laugh.
Burt Macklin on YouTube saying that they want to see me and you go Lady and the Tramp style on a party sub. That would be a lot of sandwich. By the end of it,
isn't that 10 feet apart?
Yeah, by the end of it, we would be so exhausted. I probably wouldn't kiss Rossi. I'd headbutt him from passing out from all the sandwich I ate.
He breaks my nose.
People saying that AD is far superior to Giannis. Guys,
I'm over this.
No, you've clearly never watched Giannis play basketball. Good God.
It really is true. So just for people, just to make, let's bring it to the NFL for a second. Who's the best player in the NFL right now?
Patrick Mahomes.
Okay. Who's second?
Aaron Rodgers.
Okay. Is that kind of a similar, I would probably say it's a little bit bigger of a window, but.
I'd say the gap is wider as far as skill. Yeah, I think so.
But you could see somebody making the argument for Rodgers, and you're not going to be like, this is ridiculous. You're a crazy human being. Listen, who's the best running backs? That's even better because there's such a core of them, right? Is Derrick Henry better than Dalvin Cook? Is Alvin Kamara the best? But he doesn't really run. It's okay to have an opinion on it, but don't be there's no way you can't see the other side. It's not like we're talking about, you're going from, AD compared to Kristaps Porzingis. Then we're having this, you're crazy talk.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and by the way, I saw on Twitter yesterday a guy who used to work with Robin Lundberg, who works for Sports Illustrated now. He tweeted out that Mahomes is the MVP and it's not even close. And I retweeted him saying the second sentence of this tweet makes it invalid. The fact that you're saying it's not close between Mahomes and Rodgers is crazy talk. And he came back at me those two bad games Rodgers has had, you could never see Mahomes having those types of games, blah, blah, blah. Mahomes is by far and away the best player. Being the best player and being the MVP, that's a different thing.
Yeah, I completely agree. This year, I think Aaron Rodgers is in the driver's seat unless he does something really goofy down the way. We've seen Mahomes have kind of some, obviously the guy's incredible.
He's had some weird games.
But he has the Bills game was borderline bad.
The Chargers game
fumble.
early.
Chargers, look at this. The ball's just sitting there. Jets.
What is going on here?
That's recovered by the Jaguars. Jaguars trying to give the ball to the Jets. The game against the Patriots, even against a way undermanned team. Okay, you can say they got it together after that, but even the Dolphins the other week, throwing those interceptions, getting sacked 30 yards down the field, I don't know. Rodgers hasn't been this outstanding. No one's been invincible this year, but I would say even Josh Allen to me, if they win out and let's say he has two major games, he had a big game on Saturday. Those are MVP style wins.
Rodgers has 40 plus touchdowns. He might get close to 50. He's thrown 4 picks.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Honestly, yeah. And look at and if you want to play the game where it's look at the guys around him. Guess what? Packers defense smells so bad. I wouldn't say they stink. They just smell bad. And his weapons.
Jones and Adams are good. Everyone else is kind of mediocre.
Yeah, it's not like he has outstanding across the board Pro Bowl.
Tunyon's a big guy, but there's a reason why he was a late round selection. And
he's up and down. He's had some great performances. Some where is he?
He's not Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce is one of the best tight ends we've ever seen catching the ball. And really blocking, too. He's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill is a special talent all time.
Yep. Hate him, but it's true.
I think it's really close. I wouldn't mind a 2003 McNair Manning situation. Just split it. I love a good co-MVP.
Nothing like ties. Nothing excites Tommy Freezepop like a good old tie.
I love a good co-MVP because it's so goofy.
It's so dumb. Barb's loving my National Lampoon's vacation shirt. Appreciate that. Bizzle saying my beard is a James Harden fan. That's right. By the way, just let everybody know again, this Wednesday, noon and 2, Sim Santa will be coming here to Simland.
Yes.
To bring all your dreams and wishes and final Christmas hopes to the stream. So rally around the family as there's a 4th down. Gardner Minshew will have to sit on Sim Santa's lap and hope that maybe he gets another shot somewhere else as Trevor Lawrence will be the quarterback. Also, Mike over on YouTube says Matt Mayfield, I guess saying, should be MVP discussion.
No,
he shouldn't. Yeah, I know.
Look at his numbers. He hasn't thrown the ball that much. They're a running team. If anything, you want to put Nick Chubb in the MVP conversation, although he's missed a lot of games. But my point still stands.
Yeah.
It's a running team. They run the ball way more than they pass the ball. I know he's turned it around of late, but
Derrick Henry's the only running back. Like, I know Cook's had a nice year, but Derrick Henry's the only running back I think you can.
Right, because they're actually winning games. Right.
Yeah, and they're fighting, and you could put Kamara, but he's had some real bad weeks when Taysom Hill was a quarterback. Also, let's not let this go by now that we're officially in, like, this is all football talk all the way through, I think, here, unless something crazy happens. But let's give some credit to Drew Brees, because I will be the first one to say I'm not a huge Drew Brees guy. Played, yep. And I'm like, how are you coming back from this against arguably the best team in the league, a team that's favored to be the Super Bowl champs, the Chiefs? Hung in there, could have won that game, and didn't look like he wasn't the reason they lost that game.
Yeah. No, not at all.
I thought it was gutsy performance, looked good. Good for him. Good for Drew Brees.
No, I wouldn't say anyone on the Saints blew that game for the Saints. The Chiefs just are the Chiefs. You know, those were 2 very good football teams.
Absolutely, and both hopefully, maybe there'll be a rematch there.
I personally want to see Mahomes versus Rodgers, but I would not be mad if we got Mahomes versus Saints. I will be mad if anyone is in the Super Bowl other than the Chiefs. I don't like any of these other AFC teams. I really don't. The Steelers kind of stink. Titans, I guess, if Derrick Henry goes off, it'd be cool to see a running back carry a team to the Super Bowl because we haven't seen that in years. But generally speaking, if anyone in the AFC is making it other than the Chiefs, it's going to be a disappointment from my view.
Yeah, like I'm trying to think if there's like the Bills. I wouldn't be actually.
I guess I'd be happy for Phillip Rivers. Like the Colts are fun, but Bills would be cool. I'll say that because Buffalo getting in a Super Bowl, those people up in Buffalo. I mean, I've said this on the Sims before. It boggles the mind that the city of Buffalo has 2 professional sports franchises. Yeah. That place should not have 2 professional sports franchises. Hockey, fine. It's one of the best hockey markets in the country. Maybe the best. They care about the Sabres way more than they care about the Bills. And the Sabres stink. But the Bills, man, that would be cool. I'd like that. Josh Allen's fun.
Yeah, it's a team, and I don't dislike the players. Like, there's nobody on there I'm like, I don't like this guy, or I don't want to root for this guy. Even being a fan. Like, I'm not talking about it from, like, a reality standpoint. Like, the Seahawks at this point, I'm done. Like, I was trying to think of these other teams that, would be interesting. Like, maybe it's just like a crazy Cinderella story of Washington once Alex Smith gets back.
That would be sick. That would be awesome. Cool. Especially their first year with the new name or as a nameless team.
I think they ride it out at this point.
And Ron Rivera. If they win the Super Bowl as this team, which they're not going to, but if they did, they have to.
I would love it. I would absolutely. I think they should anyways. At this point, who cares? Who cares what this team means?
I agree. I agree. Any other team name feels lame.
Yeah, at this point, like the Capitals.
Like Jacksonville Jaguars is a lame name.
No, it's
Carolina Panthers is a lame name. Like these expansion teams all have crappy names. Houston Texans is good, but Oilers is better. They should have just kept the Oilers.
By the way, going back to
Titans, dumb name. Baltimore Ravens, dumb name.
Well, that one I get because Edgar Allan Poe and the Ravens. Like I actually don't mind. For some reason, the Ravens don't bother me. I don't know why. But like when you bring up the Panthers, Jaguars, they both came in that same year too.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
I don't know if this is some sort of weird thing. I'm just going to say it anyways. J.E. saying, Rossi, heard you talking about Tracy Morgan earlier in the chat. Dudes really want to laugh. Werewolf bar mitzvah. Google it.
Oh, that is funny.
But do not Google it before you Google Christmas Today SNL. All right? Wish it was Christmas Today. Because maybe that other Tracy Morgan thing is funny, This is literally like turn your week around, turn your year around. 2020 was brutal. You're not feeling it. Work's been weird. Financially, a lot of stuff. Put that video on, and all your worries go away for at least a few moments.
Yogi Dead 44-4 saying Darnold is the sim MVP.
Well, we'll see. Tommy Freeswaps gets to make that call. The crusty cough.
Is he saying that he is the Simland MVP?
He might be. He's been good.
That might be a stretch.
Breaking news, Jim Caldwell getting an interview with the Texans. And you know what? Would be a great hire. Jim Caldwell, steady as they come. The world could be crumbling around him, no emotion.
If Jim Caldwell gets the job, Deshaun Watson should be upset. He should be waiting and demanding for Eric Bieniemy. I want Eric Bieniemy there. Yes.
Why?
Look what he's done with Mahomes. Give Deshaun Watson someone that can...
2 words, Matt Nagy. No, I'm not saying he gets a job. Look what happened. He was that guy before. He was, look how great he is as an offensive coordinator. Now people hate him in Chicago. Go get a trustworthy guy. That Texans franchise does not need a young up-and-comer. They need some trustworthy. They're not that far off, in my opinion.
They just had a guy like Jim Caldwell, though, for years, right?
No, they did not. Don't you dare.
Okay, but think about it, though. Steady, right? Like, he got them to the playoffs every year, 10-6, 8-8, whatever they were, just sneaking in.
Yeah.
They need a little juice here.
Okay. Listen, you get the juice. I'll take steady as they come. I'll be a playoff team. Like, I think the thing is, as an NFL fan, is we have 10 seconds remaining here, and an absolute just beaten. Jets DST has a good chance. We'll see what Tommy wants to go with, but I will just say, what are you talking about? Get out of here, Edward. Sam Bradford jokes. But I will just say that, like, as a franchise, like even the Patriots, would I rather go bring in somebody, let's just say in general, like, would you rather have the next 5 years be like a couple playoff appearances and then some real bad appearances, or like the potential to win one Super Bowl, but not win that Super Bowl and stink? Like, in the next 5 years, you get one Super Bowl appearance, stink, worse in the league the other 3-4 years, or like exciting throughout those next 5 years, but never getting to past the AFC Championship game at best. What would you rather? You're not winning either way.
Yeah, both suck. I guess I'd take the Super Bowl.
Okay, there you go. So then go take Eric Bieniemy. There you go. That wraps up this one, by the way. We're getting into weird weeds of NFL talk because it was 31-3 in a
got some good NBA talk in there too.
You hear that? That's what the Jets did to the Jaguars here. See you later, Jaguars. Been real, been fun. It wasn't real fun. Tom Carroll, I turn to you, my handsome, astute, Christmas-ready co-host. The Krusty Koff player of this game. It's, I believe, a two-man race, but again, that's why you are bestowed. Oh, there it is. Give me that free cone. Who is getting a little yum-yums in their stocking?
I'm going with Sammy D, the future of the New York Jets. I know you wanted me to give it to the Jets defense.
I did.
But I'm giving it to Sam Darnold, man. Yeah. Threw a touchdown, ran for 2, 16 for 18 for 206. Didn't hit the bonus, but you can't, forget about his prowess on the ground in this one. So,
dude was a beast.
Going with Sammy D. He will receive the wooden nickel, which entitles him to one free saucer of ice cream cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef here in St. Louis.
Go get some. What about your Billy Delaney Not My Kid award?
Look, you got a lot of people to pick from here. I'm going to go with Gardner Minshew. Just a brutal game.
Yeah.
Jags stunk. He was in my lineup, stunk. So, go with Minshew.
Yeah, Jimmy B saying he finished in 7th. I finished in 111, baby. Yeah.
I was somewhere in the 60s or 50s. I'll take it.
That is great. Coming up on your Dream Stream, 5:30, The Sweat and an NBA preview coming up with Jesse and guests. Who will it be? You have to tune in. That's coming up in just about 25 minutes. Leaderboard live tonight for your Steelers, Bengals, Glash, and Moose. Tomorrow's lineup of games. We got some more playoff action. Emerson and Reeve will have you for the Chargers and Ravens. The Titans and Bills, which I believe will be a real playoff matchup. We'll have Emerson joined by Matt LaMarca. Hopefully we'll get a performance of Saxy Christmas. 4 p.m. you have the Cardinals and Seahawks, the 8 versus the 1, Kenny and Christian. I will be joining Kenny tomorrow for the Eagles and Cowboys. So we'll divisional playoff game there. And then you have the Bucks and Packers and the Bears and Saints to wrap up your night. Both Glash and this son of a gun right here, Tommy Freezepops, will be back for tomorrow night.
That's
So,
me.
Tommy,
I'll be here.
we did it. You made it through a tough playoff game. This was right up there with that Bills-Jags game a couple years ago. Except this one had points.
Yeah, this was a brutal game. And look, I think we're seeing why the Jaguars are going to end up with Trevor Lawrence. They're clearly worse than the Jets.
And it's the best place for him. Thank you for agreeing. I'm just kidding. But honestly, Tommy, it was an absolute pleasure. Where can the fine folks find you?
You can find me on Twitter at yaboytcfresh, YABOITC Fresh. Give me a follow and listen to my podcast, Great Dane Nation, on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. That's
Love
Great Dane Nation.
Give me that Great Dane. You can follow me at Jason D. Rossi. Also got a podcast, Pop Culture Pile Driver. This week we'll be reviewing Bad Santa. Never seen that movie before, so gonna be checking it out. So we're gonna see that. Last week we did The Naked Gun. Also had a bunch of the DraftKings hosts you can check out. They had a little part in it. So like Emerson, Reed, Glash, Koff. You can check out. I won't tell you too much more. But right now it is time before we wrap it up. And I know we got to get out of here. But give it up for Jared and for Angelico and the ops team. The ops team do a great job. Great job. Hats off to them. To Andrew are on the ones and twos. Andrew. And last but not least, our producer extraordinaire, Madison. Give it up for Madison, everybody. Give it up. Woo. All right. Tom Carroll, Jason Rossi, enjoy the football tonight. We'll both be back with you at times tomorrow. And we now know in this playoff matchup, it'll be Jets and Chiefs down the line. We'll see if the Jets can keep this miraculous story going. We'll catch you all later. Stay positive, stay hydrated, and say something nice about somebody.
Happy first day of Christmas week to everybody who celebrates. It's Monday, and you are watching a special NBA preview version of The Sweat. So, going to spend the next 60 minutes looking ahead to what's in store this season in the association. So, without further ado, say hello to DK Live editor Sharad Kira, RotoWire's Nick Whalen, and host of the Four Seasons NBA show for Ball is Life, Ryan Mogjosh. Guys, let's kick things off by looking at some of the biggest news from this very small NBA offseason from a DFS angle. So teams had a very short window to make moves. So give us your favorite offseason move, Shirag. I mean, whether it's like a player moving to a better situation, a great draft pick, a team getting that final piece. What do you think?
I'm going to have to go with the obvious and roll with the champions. The Lakers got drastically better by adding Dennis Schroeder and Wes Matthews. You know, letting go of Rajon Rondo is not that big of a deal, and having the additional three-point threat that they have now with Schroeder is really good. And then adding the fact that they got Marc Gasol and Montrezl Harrell, letting go of Dwight Howard, JaVale McGee, I just feel that the Lakers got significantly better in this offseason.
All right. Give us your favorite offseason move, Nick.
I mean, it has to be the Atlanta Hawks trading for Tony Snell, right? No, I mean, that one was big. But for me, I'll go a little bit more, one that kind of flew under the radar a little bit. And that was the Mavs, essentially swapping Seth Curry out for Josh Richardson. And I think both teams won this deal. I think both players won this deal. I think Richardson is a better fit for the Mavs, who needed kind of a secondary ball handler, a better defender, a bigger body. And I think Seth Curry is a better fit for the Philadelphia 76ers, who have, one blatant non-shooter and primary ball handler in their starting lineup. They have a center who can shoot threes, but doesn't love shooting threes. They have a couple decent three-point shooting wings, but they didn't really have that knockdown, guy that you have to chase around anytime he's on the floor type of player. So I think Richardson makes the Mavs better, and I think Seth Curry makes the Sixers better.
All right, Ryan, what's your pick?
I love the Seth Curry to Philly move, and Nick was spot on with that and spot on with his mustache. But I'm going to go with my backup. CP3 to Phoenix obviously was a huge move, and everybody in Phoenix is buzzing. But I like that for DeAndre Ayton the most. Pick and rolls with Ayton, and Chris Paul, in my opinion, is first or second smartest player in the NBA right now. I think he's going to learn a ton from CP3. I think that Ayton has kind of like a almost third team all NBA kind of season with Chris Paul and Phoenix.
So Nick gets best offseason mustache award. Congratulations, Nick. All right. Well, whenever there's good though, guys, there's also bad. So which offseason move do you think was a mistake, Nick? Like maybe a bad contract, tough draft pick?
Basically everything that the Detroit Pistons did. That's where I'll start. I think the Mason Plumlee contract was puzzling. I understand, maybe kind of buying somewhat low, I guess, on Jeremy Grant and hoping that you're the team that he can blossom with. They didn't trade Derrick Rose. I thought they maybe had an opportunity there. We'll see, if he's able to improve his value before this coming deadline. But I thought Detroit, being in this position as arguably the least talented team, least talented roster in the entire league, it was such an obvious, don't overspend on a guy like Mason Plumlee. Don't overspend on players who really aren't going to move the needle for you. And it felt like they had cap space, and they felt like they had to spend it no matter what. And it wasn't a great free agency class. And this is what they ended up with. So I don't really think that Detroit has improved its future. I don't think it's improved its present all that much. I was left pretty puzzled by what the Pistons did.
Ryan, I mean, what do you think was a big offseason mistake here?
Maybe the biggest offseason blockbuster trade there was, John Wall to the Rockets, I do not like. He's kind of shown me way more than I was expecting from what I've seen from him preseason. But what makes John Wall good and what made John Wall good in the past is explosiveness, faster than anybody on the floor in transition. And now he's coming off an ACL injury that's never good. He looked a little bit thicker, overweight, which can't be good for your ACL. I think a lot of the mystique over Wall to the Houston was because they already had Boogie and they reunited the Kentucky duo. I don't see where the Rockets are going. No Daryl Morey, no D'Antoni anymore. And they're kind of building this roster stuck with that model with new people at the helm. And I don't love the fit.
All right, Shrug, which offseason move was just bad in your eyes?
I have to go with Nick. Detroit was just really terrible. I mean, they have Blake Griffin coming back, working his way back. They have already paid him this massive contract. They traded for that contract. And why not let him see what he can do? Blossom, maybe be able to trade something together with that, get some rookie draft picks or something like that. But I just really did not like that Detroit offseason. I mean, look at that. Plum Dog Millionaire, 3 years, $25 million. I just could not take it. And then Jeremy Grant, while he's solid, I think he's a great defender. He's a solid piece for a contending team. He just took the money and ran, and that's what he's going to do. I don't think he makes them significantly better. And honestly, they should have bottomed out. They should have taken this opportunity. They got a solid guard in Killian Hayes, and I think even Hayes has a chance to be Rookie of the Year, but now they put a bunch of pieces in front of him that will impede his progress, and I don't like their offseason at all.
Well, I mean, with the crazy year that it's been, guys, the schedule has been reduced to 72 games. Ryan, what do you think is going to be the biggest impact of that schedule on the league? Is there a DFS effect from the schedule change?
100%. I think there's a big DFS aspect to this, and that being load management. I think that you're going to get a ton of all-stars and big-name players not really playing the minutes they would, especially at the beginning of the season, because these guys just had off like maybe a month or two, month and a half for those teams that were playing late in the NBA finals and semifinals. Like the LeBrons, the KDs, the ADs, they might be sitting out games early on in the season. And although it's kind of fun to plug and play little role players here and there, a big chunk of your top-notch all-stars are going to not be playable.
Yeah, Shrug, what do you think the impact's going to be?
I agree 100% right there. The Wizards have already come out and said you can expect Russell Westbrook to sit out on the nights of back-to-backs. Bradley Beal becomes an instant lock in those scenarios. And then, KD working his way back from an Achilles, Kyrie working his way back from a shoulder. You can expect those guys to sit out back-to-backs as well. And then you don't know what's going to happen with James Harden. So I just think that there's going to be also this weird place where, the schedule isn't out yet for the second half of the season. So we could see games where, we have a postponement due to a COVID breakout or whatever happens there. And then you have this great lineup, and then this whole entire game gets postponed. And you're like, well, I got to go swap to the later games or whatever happens like that. So I think there's just going to be a lot of just kind of uncertainty, and you have to be ready at the helm always to be able to change your lineup if news breaks in a weird way.
Yeah, what do you think, Nick?
I do agree with what Chirag and Ryan said. I don't know that it's going to be quite that drastic. I think that's kind of the general feel, is that the season could be a disaster. There's going to be teams wiped out left and right and games postponed. That could all very well happen. We'll see. I'm trying to be a little more optimistic about it. But when you dig into the schedule, there really aren't that many more back-to-backs. Like where the league is making up time is doing away with those 3 or 4 days between games type of periods. If you look at it, fantasy basketball wise, number of games per week, almost every single team plays 3 or 4 games every single week. There are not a lot of weeks where you have just 2 games and you got 5 days between games. Those rest periods are virtually gone. So the back-to-back thing, it is a concern. Guys like Russell Westbrook, LeBron, Jimmy Butler, Anthony Davis, they're going to sit more than they normally would, but I don't think it'll be dramatic. I mean, most teams throughout the course of the whole season will probably have something like, 13 or 14 back-to-back scenarios, which isn't that many more than normal. I'm more interested to see just how much the league actually enforces this new policy that it kind of updated and reinforced a couple of weeks ago. No resting stars on the road, no resting stars for national TV games, no resting 2 stars together in the same game. All these things have been out there over the last few years, but for the most part, teams have kind of been able to skirt around the rules, and there's only been 1 or 2 times where there's been any repercussions. So, the NBA is kind of going into the season, short off season, condensed schedule, but then they're also trying to tighten the ropes on this resting protocol. I'm just interested to see how that turns out. I really have no idea how that's going to go.
Guys, some news right now. Reports are saying that Orlando is spending some major cash, extending Jonathan Isaac for 4 years, $80 million, and Markelle Fultz for 3 years, $50 million. Now, these are both just reports right now, but when you hear that, what's your reaction to these extensions, Nick?
Based on the money that the Clippers gave to Luke Kennard earlier today and to Marcus Morris about a month ago, that seems pretty reasonable. I mean, with Isaac, you have some pretty major injury concerns at this point. Obviously, he's not going to play at all in 2020, 2021. So that's more of a future move. But I guess I'm a little surprised. Maybe Orlando couldn't get more of a discount based on the injuries. But that's not a huge overpay, assuming Isaac does come back and looks like his old self. And getting Fultz, $50 million is a lot. I think for a lot of people, you hear the name Markelle Fultz, you instantly think bust. So that's probably a big figure. But, he made a lot of progress last season. They're really high on him coming into this year. And when you look at a team like Orlando, where else are you going to spend that money? I think Fultz is kind of their biggest offseason addition, I guess, in recent history. They haven't had a lot of great draft picks that have turned into much. While in a vacuum, I maybe don't love throwing $50 million at Markelle Fultz, I understand it, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan, knee-jerk reaction when you hear that.
I love it. I'm a huge Jonathan Isaac guy, and yes, he has injury concerns, but he's 23 years old, and he's a freak defensively, like up there with the best defenders in the league that can guard multiple positions, and I'm talking 1 through 5 even. And then also on Markelle Fultz, I've always been a Markelle Fultz believer, and he's 22 years old. I always find myself looking back at how I was at 22, and it is worlds different now that I've grown. So I always put that on them. Like Markelle Fultz is this little kid that is going through things that we've all gone through at a bigger deal, at a bigger spotlight. I think he's going to be fine. I think his shoulder's going to be good. He's gone through the ropes the last 2 years, getting a shot back. It's a lot of money, but like Nick said, you're Orlando. Everybody's trying to chase and get there. LeBron and AD combo. If you have to settle for Fultz and Isaac, I mean, that's okay.
Yeah, Shrug, how do you feel about this move?
I think the move is great for the Fultz. 3 years, $50 million is kind of now standard range. You saw Kuzma get $40 million for his deal, and just looking at how you need an elite point guard. Fultz has the speed; he can push it. His shot is getting a little bit more refined, but I don't really understand the Jonathan Isaac move. I don't understand it at all. You could have put him into a restricted free agency and put a scenario where, hey, look, we're going to see what you do coming off this year and see what the market is setting for you. And Jonathan Isaac, while he is worth a lot of money, and yes, his defensive versatility is great, his shot wasn't that great. And coming off those major knee surgeries, you don't know if this contract could just be basically what you're stuck with for 4 years of just injury-prone play.
All right, good stuff, guys. Appreciate it. We will be back to look at some interesting NBA options on the DK Sportsbook. But right now, here's DraftKings contest specialist Matt Meiselman, who's taking us through some late swap strategy.
NBA basketball is back once again, and if you're like us, you've already been obsessively planning out your daily fantasy and sports betting strategies for the upcoming basketball season. A lot has changed since last season ended less than 10 weeks ago, but there are some key concepts that are still worth keeping in mind. Starting with DFS, one of the increasing trends over the last few seasons has been the need for late swap, as cautious handling of injuries has become an NBA norm. Keeping an eye out for status updates after contest lock times is always important, but even more so in today's NBA. So here are a few tips to stay on top of late breaking news. 1. Follow DK Nation at DK Live on Twitter to stay on top of action-worthy updates. 2. Roster players in later games when possible to give yourself chances to make later adjustments. And 3, and easiest of all, order your lineup by start time so that the latest players are in the guard, forward, and utility spots. Over on the sports betting side of things, there was one particularly interesting trend last season involving player props that seems likely to continue into the upcoming year. The list of players who made DraftKings bettors the most money includes names like Patrick Beverley, Marcus Smart, Steven Adams, and Jay Crowder. The players who were least profitable for player prop betting were guys like LeBron, Anthony Davis, James Harden, Luka Doncic, and Ben Simmons. Finding under-the-radar players is crucial in prop betting, and the results clearly show that in this particular area, the role players were much better than the stars.
What's up, everybody? Our NBA preview show is rolling on here on The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield, joined by DraftKings content specialist Matt Meiselman and DraftKings contributor Julian Edlow. Guys, we're going to examine some interesting NBA options on the DK Sportsbook, starting in New York. So the two teams in the Empire State are on opposite ends, with the Knicks coming off a 21-win season and the Nets surrounded by hype thanks to KD and Kyrie. So Brooklyn has the fourth best odds to win the title at plus 600 on the DK Sportsbook. Has that been a popular bet, Matt?
Yeah, so the Nets hype is definitely translating to the bettors. They're the fourth shortest odds to win, like you said. They are the second most popular bet behind the Lakers to win it all. And then on opening night too, we're already seeing the Nets are a popular bet for their first game against the Warriors. Some of that is because Draymond Green is probably not going to be playing. Klay Thompson obviously is out, so it looks like the Nets should have a better matchup than they would have otherwise with a healthy Warriors team. But yeah, I mean, the bettors definitely like the Nets, and for good reason.
Okay, so Jules, what's your favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook for the Knicks or Nets?
Yeah, so I'm going to the Nets here, but I'm not totally confident that I want to go in on their futures. Like, if you told me I had to bet a future, I would probably bet them to win the East. I think in the end, the talent is going to win out. But at the same time, we're putting a lot of trust in KD's Achilles, which we haven't seen in a while. We have to see that hold up for a season. Kyrie has not had good injury history through Boston and Brooklyn. And we also saw that in Boston, he can maybe have some chemistry issues as well. So I'm not going to the futures here. I know Matt just mentioned opening night against the Warriors. I'm looking at game beyond that. Christmas Day against the Celtics. I don't know why Brooklyn is a 1-point favorite here. They're minus 117 on the money line. So I'll take the Nets to come into Boston and beat the Celtics on Christmas Day. These two teams played on Friday night, a preseason game in Boston. Game was a blowout. And when you look at the quarters that the starters play, the first and third quarter, Brooklyn dominated both quarters, like 20-point wins each quarter. I think that the Nets, and that's obviously the type of matchups that we're going to see for this whole game on Christmas Day when the teams get into their real rotations. So I'm jumping ahead of opening night. I'm going to Christmas Day. I think the Nets are going to handle the Celtics in Boston.
All right, let's stick in the Eastern Conference and a good rivalry with the 76ers and Celtics. So both teams with title aspirations and two teams that are in the top 10 on the DK Sportsbook when it comes to title odds. Which one of these two contenders has seen the most buzz, Matt?
So there's a lot of buzz for the Sixers, and a lot of that has to do with just sports betting in Pennsylvania, and there's a big push coming from there. But the Sixers are still the third most popular bet to win it all. They're actually the most popular bet to win the Eastern Conference at 8-1, more so than the Nets at plus 275. And the Sixers betting popularity translates to the awards markets too. Ben Simmons at 10-1 is the most popular bet for Defensive Player of the Year by a pretty significant amount. And then Shake Milton as a long shot is actually the most popular bet for sixth man. He's become kind of the trendy pick there. And like I said, Pennsylvania bettors, they like their hometown guys, but I think that the Sixers underachieved last year, and there are reasons why people outside of Pennsylvania too would like them going into this year.
Okay, so Julian, what's your favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook for either the Celtics or are you going to go with the 76ers?
Yeah, I mean, from the Sixers side of it, I do like Ben Simmons as the Defensive Player of the Year, but of course that means that he's going to be with the 76ers, and we're not going to see an eventual James Harden swap, which I think can also play into why people might be backing Philly to come out of the East. If that deal does wind up happening and Harden is there, that would obviously boost their odds. But for a best bet here, I'm gonna keep fading the Celtics. Actually, they're coming out of the gates here without Kemba Walker for maybe a month or so. Tristan Thompson isn't exactly ready to go. There's a lot of holes. They're going to be down two starters to start the year. So I think you can fade them on some bets early in the year. I just talked about the Nets. The Bucks are only 2.5-point favorites in Boston in opening night. I think they're going to lose some games to start the season. So if you want to look the whole way, they're obviously going to get better with Thompson and Walker. But this isn't a deep team. So the 63.5 win percentage, we're seeing some juice on the under here. It's minus 121, but I just don't think the start of the season is going to be good enough for the Celtics to get there in the end.
All right, well, obviously we know the Bucks are pretty dominant. So in the Central Division, other teams, you got the Bulls, Pacers, Pistons, all seeing sky-high odds to win the division. Matt, has there been any public push on any of these teams, or people stayed away because of Milwaukee's dominance?
Yeah, those teams do have long odds, and that could seem pretty enticing. But the Bucks have been the one seed in the East for 2 consecutive years, and the rap on the Bucks is that they've struggled in the playoffs. They've been a letdown come playoff time, but they've been as good in the regular season as anyone for 2 straight years, and they probably got better this offseason with Drew Holiday. They don't have some of the injuries like Julian mentioned with the Celtics. They might be starting slow, but the Bucks should be good to go from the beginning of the season. And yeah, there's not much going on in terms of betting on some of the other teams there in the Central Division.
Yeah, so Jules, if you're looking there, what's your favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook coming out of the Central Division?
So if I'm going to that division, I'm looking at the Pistons, who their win percentage, I want to fade Detroit. Their win percentage is set at 32.5. This is a team that went 20-46 last season, and that win percentage, if they play their full 72 game schedule means that they're going to be a pretty similar team, maybe even a little bit better. And I don't get why that's the case. Christian Wood was a really hot free agent, probably their best player last year after they dished away Andre Drummond. He's gone to Houston now, and Detroit made some really scratching moves in free agency, essentially signing a bunch of backup quality power forwards and centers in an NBA that's trending the complete opposite direction. So I just don't see how these moves are going to get them to be, a slightly improved team off of what they were last season. The two best players here are pretty much Derrick Rose and Blake Griffin, which would be great in 2012, but it's not 2012. Those guys are pretty washed up. They're not going to put up the same numbers, and they're probably also not going to stay on the floor for the full season. So give me the Detroit Pistons win percentage under coming out of the Central Division.
All right, can't forget about the Western Conference. We're going to focus on two up-and-coming teams. We got the Nuggets and the Grizzlies. Now, the Nuggets, of course, made it all the way to the Western Conference Finals, while Memphis earned a shot for a play-in game, only to lose to the red-hot Trail Blazers. Both teams have young star point guards in John Morant and Jamal Murray. So, Matt, are you seeing any trends for either of these players on the DK Sportsbook?
Yeah, so there's sort of a trend with the Grizzlies dating back to last year where they were more of an up-and-coming team at the beginning of the year, and then they kind of held on to the 8th seed before ultimately giving that up to the Blazers at the end of the year. So it seems like bettors are a little bit scared off. There's not much going on with Memphis, either future bets on the team or players, not a lot of awards betting on Memphis. On Denver, what's interesting is that Jamal Murray is actually the favorite for most improved player of the year. And it's a little odd because he was so good in the playoffs last year. And for that reason, there's not much traction, or it seems that would be the reason he's outside the top 10 in terms of most popular, most improved player of the year bets. The number one guy there is actually Michael Porter Jr. So if there's room for the Nuggets to get better, Michael Porter Jr. is probably the guy who takes that step forward because they're a similar team to last year. They're already really good, but he's the guy who could make a stride forward and really help them get to the next level.
All right, so Jules, what's your favorite bet out of the Western Conference?
Yeah, I actually did like that MPJ most improved player one. That one has moved a lot on DK Sportsbook from the time that those odds came out. So that one's taken some sharp money, it looks like. I'm going to go to the Lakers because I think that they're the real deal. I thought about saying just to win the West or to win the title and repeat again. But I think we'll get similar odds come playoff team. Like we're already anticipating the Lakers are going to be a 1 or 2 seed in the West. And that they're going to be able to repeat in the West and that they should beat whoever comes out of the East. LeBron and AD, as long as they stay healthy, they improve the rest of their lineup. But what I'm going to do is, if LeBron and AD are healthy through the year, we can probably make the bet at similar odds going into the postseason. So I don't think we need to make it now. I'll take the Lakers, even though it's minus 143 now. I'll take the Lakers to win the Pacific Division. I know the Clippers are competition. The Warriors are in the division, but they're clearly not the same team. They're down at plus 1,800. The Suns should make a jump with Chris Paul, but this is still the Lakers division. They still took Montrezl Harrell from the Clippers. They added Dennis Schroeder from OKC. Even if LeBron gets some nights off to rest up, this is still a really good team. I don't think the Clippers are going to have quite enough to compete. I saw them as much more equals last season, and this year it's kind of the Lakers a clear cut above. So Lakers to win the Pacific minus 143.
Julian, Matt, thank you so much. We're going to break down NBA team futures next. Chirag, Julian, and Nick will be back. But everybody, take 5. The Sweat will return. spending our Monday previewing the NBA season, and you are too because you're watching this show. It's called The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield, joined by DK Live editor Shirag Hira and DraftKings contributors Julian Edlow and RotoWire's Nick Whalen. And I want to know where you stand on these NBA team futures. So with the season cut down to 72 games, the DK Sportsbook is offering over-under futures bets on win percentage rather than win total. Milwaukee has the highest win percentage listed at 68.5. So do you like the over or do you like the under here, Jules?
Yeah, so this win total percentage thing, we got to bust out the calculators every time and start to do some math. Makes it complicated. It's about 49.5 wins in the 72-game season for the Bucks. So it's obviously cleaner than a win total. Like, you know, if a team winds up playing a couple less games due to a COVID situation, you know, it's nice to have this win percentage. You look at the Bucks win percentage last year, 76.7. They're a great regular season team and they play in a very bad division that they can beat up on. So while they maybe lost a little bit of depth, the team got better with Drew Holiday. You can't argue against that. Giannis is committed long-term. I don't think much is going to change. Maybe he even plays more minutes during the regular season for once. So I don't see why the Bucks are going to regress enough to take the under here. I'll take the over.
Shirag, are you going to take the over too? You're muted, Shirag. You forgot to unmute yourself.
You can do it.
That was
Well, I'm
Shrug's
going to take the under.
It's okay.
And we're good.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think the Bucks will pace themselves this year, but winning 50 games is not out of the question. You know, with the addition of Drew Holiday, still, Bud is their coach, and there's a Lumen Harden deal that's going to be potentially coming to the Eastern Conference. So, you know, that has the potential to bump them down a little bit, and I just have to take the under just because I think they want to save themselves from making a real playoff push after 2 consecutive years of just winning the East.
All right, Nick, you going over or under?
With Julian, I'm going over. I mean, you look at the Bucks win percentage last season, almost 77%. They were on a 63 win pace in an 82 game season. This number puts them on pace for about 56 wins over 82. I mean, that's a pretty big drop for a team that, sure, maybe lost a little bit of depth, but also made a pretty significant upgrade at point guard going from Eric Bledsoe to Drew Holiday. And, you know, of course, a lot was made about the price that they paid to get Drew Holiday, but a lot of that is, you know, future draft picks. That's kind of where the cost was really levied, not something that affects this coming season. So, you know, the Bucks didn't look great in the preseason. They were 0-3. Giannis did not play in their most recent preseason game. Maybe there's a little bit of growing pains, you know, early on fitting Drew Holiday in, but at the end of the day, I mean, this has been by far the most dominant regular season team over the last 2 years, and the common denominator is Giannis. I don't even know that it matters all that much who's around him. Unless Giannis ends up missing significant time, I would feel pretty comfortable about going over on that percentage.
All right, guys, the two teams in LA, the Lakers and Clippers, are right around the same mark. We got the defending champion Lakers at 66.5, Clippers at 65.5. Now, which one of these teams do you think is more likely to go over, Shirag?
I think I'm going to have to lean with the Clippers here. I think they're going to be out here trying to prove something all season long. The addition of Serge Ibaka and Nick Batum could actually help them. And then we could see an angry PG-13. After all the trash people have talked about him all offseason long, I think there's a chance here where he actually is, you know, a year removed from having surgery on both shoulders. And then Kawhi Leonard, you know, he's heard all the rumblings of him. Oh, there's resting. There's the locker room issues of people see him getting preferential treatment. I think there's a chance here where the Clippers can really make a push for it and see, hey, we need to have home court advantage over the Lakers, where the Lakers kind of cruise back and they know what they have.
Yeah, Nick, you going to go with the Lakers or the Clippers?
Yeah, I do like those points. I think the Clippers, and especially Paul George, do probably bounce back this year, especially when you compare his numbers last year to the seasons prior. I think there is a good chance he bounces back. But based on this number, I think it almost has to be the Lakers. I mean, that puts them on about a 55 win pace over 82 games. So that'd be 5 fewer wins than they were on pace for last year. And I think we all agree the Lakers got significantly better. There are some concerns about LeBron and Anthony Davis potentially resting. Maybe LeBron doesn't go as hard this regular season as he did during last regular season, but the Lakers also struggled during the seeding games, and that put a damper on their win percentage. I mean, they were well on pace for more than 60 wins prior to the bubble. So I think the regression is kind of baked into this number, and I think it's a little cautious based on the potential rest, but when you're talking about a team that added Wes Matthews, Marc Gasol, has an emerging, potential really good role player in Taylor Horton-Tucker, added both of the, number 1 and number 2 leading bench scorers in the league last season in Harrell and Schroeder. I think the big difference for me between last year's Lakers team and this year's Lakers team is they actually have enough now that if Anthony Davis sits out a game or LeBron James sits out a game, they still have a chance to win that game.
Yeah, Julian, what do you think? Who are you going to go with?
Yeah, I guess Shrog's being polite here, fading his Lakers. I thought he was going to go there, but I'm going with Nick. I am going with the Lakers. Look, the Clippers have a lot to prove this year for sure, and they did a decent job of getting Ibaka in there to replace Harrell. They added some pieces. The Lakers arguably had the best offseason, maybe outside of the Bucks, who kind of had to do something almost desperate. The Lakers added huge pieces in Harrell and Schroeder. Gasol's a nice depth piece, like we said. If Anthony Davis has to take a night off, or on the famous Anthony Davis has gone to the locker room nights, Marc Gasol gets a couple extra minutes, Harrell gets a couple extra minutes. They're going to be prepared to battle through this. You look at them, 52-19. That's a 73.2 win percentage. And Nick mentioned, they really didn't care about those seeding games in the bubble. They definitely could have been better, and I think they're very improved. So I think both of these teams probably go over, but I think the stronger bet, you're telling me I can bet one, I think it's the Lakers. I think they're going to dominate the West, get the 1 seed again, win that division.
One of the most fun teams to watch last season, and one that made it all the way to the NBA Finals, was the Miami Heat. They finished 2020 with a win percentage of 60.3, and the DK Sportsbook has them right about there again at 60.5. So do you think the Heat can ride the momentum and go over, Nick?
I think they can. I'm not sure that they will. I think we have to keep in mind that the Heat were a completely different team in the bubble, and especially once the playoffs began. We saw a different version, a much more aggressive version of Jimmy Butler. He started shooting threes. He was playing, a ton more minutes per game than he was during the regular season. I think that run proved to Miami that even with their core as it is now, we'll talk in a second about, potential additions. They have enough to get back to the finals. They've already proved they can do that. I don't think they're going to push themselves overly hard in the regular season. Now, they might have enough talent to just go over by default, but I don't see Miami, really making an effort to get the 1 or the 2. They were fine as the 5 seed in the last playoffs. What could change this for me is if they were to, strike a deal for James Harden. And, right now those talks are on pause. Over the weekend, it seemed like there might have been some momentum there. If they're able to get get James Harden without giving up Jimmy Butler, without giving up Bam Adebayo, that obviously changes things. I think that brings their ceiling and their floor up to even another level in the regular season.
Julian, do you see the Heat going over here?
With Harden, I would see them going over, but we're obviously not baking that in here. So I'm going to agree and go under. This number is right on with where they were last season, 44-29. That was a 603 winning percentage. There were some early struggles there. Miami had one of the better home court advantages in the NBA, which they're kind of getting back this year. One thing I guess that Nick said, they know that they can now win from a lower seed. They do in the bubble. You probably don't want to be starting a first round series without home court this year, assuming we're back to a somewhat normal postseason, which I think we all hope that we are. So it could matter a little bit more to win some games, obviously, but the East also got better. The Bucks got better. The Raptors are still very solid. The Celtics are, a work in progress once they get those injuries together. But Brooklyn obviously is a favorite this year to come out of the East. You've got Philly, which Matt was just talking about. Bettors expect them to be better. And then you have like fringe playoff teams, like everybody's all about the Hawks this year and all their additions. The Wizards with Westbrook are now a fringe playoff team. There's just little teams in there, and that's some divisional games too that are going to add up. And I think that this one's going to stay slightly under.
Shrug, the Heat has their win percentage at 60.5 on the GK Sportsbook. Do you think they can go over?
It's possible, but they are no longer going to surprise people. I really think that the loss of Jay Crowder is significant. He was that kind of guy that could hit threes and play that power forward role for them. Bam Adebayo was able to be kind of that guard center. I just don't think that with the fact of losing. Yes, they added Avery Bradley and Mo Harkless, but I just don't think that this team, while they play hard enough, is going to be able to go over that total.
All right, guys. Another option when looking at team futures is odds to make the playoffs. So which non-playoff team from last season do you think could be the best bet to make it this season? Julian, who are you going with?
Yeah, I mean, I can't make up my mind on this one. I'm literally scrolling through it right now. I think you kind of have to go with the Phoenix Suns. They're at a very fair price of -134. They built up a ton of momentum in the bubble and almost got there, winning all 8 of their bubble games. So they're coming off of that kind of high. I think that did a lot for them this season in terms of confidence. And then you add a veteran like Chris Paul on top of that, and I think it's going to prove valuable. Myself included, I took OKC's win total under last year and was way off. They cleared that easily, even without playing all of their games. So Chris Paul is going to make this team extremely competitive, help Devin Booker grow, really, I think help DeAndre Ayton grow around the rim. And I think that we're going to see the Suns get into the playoffs. The one tricky thing this year is now we have 10 seeds playing. So I'm very confident the Suns will be in that top 10, but you need them to win those play-in rounds to get a playoff spot. I think this is how this works. We're not betting top 10, we're betting top 8. So that just adds a little wrinkle that you need them to kind of win the play-in round. But give me the Suns here at -134.
All right, Chirag, who are you taking?
I'm going with the Washington Wizards. While they are expected to rest Russell Westbrook on back-to-back scenarios, I still think this team has enough quality depth. And sitting at -110, you don't have to pay a lot of juice. And you get a team that was, Julie mentioned, yes, they are a fringe playoff team, but I think they have the quality depth that with Davis Bertans, Thomas Bryant working his way back now from that foot injury, Bradley Beal now not having to carry this entire team. I think working off Westbrook is really going to be beneficial for him. And I just think that paying -110 for a team that has really nice odds against a weaker Eastern Conference makes a lot of sense.
Nick, who do you like?
So I had 3 teams written down, and Phoenix and Washington were the first 2. So we'll skip down to one that I think is the biggest long shot of these 3. I don't know that I would actually bet it myself, but when you consider the number, you can get San Antonio at +350. Again, I don't know that I would actually put my own hard-earned money on this, but this is a team that kind of started to peak at the right time in the bubble. They were right in it. Phoenix was the team that really kind of surged and got a lot of the buzz in the bubble, but San Antonio was in that until the 7th or 8th seeding game when they finally kind of fell back. And that was without LaMarcus Aldridge, a ton of injuries to a lot of key players last year. Obviously, they're dealing with an injury to Derek White coming into the year. That's a concern. But I think we see more DeJounte Murray, who barely played over 25 minutes a game last season. I think we saw a breakout from Keldon Johnson late last season. The rookie, Devin Vassell, looks really good already. So the West is really deep. It's really tough. It's tough to look, 1 through 15 and say, yes, I think the San Antonio Spurs are the 7th or 8th best team in the West. I don't know that that's the case, but I also, part of me thinks that Greg Popovich has like one last overachieving run in him. And I think this might be, the last good year for someone like Aldridge. DeRozan's kind of at the tail end of his prime. I do think the Spurs could maybe surprise some people this season.
All right, good stuff, guys. Thank you. We're going to look at the opening games of Tuesday and Wednesday night. The Sweat will be right back. All right, let's really get down to it. It's time for an NBA opening week preview. DK Live editor Chirag Kira, DraftKings contributor Julian Edlow, and host of the Four Seasons NBA show for Ball is Life, Ryan Mogjosh, are here to look at the opening games of the NBA season on Tuesday and Wednesday. So the NBA officially tips off tomorrow. 2 games, like I said, Golden State at Brooklyn, then the Battle of LA with the Clippers and Lakers. So what is your favorite bet on opening night, Chirag? Is it something to do with the Lakers?
Probably, yeah. It has to be the Lakers minus 2.5. This line did open at Lakers favored by 2, but it's moved a half a point in that direction. I think the Clippers will finally be in the building for a ring ceremony, and they'll come out fired up. But it's kind of a weird scenario. We've noticed where the Warriors in the past, they've lost games where they've got the ring ceremony. So it's a weird situation for the teams. But the Clippers still don't really have an answer for Anthony Davis, and that's the reason why I think that they're going to be able to cover the spread here.
All right, Julian, what is your favorite bet on opening night?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's probably not even out yet because, we now know that Draymond Green is officially out. We need to figure out what's going on with James Wiseman. I think there could be some good value. I know, we're going to talk about maybe DFS value. I think there could be some good value on Golden State's front court, maybe Looney props, somebody like that. So I think that taking advantage of injuries is the best way in the NBA to gain an edge in general. And I think that we're probably going to be able to do that in some way in the Golden State front court. So that's where I would tell you to look. Obviously, the line there is I like Brooklyn, but that line's blown up to 7. So I've been talking all show about how I do like the Lakers over the Clippers. So why not say that they're going to start off the season by beating them on open night? I think that in terms of the 2 spreads totals, Lakers minus 2.5 would be my play. But yeah, something stronger is going to open up from a player prop perspective in that Golden State front court, unless we get a really unexpected injury that we don't even know about yet.
And what do you think? What's your favorite bet on opening night?
I like this Golden State Brooklyn game. I think a lot of hype is going into the Nets and how Kyrie and KD are back and everybody's going to be betting Brooklyn. I kind of like Golden State to sneaky hang in there and cover. And I also like, if we're talking about DFS and player props, I like Steph Curry. I feel like people have kind of forgotten about his greatness and kind of counting him out. I think he has a chip on his shoulder. I think he has a lot to prove. I'd go over on a lot of numbers that are given to Steph Curry.
All right, guys, the rest of the league gets underway on Wednesday with a 13-game slate. No salaries out yet for that, but which DFS play do you feel is in a good spot on Wednesday night, Julian?
Yeah, obviously a lot to choose from here. You got Russell Westbrook making his debut in a game against Philly. I think he's going to be in an interesting spot. I'm curious to see how people feel about him because he's going to be, sharing that load with Bradley Beal. But this isn't James Harden. James Harden's a much higher usage player than Bradley Beal. Beal's going to be the guy kind of looking to work off of Westbrook, I would say. So I think Westbrook's going to be in a really interesting spot, although Philly isn't the best matchup. And I also like Giannis a lot against the Celtics. I think that that's a really strong spot for him. I'm really curious to see, I know that the Bucks have been such a good regular season team and they want to change that trend this year where they do what they need to do to be successful in the playoffs. But Giannis still hasn't even been playing 30 minutes a game. If there's a season maybe to step him up a little bit and play normal superstar minutes, 35, 36 minutes, maybe this is it. So if Giannis does wind up playing a lot more minutes on opening night in a good matchup against the Celtics, I think he could have a really big game.
Ryan, who do you think is in a good spot in terms of DFS for Wednesday night?
I like Karl Anthony Towns a lot against, I'll be nice about this, an unappealing Detroit Pistons roster. They're going to be throwing Jahlil Okafor and Plum Dog Millionaire like we talked about last time. I love that matchup for Cat. I think Cat's gone through a lot of stuff recently with his family and COVID, and I think that he is ready to ball this year. So first day, I think Cat has an enormous day.
Chirag, who do you like in terms of DFS for Wednesday night?
I like that Cat call, but I'm going to have to go with Luka Doncic. I expect the Suns to once again be a paced-up matchup, and the Mavs are no slouches on the offensive end. Yes, Kristaps is not going to play, and Jay Crowder, now on the Phoenix Suns, will likely start on Luka, but I expect there to be triple-double upside for Doncic. And, DraftKings Sportsbook has this game as a 1-point spread, so this should be contested all the way to the end, allowing Luka to make more plays.
All right, so look ahead here. Give us your pick for who will be the 2020-2021 NBA DFS MVP. Ryan, who's it going to be?
Man, there's a lot to choose from, and this could go every which way. I'm going with the storyline of what I think the NBA season will play out like, and as far as DFS, how that'll play out like. And I think it's Luka. He is so heavily relied on, to me, probably the number one player that's relied on in an offensive scheme for their entire team. So the Mavs go as Luka goes. And obviously the Mavs are trying to win ball games. Luka's a walking triple-double threat every single night. If Luka gets hurt, the Mavs are screwed. But obviously, if he stays healthy the whole year, the Mavericks are a potential 5, 6, 7 seed in the playoffs in the West. So as the Mavs go, Luka goes. I think Luka has a monster year, and I think he has the most DFS upside.
Shrag, who do you like?
100% agree with Luka there. I went with him on my stud to start an opening night. Just keep that rolling. Keep in mind, Kristaps Porzingis is not expected to play towards the beginning of this season. And Luka, he's shown that rebounding upside, which is really massive for that fantasy upside. Getting those rebounds and running it up the court, then you can decide, do you want to score or do you want to pass the ball? So that really sets up here where Luka has a chance to be the DFS superstar that you want to play the most. But also, look at DraftKings Sportsbook. He's plus 400 to be the MVP right now. He is the favorite, and he's just going to be tasked with carrying this team, and that's the reason why I'm rolling with him.
Julian, who are you rolling with?
Yeah, I had 3 names circled here. One of them was obviously Luka. I think that's the default answer, and it's not wrong. Like, there's reasons both of these guys went with him. He's this year's James Harden. I'll tell you who it's not going to be. It's not going to be James Harden because it's just not the same spot for him, whether he's in Houston or not. If he's somewhere else, he's going to be fitting in. If he's in Houston, he's going to be unhappy about it. So Harden's been the guy, every year. And I think Luka is going to be the new Harden from a fantasy standpoint. But the other 2 guys I've circled, and I'll probably look like an idiot in a month when Giannis is playing 27 minutes a game. But if for some reason they finally give him real minutes, he's won back-to-back MVPs playing 29 minutes a game. Like, play him real minutes, and he will go to a level that is probably beyond Doncic from a fantasy standpoint, just in terms of the numbers that would add up to. So if for some reason that happens, I think that Giannis would be that guy. And then the sneaky call, and Ryan talked about it, Steph Curry's going to put up numbers this year. No Clay really opens up a lot for him, and we were about to see it last year, and then he only played 6 games. We're going to see it this year. I think Curry's going to be in a massive spot to kind of be a sneaky fantasy stud like he was in those MVP seasons.
Well, you can get DK Sportsbook odds for major NBA awards like MVP, Rookie of the Year, Most Improved Player. What's your favorite NBA award futures bet for this NBA season, Shrag?
I have to roll with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at 1250 to win the Most Improved Player. The Thunder basically traded away their entire roster and handed the keys to SGA. He's going to have that kind of Russell Westbrook old role on this team, and it should be easy for him to average like 26 and 6. Jamal Murray is currently the favorite coming out of that spectacular showing in the bubble. And then Christian Wood sitting right there at 1250 as well. He's going to have all the opportunities with the Rockets, but I'm just leaning on a player that doesn't have to share the ball with a potential MVP candidate in Nikola Jokic or James Harden.
Jules, what's your favorite NBA award futures bet?
Yeah, it's tough. I like going to the Most Improved field, but it's just so tough. Like, you scroll through these names, there's so many people in this competitive field, and it depends how you define the award. There's just a lot there. So I'm going to Rookie of the Year. LaMelo Ball is a deserving plus 400 favorite. He's going to have the ball in his hands a lot. People send out, tweets of his pass the other night in that preseason game. Well, he also shot 1 for 10 in that game. So he's a highlight player, but I'm not sure he's going to be the guy that people want him to be from a number standpoint. He's still really young. Like, he has to do a lot over an NBA season. So I think with him being the favorite, it makes the rest of the field a little bit more appealing. I'll look to a guy like Obi Toppin at plus 600, who is much more developed. He was only a sophomore at Dayton, but he's really been in college for 4 years. So I think that Obi Toppin with the Knicks at plus 600 is a guy that should be heavily involved, worth a look there.
Who's your pick, Ryan?
My favorite award of the entire NBA is Most Improved Player of the Year, and I have like 10 or 15 guys I mentioned that are up for the award, so I can hedge my bets and not be wrong. But if you look at the trends of who wins it each year, it's usually a guy. So it's not like the Devontae Graham types who don't play at all and then boost their numbers through the roof compared to what they did last season, but their team wasn't great and they didn't get all-star love or votes. It's usually a guy that scores in the teens, that ups their level to become an all-star type player or to get their scoring in the 20s, low 20s. So if you look at that, Jamal Murray, that's why I think that he is the front runner at plus 1,200. I think that's a popular pick. I think he fits the criteria to win you the narrative that wins you the Most Improved Player of the Year award. If you're looking for a dark horse bet, I'm not coming out and saying that he's going to be an all-star. But RJ Barrett at plus 5,000, I like, because he fits that narrative of scores in the teens, the low teens points per game. And granted, he did not shoot at a high clip, but I think that Thibs being their coach, he's going to play a ton of minutes, 35, 36, 37 minutes a game. I think RJ Barrett ups his shooting percentage. I think he ups his points per game to that 20 points per game, low 20s points per game. And I think that that's a dark horse and a good payout at plus 5,000.
All right, guys. Thank you to all of our NBA analysts tonight. We're going to have more NBA all year right here on the Sweat and on the Dream Stream. So check back every day. But right now, we're going to turn our attention to football. We have Monday Night Football picks on the way with Kenny Ducey. But first, here's Emerson Latzia catching up with Ross Tucker on tonight's Steelers and Bengals showdown.
So tonight, Monday Night Football, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's the Bengals. You're apparently rocking Bengals gear right now?
No,
like
I'm glad you said that. When I usually wear like a long sleeve tee. I was like, I need to look a little bit better. I'm going to wear like a zip up. This is my alma mater. This is Princeton Tigers, not Cincinnati Bengals. Princeton Tigers. Because listen, I think the Bengals are going to get slaughtered tonight. I don't care what the number is. I think you should lay it with the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Steelers have had everybody.
14.5, my friend. So you're saying they're covering.
Yes. This is going to be like 31-3 maybe. So Ryan Finley, I think, is the worst guy that will actually start a game at quarterback this year other than the Broncos practice squad wide receiver. He's horrific. The Steelers have had 2 weeks of everybody telling them how much they stink. They're tired of it. They want to come out and shut everybody up. That's exactly what they're going to do. Honestly, now listen, I got the Steelers over at DraftKings when they were laying 12.5 because that's what I do, Emerson. I get the better of the number, but I still think you should lay the 14.5 with the Steelers.
Yeah, Finley could be the perfect remedy to snap the two-game skid. Low total in this one, 40.5. So can like Finley and company do enough, score enough to get it there?
No, they can't. I'd be very surprised if they get double digits. I mean, he's bad, like real bad. I think the score is going to be 31-3. I mean, maybe if things go well for the Bengals, 27-10. Either way, I think you take the under. I know it's a really low number, but I still think the under is the way to go. I think the Steelers are taking out all of their frustration on the Bengals tonight, and it's not going to be pretty.
One more block to go on this Monday night edition of The Sweat, and it is primetime, baby. I got DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey here with me, and I want to get your favorite plays for tonight's Steelers-Bengals showdown. So, Kenny, start us off with who your captain is.
Well, I like Eric Ebron here at $9,600. You know that the connection is there between Ben Roethlisberger and Ebron. He has this is a matchup which is fantastic for him. The Bengals second to last in allowing points, DK fantasy points, to opposing tight ends. This guy has 16 red zone targets this year, the 4 touchdowns. He had a 2-point conversion last week. I think he's going to continue to get looks in the red zone. The big thing here is I want to be able to fit Juju Smith-Schuster in my lineup. He is now super pricey. Finally, the salaries have caught up to him. He leads the team in red zone targets. He is actually a red zone target machine, even though he plays the slot. So I want to get him in there with his 18. Ebron's got 16 on the season. I think he has a bounce back game tonight. He was a target monster, really fell off last week. He had 5 targets for the first time since week 8. So I think Ben Roethlisberger, again, this is a good matchup for tight ends. Not actually as much for wide receivers. The Bengals have some decent guys on the outside, which we'll get to in a little bit. But I do like Ebron here. I think he's in the best spot. And when you want to put the Steelers defense in there, you want to put Deontay Johnson in there. maybe some other mid-price guys, it works out that you want Ebron at your captain.
Yeah, mid-price. There's obviously some high-price guys, but where can you find value in this showdown?
I'm going to give you a couple names here, or maybe even three, because there's just so much I like on this slate. I actually think AJ Green, I'm going to hold my nose here, is worth a look in GPPs. He is probably coming off his best game of the season. He had 7 targets against the Cowboys last week. He is a red zone threat, and he got a season high 88% of snaps. So no one really knows what's going on with AJ Green, right? Is he hurt? Like, it seems like he's hurt every week. He is finally on the field, right now for the Bengals and getting looks. And while he didn't catch his 4 targets over 2 games before last week, he did have some success against the Cowboys. So I ultimately think that he does get some looks here. I think, again, he could catch a touchdown. He did catch the 1 touchdown last week. So he's a big body. He's talented. If he's on the field for 90% of the snaps, I think he's worth the look here, especially with the price tag at just $5,400. But 2 guys on the Steelers I like. James Washington, $4,400. Ben Roethlisberger loves to throw to him. He's a really reliable receiver for him. 9 red zone targets this year and 4 touchdowns, so a much higher rate than Eric Ebron does. And then Anthony McFarland at $200 if you really just want an absolute punt play here. He did play 20% of snaps when James Conner was out against the Ravens. Obviously, James Conner will be missing tonight. So Anthony McFarland, he seemed to actually be getting drives all by himself with Benny Snell on the sideline with James Conner out. So I actually think that he could get a decent run here. He is talented. He is shifty. So he's worth a look here at $200 if you really need a punt.
I love it. A lot of options here. Okay, how about someone you're totally fading tonight, someone you just want to stay away from, trap spot, whatever?
Ben Roethlisberger at $11,800. I get it. I get why he's the most expensive here. He's leading the offense that's expected to have way more points, right, than the opposition. He's got all the talent in the world around him, but this guy has not had a 30-point fantasy game all season long. In fact, he rarely even has 20 to 25-point games, right? This guy's not a fantasy guy. He's a great real-life quarterback. So as the most expensive guy on the slate, I actually think that despite the fact that, you look at the DVOA for the Jaguars, it's pretty down there in the NFL. It's bottom 5. You think that he has a cushy matchup, but they have some good cover corners here. That kind of leads me into my other fade, which is Chase Claypool at $8,600. He has to go against William Jackson III, who actually rates out as one of the best corners in the league, according to PFF. And then you look at Von Bell, Jesse Bates III, very good cover safeties. I don't think the deep ball is going to be there for Ben Roethlisberger. I think he gets it done with the dink and dunks, the Juju Smith-Schusters and Deontay Johnsons over the middle, Ebron for 15 yards there in the red zone. So I don't see the script developing where Roethlisberger throws for 350 yards tonight. I think that it's going to be more modest gains here on the ground and with short passes, which will actually open up some high reception totals for guys like Juju and Ebron and Deontay Johnson. And, maybe some rushing touchdowns for Benny Snell, but I don't think that Roethlisberger goes off here. So I'm fading him, and I'm also fading Claypool because the targets are going down, man, and he's still up there in price.
One last thing before I let you go. I know that yesterday was hard for you. You really didn't see that Jets win coming. I thought they were going to do anything to get the L, Kenny.
I feel like I've just gotten over it, and every time I try to get over it, it gets brought up again.
Obviously,
I couldn't believe what I was witnessing on the field, but I certainly think that the Jaguars can do it, man. I'm putting my faith behind them. I'm now the biggest Jaguars fan, actually the only Jaguars fan that works at the DraftKings. So, I think that they're going to pull out this win against Mitch Trubisky, and maybe the Colts sit all their starters week 17. They pull out that win, and want to spend a special shout out to the mayor of Jacksonville for putting on his clown paint on his face and saying that the Jacksonville area got like the biggest boost ever by the Jets winning. Like not even de Blasio would do that. Yeah, I don't know about that. Celebrating a loss by another team that has nothing to do with your team. If I played for the Jaguars, I'd be pretty upset that I saw that. But hey, if Sam Darnold is the Jets quarterback of the future, like it seems like he is, then I guess you got to be proud of him for having a good performance. He played really well yesterday.
Yeah, he did. At least you can look a little bit on the bright side there, Kenny. And by the way, Emerson is a huge Jags fan, so you can.
I know, I said that on purpose.
Do with that what you will. Yeah, exactly. Oh, we'll make sure to clip that off and play it for him. All right, okay. Kenny, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Everybody, that is a show. But stick right here for Leaderboard Live. We're going to keep you up to date on everything going on during Monday Night Football. And the Sweat will be back on – actually, no, Christmas is this week. The Sweat won't be back. Merry Christmas. See you later. Happy first day of Christmas week to everybody who celebrates. It's Monday, and you are watching a special NBA preview version of The Sweat. So, going to spend the next 60 minutes looking ahead to what's in store this season in the association. So, without further ado, say hello to DK Live editor Sharad Kira, RotoWire's Nick Whalen, and host of the Four Seasons NBA show for Ball is Life, Ryan Mogg. Josh. Guys, let's kick things off by looking at some of the biggest news from this very small NBA offseason from a DFS angle. So teams had a very short window to make moves. So give us your favorite offseason move, Shirag. I mean, whether it's like a player moving to a better situation, a great draft pick, a team getting that final piece. What do you think?
I'm going to have to go with the obvious and roll with the champions. The Lakers got drastically better by adding Dennis Schroeder and Wes Matthews. Letting go of Rajon Rondo is not that big of a deal, and having the additional three-point threat that they have now with Schroeder is really good. And then added the fact that they got Marcus Gasol and Montrezl Harrell, letting go of Dwight Howard, JaVale McGee, I just feel that the Lakers got significantly better in this offseason.
All right. Give us your favorite offseason move, Nick.
I mean, it has to be the Atlanta Hawks trading for Tony Snell, right? No, I mean, that one was big. But for me, I'll go a little bit more, one that kind of flew under the radar a little bit. And that was the Mavs, essentially swapping Seth Curry out for Josh Richardson. And I think both teams won this deal. I think both players won this deal. I think Richardson is a better fit for the Mavs, who needed kind of a secondary ball handler, a better defender, a bigger body. And I think Seth Curry is a better fit for the Philadelphia 76ers, who have, one blatant non-shooter and primary ball handler in their starting lineup. They have a center who can shoot threes, but doesn't love shooting threes. They have a couple decent three-point shooting wings, but they didn't really have that knockdown, guy that you have to chase around anytime he's on the floor type of player. So I think Richardson makes the Mavs better, and I think Seth Curry makes the Sixers better.
All right, Ryan, what's your pick?
I love the Seth Curry to Philly move, and Nick was spot on with that and spot on with his mustache. But I'm going to go with my backup. CP3 to Phoenix obviously was a huge move, and everybody in Phoenix is buzzing. But I like that for DeAndre Ayton the most. Pick and rolls with Ayton, and Chris Paul, in my opinion, is first or second smartest player in the NBA right now. I think he's going to learn a ton from CP3. I think that Ayton has kind of like a almost third team all NBA kind of season with Chris Paul and Phoenix.
So Nick gets best offseason mustache award. Congratulations, Nick. All right. Well, whenever there's good though, guys, there's also bad. So which offseason move do you think was a mistake, Nick? Like maybe a bad contract, tough draft pick?
Basically everything that the Detroit Pistons did. That's where I'll start. I think the Mason Plumlee contract was puzzling. I understand, maybe kind of buying somewhat low, I guess, on Jeremy Grant and hoping that you're the team that he can blossom with. They didn't trade Derrick Rose. I thought they maybe had an opportunity there. We'll see, if he's able to improve his value before this coming deadline. But I thought Detroit, being in this position as arguably the least talented team, least talented roster in the entire league, it was such an obvious, like, don't overspend on a guy like Mason Plumlee. Don't overspend on players who really aren't going to move the needle for you. And it felt like they had cap space, and they felt like they had to spend it no matter what. And it wasn't a great free agency class. And this is what they ended up with. So I don't really think that Detroit has improved its future. I don't think it's improved its present all that much. I was left pretty puzzled by what the Pistons did.
Ryan, I mean, what do you think was a big offseason mistake here?
Maybe the biggest offseason blockbuster trade there was, John Wall to the Rockets, I do not like. He's kind of shown me way more than I was expecting from what I've seen from him preseason. But what makes John Wall good and what made John Wall good in the past is explosiveness, faster than anybody on the floor in transition. And now he's coming off an ACL injury that's never good. He looked a little bit thicker, overweight, which can't be good for your ACL. I think a lot of the mystique over Wall to Houston was because they already had Boogie and they reunited the Kentucky duo. I don't see where the Rockets are going. No Daryl Morey, no D'Antoni anymore. And they're kind of building this roster stuck with that model with new people at the helm. And I don't love the fit.
All right, Shrug, which offseason move was just bad in your eyes?
I have to go with Nick. Detroit was just really terrible. I mean, they have Blake Griffin coming back, working his way back. They have already paid him this massive contract. They traded for that contract. And why not let him see what he can do? Blossom, maybe be able to trade something together with that, get it some rookie draft picks or something like that. But I just really did not like that Detroit offseason. I mean, look at that. Plum Dog Millionaire, 3 years, $25 million. I just could not take it. And then Jeremy Grant, while he's solid, I think he's a great defender. He's a solid piece for a contending team. He just took the money and ran, and that's what he's going to do. I don't think he makes them significantly better. And honestly, they should have bottomed out. They should have taken this opportunity. They got a solid guard in Killian Hayes, and I think even Hayes has a chance to be Rookie of the Year, but now they put a bunch of pieces in front of him that will impede his progress, and I don't like their offseason at all.
Well, I mean, with the crazy year that it's been, guys, the schedule has been reduced to 72 games. Ryan, what do you think is going to be the biggest impact of that schedule on the league? Is there a DFS effect from the schedule change?
100%. I think there's a big DFS aspect to this, and that being load management. I think that you're going to get a ton of all-stars and big-name players not really playing the minutes they would, especially at the beginning of the season, because these guys just had off like maybe a month or two, month and a half, for those teams that were playing late in the NBA finals and semifinals, like the LeBrons, the KDs, the ADs, they might be sitting out games early on in the season. And although it's kind of fun to plug and play little role players here and there, a big chunk of your top-notch all-stars are going to not be playable.
Yeah, Shrug, what do you think the impact's going to be?
I agree 100% right there. The Wizards have already come out and said you can expect Russell Westbrook to sit out on the nights of back-to-backs. Bradley Beal becomes an instant lock in those scenarios. And then, KD working his way back from an Achilles, Kyrie working his way back from a shoulder. You can expect those guys to sit out back-to-backs as well. And then you don't know what's going to happen with James Harden. So I just think that there's going to be also this weird place where, the schedule isn't out yet for the second half of the season. So we could see games where, we have a postponement due to a COVID breakout or whatever happens there. And then you have this great lineup, and then this whole entire game gets postponed, and you're like, well, I got to go swap to the later games or whatever happens like that. So I think there's just going to be a lot of just kind of uncertainty, and you have to be ready at the helm always to be able to change your lineup if news breaks in a weird way.
Yeah, what do you think, Nick?
Yeah, I do agree with what Chirag and Ryan said. I don't know that it's going to be quite that drastic. I think that's kind of the general feel, is that the season could be a disaster. There's going to be teams wiped out left and right and games postponed. That could all very well happen. We'll see. I'm trying to be a little more optimistic about it. But when you dig into the schedule, there really aren't that many more back-to-backs. Like where the league is making up time is doing away with those 3 or 4 days between games type of periods. If you look at it, fantasy basketball-wise, number of games per week, almost every single team plays 3 or 4 games every single week. There are not a lot of weeks where you have just 2 games and you got 5 days between games. Those rest periods are virtually gone. So the back-to-back thing, it is a concern. Guys like Russell Westbrook, LeBron, Jimmy Butler, Anthony Davis, they're going to sit more than they normally would, but I don't think it'll be dramatic. I mean, most teams, throughout the course of the whole season, we'll probably have something like, 13 or 14 back-to-back scenarios, which isn't that many more than normal. I'm more interested to see just how much the league actually enforces this new policy that it kind of updated and reinforced a couple of weeks ago. No resting stars on the road, no resting stars for national TV games, no resting two stars together in the same game. All these things have been out there over the last few years, but for the most part, teams have kind of been able to skirt around the rules, and there's only been one or two times where there's been any repercussions. So, the NBA is kind of going into the season, short off season, condensed schedule, but then they're also trying to tighten the ropes on this resting protocol. I'm just interested to see how that turns out. I really have no idea how that's going to go.
Guys, some news right now. Reports are saying that Orlando is spending some major cash, extending Jonathan Isaac for 4 years, $80 million, and Markelle Fultz for 3 years, $50 million. Now, these are both just reports right now, but when you hear that, what's your reaction to these extensions, Nick?
Based on the money that the Clippers gave to Luke Kennard earlier today and to Marcus Morris about a month ago, that seems pretty reasonable. I mean, with Isaac, you have some pretty major injury concerns at this point. Obviously, he's not going to play at all in 2020, 2021. So that's more of a future move. But I guess I'm a little surprised. Maybe Orlando couldn't get more of a discount based on the injuries. But that's not a huge overpay, assuming Isaac does come back and looks like his old self. And getting Fultz, $50 million is a lot. I think for a lot of people, you hear the name Markelle Fultz, you instantly think bust. So that's probably a big figure. But, he made a lot of progress last season. They're really high on him coming into this year. And when you look at a team like Orlando, where else are you going to spend that money? I think Fultz is kind of their biggest offseason addition, I guess, in recent history. They haven't had a lot of great draft picks that have turned into much. So while in a vacuum, I maybe don't love throwing $50 million at Markelle Fultz, I understand it, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan, knee-jerk reaction when you hear that.
I love it. I'm a huge Jonathan Isaac guy, and yes, he has injury concerns, but he's 23 years old, and he's a freak defensively, up there with the best defenders in the league that can guard multiple positions, and I'm talking 1 through 5 even. And then also on Markelle Fultz, I've always been a Markelle Fultz believer, and he's 22 years old. I always find myself looking back at how I was at 22, and it is worlds different now that I've grown. So I always put that on them. Markelle Fultz is this little kid that is going through things that we've all gone through at a bigger deal, at a bigger spotlight. I think he's going to be fine. I think his shoulder's going to be good. He's gone through the ropes the last 2 years, getting a shot back. It's a lot of money, but like Nick said, you're Orlando. Everybody's trying to chase and get there. LeBron and AD combo. If you have to settle for Fultz and Isaac, I mean, that's okay.
Yeah, Shrug, how do you feel about this move?
I think the move is great for the Fultz. 3 years, $50 million is kind of now standard range. You saw Kuzma get $40 million for his deal, and just looking at how you need an elite point guard. Fultz has the speed; he can push it. His shot is getting a little bit more refined, but I don't really understand the Jonathan Isaac move. I don't understand it at all. You could have put him into a restricted free agency and put a scenario where, hey, look, we're going to see what you do coming off this year and see what the market is setting for you. And Jonathan Isaac, while he is worth a lot of money, and yes, his defensive versatility is great, his shot wasn't that great. And coming off those major knee surgeries, you don't know if this contract could just be basically what you're stuck with for 4 years of just injury-prone play.
All right, good stuff, guys. Appreciate it. We will be back to look at some interesting NBA options on the DK Sportsbook. But right now, here's DraftKings contest specialist Matt Meiselman, who's taking us through some late swap strategy.
NBA basketball is back once again, and if you're like us, you've already been obsessively planning out your daily fantasy and sports betting strategies for the upcoming basketball season. A lot has changed since last season ended less than 10 weeks ago, but there are some key concepts that are still worth keeping in mind. Starting with DFS, one of the increasing trends over the last few seasons has been the need for late swap, as cautious handling of injuries has become an NBA norm. Keeping an eye out for status updates after contest lock times is always important, but even more so in today's NBA. So here are a few tips to stay on top of late breaking news. 1. Follow DK Nation at DK Live on Twitter to stay on top of action-worthy updates. 2. Roster players in later games when possible to give yourself chances to make later adjustments. And 3, and easiest of all, order your lineup by start time so that the latest players are in the guard, forward, and utility spots. Over on the sports betting side of things, there was one particularly interesting trend last season involving player props that seems likely to continue into the upcoming year. The list of players who made DraftKings bettors the most money includes names like Patrick Beverley, Marcus Smart, Steven Adams, and Jay Crowder. The players who were least profitable for player prop betting were guys like LeBron, Anthony Davis, James Harden, Luka Doncic, and Ben Simmons. Finding under-the-radar players is crucial in prop betting, and the results clearly show that in this particular area, the role players were much better than the stars.
What's up, everybody? Our NBA preview show is rolling on here on The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield, joined by DraftKings content specialist Matt Meiselman and DraftKings contributor Julian Edlow. Guys, we're going to examine some interesting NBA options on the DK Sportsbook, starting in New York. So the two teams in the Empire State are on opposite ends, with the Knicks coming off a 21-win season and the Nets surrounded by hype thanks to KD and Kyrie. So Brooklyn has the fourth best odds to win the title at plus 600 on the DK Sportsbook. Has that been a popular bet, Matt?
Yeah, so the Nets hype is definitely translating to the bettors. They're the fourth shortest odds to win, like you said. They are the second most popular bet behind the Lakers to win it all. And then on opening night, too, we're already seeing the Nets are a popular bet for their first game against the Warriors. Some of that is because Draymond Green is probably not going to be playing. Klay Thompson obviously is out, so it looks like the Nets should have a better matchup than they would have otherwise with a healthy Warriors team. But yeah, I mean, the bettors definitely like the Nets, and for good reason.
Okay, so Jules, what's your favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook for the Knicks or Nets?
Yeah, so I'm going to the Nets here, but I'm not totally confident that I want to go in on their futures. Like, if you told me I had to bet a future, I would probably bet them to win the East. I think in the end, the talent is going to win out. But at the same time, we're putting a lot of trust in KD's Achilles, which we haven't seen in a while. We have to see that hold up for a season. Kyrie has not had good injury history through Boston and Brooklyn. And we also saw that in Boston, he can maybe have some chemistry issues as well. So I'm not going to the futures here. I know Matt just mentioned opening night against the Warriors. I'm looking at game beyond that. Christmas Day against the Celtics. I don't know why Brooklyn is a 1-point favorite here. They're minus 117 on the money line. So I'll take the Nets to come into Boston and beat the Celtics on Christmas Day. These two teams played on Friday night, a preseason game in Boston. Game was a blowout. And when you look at the quarters that the starters play, the first and third quarter, Brooklyn dominated both quarters, like 20-point wins each quarter. I think that the Nets, and that's obviously the type of matchups that we're going to see for this whole game on Christmas Day when the teams get into their real rotations. So I'm jumping ahead of opening night. I'm going to Christmas Day. I think the Nets are going to handle the Celtics in Boston.
All right, let's stick in the Eastern Conference and a good rivalry with the 76ers and Celtics. So both teams with title aspirations and two teams that are in the top 10 on the DK Sportsbook when it comes to title odds. Which one of these two contenders has seen the most buzz, Matt?
So there's a lot of buzz for the Sixers, and a lot of that has to do with just sports betting in Pennsylvania, and there's a big push coming from there. But the Sixers are still the third most popular bet to win it all. They're actually the most popular bet to win the Eastern Conference at 8-1, more so than the Nets at plus 275. And the Sixers betting popularity translates to the awards markets too. Ben Simmons at 10-1 is the most popular bet for Defensive Player of the Year by a pretty significant amount. And then Shake Milton as a long shot is actually the most popular bet for sixth man. He's become kind of the trendy pick there. And like I said, Pennsylvania bettors, they like their hometown guys, but I think that the Sixers underachieved last year, and there are reasons why people outside of Pennsylvania too would like them going into this year.
Okay, so Julian, what's your favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook for either the Celtics, or are you going to go with the 76ers?
Yeah, I mean, from the Sixers side of it, I do like Ben Simmons as the Defensive Player of the Year, but of course that means that he's going to be with the 76ers, and we're not going to see an eventual James Harden swap, which I think can also play into why people might be backing Philly to come out of the East. If that deal does wind up happening and Harden is there, that would obviously boost their odds. But for a best bet here, I'm gonna keep fading the Celtics. Actually, they're coming out of the gates here without Kemba Walker for maybe a month or so. Tristan Thompson isn't exactly ready to go. There's a lot of holes. They're going to be down two starters to start the year. So I think you can fade them on some bets early in the year. I just talked about the Nets. The Bucks are only 2.5-point favorites in Boston in opening night. I think they're going to lose some games to start the season. So if you want to look the whole way, they're obviously going to get better with Thompson and Walker. But this isn't a deep team. So the 63.5 win percentage, we're seeing some juice on the under here. It's minus 121, but I just don't think the start of the season is going to be good enough for the Celtics to get there in the end.
All right. Well, obviously we know the Bucks are pretty dominant. So in the Central Division, other teams, you got the Bulls, Pacers, Pistons, all seeing sky high odds to win the division. Matt, has there been any public push on any of these teams, or people stayed away because of Milwaukee's dominance?
Yeah, those teams do have long odds, and that could seem pretty enticing. But the Bucks have been the 1 seed in the East for 2 consecutive years, and the rap on the Bucks is that they've struggled in the playoffs. They've been a letdown come playoff time, but they've been as good in the regular season as anyone for 2 straight years, and they probably got better this offseason with Drew Holiday. They don't have some of the injuries like Julian mentioned with the Celtics. They might be starting slow, but the Bucks should be good to go from the beginning of the season. And yeah, there's not much going on in terms of betting on some of the other teams there in the Central Division.
Yeah. So Jules, if you're looking there, what's your favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook coming out of the Central Division?
So if I'm going to that division, I'm looking at the Pistons, who their win percentage, I want to fade Detroit. Their win percentage is set at 32.5. This is a team that went 20-46 last season, and that win percentage, if they play their full 72-game schedule, means that they're going to be a pretty similar team, maybe even a little bit better. And I don't get why that's the case. Christian Wood was a really hot free agent, probably their best player last year after they dished away Andre Drummond. He's gone to Houston now, and Detroit made some really scratching moves in free agency, essentially signing a bunch of backup quality power forwards and centers in an NBA that's trending the complete opposite direction. So I just don't see how these moves are going to get them to be, a slightly improved team off of what they were last season. The 2 best players here are pretty much Derrick Rose and Blake Griffin, which would be great in 2012, but it's not 2012. Those guys are pretty washed up. They're not going to put up the same numbers, and they're probably also not going to stay on the floor for the full season. So give me the Detroit Pistons win percentage under coming out of the Central Division.
All right, can't forget about the Western Conference. We're going to focus on 2 up-and-coming teams. We got the Nuggets and the Grizzlies. Now, the Nuggets, of course, made it all the way to the Western Conference Finals, while Memphis earned a shot for a play-in game only to lose to the red-hot Trail Blazers. Both teams have young star point guards in John Morant and Jamal Murray. So, Matt, are you seeing any trends for either of these players on the DK Sportsbook?
Yeah, so there's sort of a trend with the Grizzlies dating back to last year where they were more of an up-and-coming team at the beginning of the year, and then they kind of held on to the 8th seed before ultimately giving that up to the Blazers at the end of the year. So it seems like bettors are a little bit scared off. There's not much going on with Memphis, either future bets on the team or players, not a lot of awards betting on Memphis. On Denver, what's interesting is that Jamal Murray is actually the favorite for most improved player of the year. And it's a little odd because he was so good in the playoffs last year. And for that reason, there's not much traction, or it seems that would be the reason he's outside the top 10 in terms of most popular, most improved player of the year bets. The number 1 guy there is actually Michael Porter Jr. So if there's room for the Nuggets to get better, Michael Porter Jr. is probably the guy who takes that step forward because they're a similar team to last year. They're already really good, but he's the guy who could make a stride forward and really help them get to the next level.
All right, so Jules, what's your favorite bet out of the Western Conference?
Yeah, I actually did like that MPJ most improved player one. That one has moved a lot on DK Sportsbook from the time that those odds came out. So that one's taken some sharp money, it looks like. I'm going to go to the Lakers because I think that they're the real deal. I thought about saying just to win the West or to win the title and repeat again. But I think we'll get similar odds come playoff team. Like we're already anticipating the Lakers are going to be a 1 or 2 seed in the West. And that they're going to be able to repeat in the West and that they should beat whoever comes out of the East. LeBron and AD, as long as they stay healthy, they improve the rest of their lineup. But what I'm going to do is, if LeBron and AD are healthy through the year, we can probably make the bet at similar odds going into the postseason. So I don't think we need to make it now. I'll take the Lakers, even though it's minus 143 now. I'll take the Lakers to win the Pacific Division. I know the Clippers are competition. The Warriors are in the division, but they're clearly not the same team. They're down at plus 1,800. The Suns should make a jump with Chris Paul, but this is still the Lakers division. They still took Montrezl Harrell from the Clippers. They added Dennis Schroeder from OKC. Even if LeBron gets some nights off to rest up, this is still a really good team. I don't think the Clippers are going to have quite enough to compete. I saw them as much more equals last season, and this year it's kind of the Lakers a clear cut above. So Lakers to win the Pacific -143.
Julian, Matt, thank you so much. We're going to break down NBA team futures next. Chirag, Julian, and Nick will be back. But everybody, take 5. The Sweat will return. We are spending our Monday previewing the NBA season, and you are too because you're watching this show. It's called The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield, joined by DK Live editor Chirag Kira and DraftKings contributors Julian Edlow and RotoWire's Nick Whalen. And I want to know where you stand on these NBA team futures. So with the season cut down to 72 games, the DK Sportsbook is offering over-under futures bets on win percentage rather than win total. Milwaukee has the highest win percentage listed at 68.5. So do you like the over or do you like the under here, Jules?
Yeah, so this win total percentage thing, we got to bust out the calculators every time and start to do some math. Makes it complicated. It's about 49.5 wins in the 72-game season for the Bucks. So it's obviously cleaner than a win total. Like, you know, if a team winds up playing a couple less games due to a COVID situation, you know, it's nice to have this win percentage. You look at the Bucks win percentage last year, 76.7. They're a great regular season team and they play in a very bad division that they can beat up on. So while they maybe lost a little bit of depth, the team got better with Jrue Holiday. You can't argue against that. Giannis is committed long-term. I don't think much is going to change. Maybe he even plays more minutes during the regular season for once. So I don't see why the Bucks are going to regress enough to take the under here. I'll take the over.
Chirag, are you going to take the over too? You're muted, Chirag. You forgot to unmute yourself.
You can do it.
That was Chirag's
Well, I'm going to
fault.
take the under.
It's okay.
And we're good.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think the Bucks will pace themselves this year, but winning 50 games is not out of the question. You know, with the addition of Jrue Holiday, still, Bud is their coach, and there's a looming Harden deal that's going to be potentially coming to the Eastern Conference. So, you know, that has the potential to bump them down a little bit, and I just have to take the under just because I think they want to save themselves from making a real playoff push after 2 consecutive years of just winning the East.
All right, Nick, you going over or under?
With Julian, I'm going over. I mean, you look at the Bucks win percentage last season, almost 77%. They were on a 63 win pace in an 82 game season. This number puts them on pace for about 56 wins over 82. I mean, that's a pretty big drop for a team that, sure, maybe lost a little bit of depth, but also made a pretty significant upgrade at point guard going from Eric Bledsoe to Jrue Holiday. And, you know, of course, a lot was made about the price that they paid to get Jrue Holiday, but a lot of that is, you know, future draft picks. That's kind of where the cost was really levied, not something that affects this coming season. So, you know, the Bucks didn't look great in the preseason. They were 0-3. Giannis did not play in their most recent preseason game. Maybe there's a little bit of growing pains, you know, early on fitting Jrue Holiday in, but at the end of the day, I mean, this has been by far the most dominant regular season team over the last 2 years, and the common denominator is Giannis. I don't even know that it matters all that much who's around him. unless Giannis ends up missing significant time, I would feel pretty comfortable about going over on that percentage.
All right, guys, the two teams in LA, the Lakers and Clippers, are right around the same mark. We got the defending champion Lakers at 66.5, Clippers at 65.5. Now, which one of these teams do you think is more likely to go over, Shirag?
I think I'm going to have to lean with the Clippers here. I think they're going to be out here trying to prove something all season long. The addition of Serge Ibaka and Nick Batum could actually help them. And then we could see an angry PG-13. After all the trash people have talked about him all offseason long, I think there's a chance here where he actually is, a year removed from having surgery on both shoulders. And then Kawhi Leonard, he's heard all the rumblings of him. Oh, there's resting. There's the locker room issues. The people see him getting preferential treatment. I think there's a chance here where the Clippers can really make a push for it and see, hey, we need to have home court advantage over the Lakers, where the Lakers kind of cruise back and they know what they have.
Yeah, Nick, you going to go with the Lakers or the Clippers?
Yeah, I do like those points. I think the Clippers, and especially Paul George, do probably bounce back this year, especially when you compare his numbers last year to the seasons prior. I think there is a good chance he bounces back. But based on this number, I think it almost has to be the Lakers. I mean, that puts them on about a 55-win pace over 82 games. So that'd be 5 fewer wins than they were on pace for last year. And I think we all agree the Lakers got significantly better. There are some concerns about LeBron and Anthony Davis potentially resting. Maybe LeBron doesn't go as hard this regular season as he did during last regular season, but the Lakers also struggled during the seeding games, and that put a damper on their win percentage. I mean, they were well on pace for more than 60 wins prior to the bubble. So I think the regression is kind of baked into this number, and I think it's a little cautious based on the potential rest. But when you're talking about a team that added Wes Matthews, Marc Gasol, has an emerging, potential really good role player in Talen Horton-Tucker, added both of the, number 1 and number 2 leading bench scorers in the league last season in Harrell and Schroeder. I think the big difference for me between last year's Lakers team and this year's Lakers team is they actually have enough now that if Anthony Davis sits out a game or LeBron James sits out a game, they still have a chance to win that game.
Yeah, Julian, what do you think? Who are you going to go with?
Yeah, I guess Shrog's being polite here, fading his Lakers. I thought he was going to go there, but I'm going with Nick. I am going with the Lakers. Look, the Clippers have a lot to prove this year for sure, and they did a decent job of getting Ibaka in there to replace Harrell. They added some pieces. But the Lakers arguably had the best offseason, maybe outside of the Bucks, who kind of had to do something almost desperate. The Lakers added huge pieces in Harrell and Schroeder. Gasol's a nice depth piece, like we said. If Anthony Davis has to take a night off, or on the famous Anthony Davis has gone to the locker room nights, Marc Gasol gets a couple extra minutes, Harrell gets a couple extra minutes, they're going to be prepared to battle through this. You look at them, 52-19, that's a 73.2 win percentage. And Nick mentioned, they really didn't care about those seeding games in the bubble. They definitely could have been better, and I think they're very improved. So I think both of these teams probably go over, but I think the stronger bet, you're telling me I can bet one, I think it's the Lakers. I think they're going to dominate the West, get the 1 seed again, win that division.
One of the most fun teams to watch last season, and one that made it all the way to the NBA Finals, was the Miami Heat. They finished 2020 with a win percentage of 60.3, and the DK Sportsbook has them right about there again at 60.5. So do you think the Heat can ride the momentum and go over, Nick?
I think they can. I'm not sure that they will. I think we have to keep in mind that the Heat were a completely different team in the bubble, and especially once the playoffs began. We saw a different version, a much more aggressive version of Jimmy Butler. He started shooting threes. He was playing, a ton more minutes per game than he was during the regular season. I think that run proved to Miami that even with their core as it is now, we'll talk in a second about, potential additions. They have enough to get back to the finals. They've already proved they can do that. I don't think they're going to push themselves overly hard in the regular season. Now, they might have enough talent to just go over by default, but I don't see Miami, really making an effort to get the 1 or the 2. They were fine as the 5 seed in the last playoffs. What could change this for me is if they were to, strike a deal for James Harden. And, right now those talks are on pause. Over the weekend, it seemed like there might have been some momentum there. If they're able to get get James Harden without giving up Jimmy Butler, without giving up Bam Adebayo, that obviously changes things. I think that brings their ceiling and their floor up to even another level in the regular season.
Julian, do you see the Heat going over here?
With Harden, I would see them going over, but we're obviously not baking that in here. So I'm going to agree and go under. This number is right on with where they were last season, 44-29. That was a 603 winning percentage. There were some early struggles there. Miami had one of the better home court advantages in the NBA, which they're kind of getting back this year. One thing I guess that Nick said, they know that they can now win from a lower seed. They do in the bubble. You probably don't want to be starting a first-round series without home court this year, assuming we're back to a somewhat normal postseason, which I think we all hope that we are. So it could matter a little bit more to win some games, obviously, but the East also got better. The Bucks got better. The Raptors are still very solid. The Celtics are, a work in progress once they get those injuries together. But Brooklyn obviously is a favorite this year to come out of the East. You've got Philly, which Matt was just talking about. Bettors expect them to be better. And then you have like fringe playoff teams, like everybody's all about the Hawks this year and all their additions. The Wizards with Westbrook are now a fringe playoff team. There's just little teams in there, and that's some divisional games too that are going to add up. And I think that this one's going to stay slightly under.
Shrug. The Heat has their win percentage at 60.5 on the GK Sportsbook. Do you think they can go over?
It's possible, but they are no longer going to surprise people. I really think that the loss of Jay Crowder is significant. He was that kind of guy that could hit threes and play that power forward role for them. Bam Adebayo was able to be kind of that guard center. I just don't think that with the fact of losing, yes, they added Avery Bradley and Mo Harkless, but I just don't think that this team, while they play hard enough, is going to be able to go over that total.
All right, guys. Another option when looking at team futures is odds to make the playoffs. So which non-playoff team from last season do you think could be the best bet to make it this season? Julian, who are you going with?
Yeah, I mean, I can't make up my mind on this one. I'm literally scrolling through it right now. I think you kind of have to go with the Phoenix Suns. They're at a very fair price of minus 134. They built up a ton of momentum in the bubble and almost got there, winning all 8 of their bubble games. So they're coming off of that kind of high. I think that did a lot for them this season in terms of confidence. And then you add a veteran like Chris Paul on top of that. And I think it's going to prove valuable. Myself included, I took OKC's win total under last year and was way off. They cleared that easily, even without playing all of their games. So Chris Paul is going to make this team extremely competitive, help Devin Booker grow. Really, I think help DeAndre Ayton grow around the rim. And I think that we're going to see the Suns get into the playoffs. The one tricky thing this year is now we have 10 seeds playing. So I'm very confident the Suns will be in that top 10, but you need them to win those play-in rounds to get a playoff spot. I think this is how this works. We're not betting top 10, we're betting top 8. So that just adds a little wrinkle that you need them to kind of win the play-in round. But give me the Suns here at minus 134.
All right, Chirag, who are you taking?
I'm going with the Washington Wizards. While they are expected to rest Russell Westbrook on back-to-back scenarios, I still think this team has enough quality depth. And sitting at minus 110, you don't have to pay a lot of juice. And you get a team that was, Julie mentioned, yes, they are a fringe playoff team, but I think they have the quality depth that with Davis Bertans, Thomas Bryant working his way back now from that foot injury, Bradley Beal now not having to carry this entire team. I think working off Westbrook is really going to be beneficial for him. And I just think that paying minus 110 for a team that has really nice odds against a weaker Eastern Conference makes a lot of sense.
Nick, who do you like?
So I had 3 teams written down, and Phoenix and Washington were the first 2. So we'll skip down to one that I think is the biggest long shot of these 3. I don't know that I would actually bet it myself, but when you consider the number, you can get San Antonio at plus 350. Again, I don't know that I would actually put my own hard-earned money on this, but this is the team that kind of started to peak at the right time in the bubble. They were right in it. Phoenix was the team that really kind of surged and got a lot of the buzz in the bubble, but San Antonio was in that until the 7th or 8th seeding game when they finally kind of fell back. And that was without LaMarcus Aldridge, a ton of injuries to a lot of key players last year. Obviously, they're dealing with an injury to Derek White coming into the year. That's a concern. But I think we see more DeJounte Murray, who barely played over 25 minutes a game last season. I think we saw a breakout from Keldon Johnson late last season. The rookie, Devin Vassell, looks really good already. So the West is really deep. It's really tough. It's tough to look, 1 through 15 and say, yes, I think the San Antonio Spurs are the 7th or 8th best team in the West. I don't know that that's the case, but I also, part of me thinks that Greg Popovich has like one last overachieving run in him. And I think this might be, the last good year for someone like Aldridge. DeRozan's kind of at the tail end of his prime. I do think the Spurs could maybe surprise some people this season.
All right, good stuff, guys. Thank you. We're going to look at the opening games of Tuesday and Wednesday night. The Sweat will be right back.
Good evening, everybody. Good to see you all for DraftKings Leaderboard Live here on the Dream Stream. Brendan Glasheen, Jeff Ulrich, Bengals hosting the Steelers. Coming up moments from now, we're getting you set for some of the big contests here at DraftKings, including the $2.25 million Monday Night Millionaire, a grand prize, the top prize winning $1 million, $15 entry. Jeff, look, Pittsburgh, this is an ultimate bounce back spot. Cincinnati starting a third string quarterback. Pittsburgh's lost 2 straight games. There's been a lot of chatter this week. Oh, like they're a fake 11-2. There's so many other good teams in the AFC. How do you look at the matchup here for Pittsburgh, especially on offense, considering this is a DFS program?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know what the Bengals are going to be able to do to really slow down the Steelers that much. I think the Steelers' biggest issue is getting out of their own way. This quick pass offense, you've seen Ben throwing it a ton of times, taking one-step drops, letting go of the ball. It's about timing, right? And lately the timing has been terrible, either because of the receivers have been off, dropping balls, or just, other teams have been disrupting it a little bit. But at the same time, you look at the Bengals, they don't have a high-end pass rush. Their rush defense is okay, but like I said, it really isn't I don't think it's gonna matter tonight because Pittsburgh doesn't really run the ball much anyways. So I just view this as kind of a place for the Steelers to really start to get things back together. They've obviously looked out of sync over the last couple of games. They put up a bit of a fight in that matchup with Buffalo, but ultimately they got beaten by a better team. Buffalo's just better than them right now. So I like for the Steelers to just use this as to try and get everybody back on track. Deontay Johnson dropping balls, Eric Ebron, they got to get those guys going. And I think that's the Steelers' MO tonight. And I think if they do get going early, this one will be over by halftime.
So the consensus is to stack the Steelers. Which direction are you leaning in terms of, do you captain Big Ben, then load up on some weapons? Do you have a weapon in particular? Johnson, you mentioned dropping balls lately. Juju, Claypool, Ebron. Who is the captain here? I'm assuming it's a Steeler.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a big consensus towards the Steelers. They're 14.5-point favorites, or at least that's what it was last time I checked. Mm-hmm. So they're massive favorites. Whenever you have a massive favorite like that in a showdown contest for fantasy, the skill players on that team are going to be heavily owned. So if you want to get contrarian, you go with 3 or 4 Bengals, you're going to get low ownership. There's absolutely no doubt. I just don't know if it's going to happen. If I was going to go that route and go with the Bengal at the captain, it would be Tyler Boyd. You actually brought this up to me before, Glash, is that, him and Finley have connected for a touchdown before. I just think Tyler Boyd is still the most consistent wide receiver they have. He works out of the slot a bit. The Steelers have given up a few big plays. So I don't hate that Tyler Boyd play. I still think he'll garner some ownership because you have to roster at least one Bengal. But realistically, yeah, I think you need to go heavy Steelers stack. If I was playing one lineup, I would just go that way. There's different ways to differentiate. Deontay Johnson might be popular tonight. I don't really know, but I really feel like he gets back on track here. He's still the best receiver they have for this offense. He's so quick off the mark, able to get open just a couple steps. It's perfect for Ben. Again, I just don't think that the corners here are going to do much to slow him down at all. So I think Deontay Johnson would be the captain spot for me. I don't hate putting Ben up there either. And again, but if you want to get more contrarian, you go with Claypool or Smith-Schuster. But for me, the captain's choices would probably be starting with Ben or Deontay Johnson.
Yes, this is Ryan Finley's 4th career start. His last start was last year in November. He connected with Tyler Boyd 5 times. He had 9 targets, 101 yards, and a touchdown. He also fumbled in that game, if that's worth mentioning. Look, you said this, Pittsburgh doesn't run the ball all that much. Jalen Samuels is the backup to Benny. I wrote M instead of N. Benny Smell instead of Benny Snell. $6,200 for Snell. Jalen Samuels is only $800 to roster. Any interest in either of them?
I really like Jalen Samuels. I mean, James Conner out, obviously. Look, Jalen Samuels played with James Conner in the lab. He played over 40% of the snaps last week. He's their most versatile back. Quite frankly, I think he's their best back. The Steelers have been drafting running backs. They've been trying to get Conner going, so they've kind of forgotten about him. I think he could get inserted into this game and actually end up playing the most snaps. I think he's going to get a few targets as well because that's his strength. So for 800, yeah, absolutely. Jalen Samuels is the top value play for me on the slate. Again, I view this as an opportunity for the Steelers to get their offense going. If they're going to make a bit of a shift to Samuels because the Connor thing, and quite frankly, Snell hasn't been running it well either, this is going to be the game to do it. Samuels is connected for decent pass games with Ben before. So yeah, I really like Jalen Samuels at 800. Like I said, too cheap and my favorite value on the slate.
All right. Steelers are getting the football first. Lineups have locked. A reminder, the big play payday returns tonight. If there is a touchdown of 20 yards or more scored in the fourth quarter, you get a free ticket to a big DraftKings contest this coming Sunday, which would be Week 16 Sunday, the 100K DraftKings contest. So get involved. Enter your ticket via the promotions page over on DraftKings.com. It's free. It does not cost a dime. You just got to get involved, get a ticket, and feel free to participate. You mentioned the sports book there. Yeah, latest looking at the lines right now. The lines currently on the DK sports book. Here we go. And game, of course, is underway here. Pittsburgh is a 14-point underdog, 40.5 over under. This is to your point. If it's halftime and Pittsburgh has complete control, I'm assuming you're leaning under.
Again, at that price, like I actually don't hate the over in this game.
Okay.
And again, I feel like if the Steelers get up, they're just going to keep passing to get their guys going tonight. So it's one of those games where you might see, the Steelers score 35 points if they get off to a good start. And if they score that many points, you only need a touchdown from the Bengals. So I actually kind of lean the over in this game. From the spread, it's a big spread for Pittsburgh, especially considering how bad they've been on offense. But I actually would say the over probably of those two bets is probably my favorite bet there.
Okay. Ownership's coming in right now. Big Ben, 88.5% in the flex, 20% in the captain spot. Deontay Johnson, 13% captain, 60% in the flex. So it feels like folks are thinking, let's put Big Ben in the captain, and then he'll spread it out, and we'll see. Hopefully we hit on the Pittsburgh receivers that we put in the flex as more's coming in. Steelers DST, 52.5%.
Wow, that is really high for a showdown on a defense. One of the highest I think we've ever seen.
So just kind of counting it up real quick here. The top 7 owned in the flex are all Steelers. Big Ben, Johnson, Steelers, Juju, Claypool, Benny Snell at 37.5%, Eric Ebron. No surprises here. T. Higgins, though, more ownership than Tyler Boyd.
Yeah, I mean, look, Higgins has been good. I mean, I think both those are the two receivers that you really want to get exposure to if you're going for the Bengals. But again, that ownership so heavily Steelers weighted, not surprised at all, but really interesting from a leverage standpoint. Definitely, like if I've been making 10 lineups tonight, obviously, the lineups are locked, but going back, I mean, definitely, 3 or 4 of them would have been Bengals stacks just because the ownership difference is so big. If the Bengals players do end up scoring, and look, I mean, the Pittsburgh's going to score some points, but if the Bengals keep pace for a bit, that's a big edge you have. So just from an ownership perspective, so really interesting. We'll see if those plays work out. You still got to figure the Steelers guys are probably going to score more points.
All right, game is underway. A couple of minutes in, of course. So check it out. Opt into the big play payday. We will remind you throughout the course of the night. And good luck with those lineups, everybody. Check out the sports book if you have any interest there. Jeff Ulrich and I will return at the end of the first quarter to get caught up on the leaderboard. There is $1 million on the line tonight in the 2 1/4 Monday Night Millionaire $15 entry. We'll see you in a bit. All right, welcome back in Leaderboard Live. Brendan Glasheen, Jeff Ulrich. Didn't think I'd be saying this, but the leading lineup right now has the Bengals DST in the captain spot. NY Clax 00, 31 lineups. Bengals defense in the captain. Finley, Steelers D, Benny Snell, AJ Green, and T. Williams in the flex. What is going on right now offensively with Pittsburgh?
Wow, man. Yeah, I mean, look, we still got 3 quarters to go here, Glash, but I mean, this was that's about as bad a quarter of offensive football from the Steelers as you can possibly put in. Ben getting is missing his receivers, Ben getting his receivers lit up, his receivers not making any plays. Yeah, he's just complete out of sync. Like we mentioned, they were at the start of the show. So I really thought they'd come out here and be crisp and look like they want to get it going early. But give the Bengals some credit here too. I mean, they have come out, they've made some hits. You just saw Juju Smith-Schuster get lit up, and they're playing with nothing to lose. And sometimes these teams are dangerous like that. Cincinnati hasn't been as bad on defense this year as they were last year, so they've been way better effort unit in that regard, anyways. And right now, like you said, all these low-owned Bengals, AJ Green with 1 catch is like one of the highest scorers. So from an offensive perspective, obviously the Bengals defense, with the fumbles and stuff like that are now up there. But right now, if you took a shot on the low-owned Bengals, yeah, you're loving this.
Yeah, and talking the 2.25 Monday Night Millionaire, $1 million to first place, $15 to enter. We mentioned this in the pregame. The 7 highest owned in the contest are all Steelers. So to be included, the Steelers DST at 52.57% owned. Some news on the Bengals side. Wide receiver Tyler Boyd, officially, questionable to return with a concussion. Who does this help the most? I would assume it's Higgins.
Yeah, Higgins and AJ Green, right? I mean, AJ Green obviously already with the catch, which is kind of nice. But 15.1% owned. T. Higgins obviously going to take more of a dominant role. He's got 2 catches too, actually, at 36.5% owned. I mean, even at 36% ownership, you've got a great play. You've got leverage over 2/3 of the field. It's still not that high ownership. If you put T. Higgins in the captain, and it's even better, 3% owned. Right now it's better anyways, but definitely going to open things up for AJ Green and probably more so T. Higgins, who's just been the better player of those two this year. So we'll see how it goes, though. They still got Ryan Finley at quarterback, so anything can happen. Yeah. And but yeah, I mean, right now it's looking good if you avoided the Boyd shock and quite frankly, you avoided all the Steelers offensive players. But like I said, 3 quarters to go. We'll probably see some kind of completion by Ben at some point.
The point spread is now up to down to -6. It was -15 to open the game, and the over/under on the DK Sportsbook currently sitting at 36.5. So that's down 4 points. Any thoughts on these updates here to the Sportsbook odds?
Well, look, I mean, the Bengals are driving here. I mean, if they do get in the end zone, it's probably going to open up a really good betting opportunity to take the Steelers. I mean, I like the effort that the Bengals are giving, but the Steelers are still clearly have the better defense. They're the more talented team, and they're going up against Ryan Finley. Ryan Finley can certainly contribute to the loss here in the second half. So I have to see what the Bengals do. Even at -6, though, the Steelers are kind of tempting to get in on. You kind of got to feel like they're still going to win this game. Yeah. And they could even win it by multiple scores, right? If they get their offense going. It doesn't take them long to score. So I would watch to see what the Bengals do. If this line gets any lower, though, I would definitely be probably in on hitting up a little Steelers action.
Not time to hit the panic button just yet if you rostered a bunch of Pittsburgh Steelers in any contest tonight, but it's getting close. Pittsburgh, 9 straight wins on Monday Night Football, and a win tonight clinches the AFC North. Don't forget, everybody, opt into the Big Play Payday. We'll remind you again at halftime. If there is a 20-yard touchdown scored, offense, defense, doesn't matter what team, you'll get a free ticket into a DraftKings Major Sunday Contest, Week 16 for this coming Sunday. It doesn't cost you a thing, so be sure to get involved with the Big Play Payday at DraftKings. We'll be back at halftime to recap the contest and also have a look at the sports book. We'll see if the offense can get any better here for Pittsburgh. All right. 17-0 Cincinnati at halftime. Monday Night Football. Pittsburgh's 9 consecutive Monday Night Football win streak is on the line here. Brendan Glasheen, Jeff Ulrich. This is something. We're getting some stats here from producer Michael and producer Jordan. Big Ben, career low, Jeff, in first half passing yards, 19. And 3 years ago, when these two teams met on Monday Night Football, Big Ben was down by 17. They eventually won the game 23-20. I'm not seeing any signs of how this is going to turn around.
Look, Cincinnati's playing well, man. Like they're bringing it. I mean, they're hitting the Steelers at every opportunity. They're just going after the ball wherever, Ben's throwing it. They're not going for the easy just break up or tackle the guy after he catches it. They're going for the ball, man. And you see, Ben is a step behind right now. So it is kind of hard to see after that first half, anything positive happening. I mean, we've seen no shots to Chase Claypool. We've seen Deontay Johnson get involved on these little outs. Their best play has been a screen pass to Jalen Samuels, who's played like 4 snaps, right? So you probably will see him more in the second half. But Gio's running the ball well. I mean, that's the other thing. Like the Bengals are actually moving the ball a bit on offense, and they've been efficient in the red zone. So even if Pittsburgh gets some points here, like their defense has to step up. Nothing went right in that first half. Ben has gone from looking not good to like actually really terrible here. So it'll be interesting to see just from a playing perspective what he does. But from a fantasy perspective, I don't even know where to start here. Like we're definitely going to see some poor nights from some of these Steelers. You still might get the Chase Claypool long touchdown or something, but wow, they got to start fast here in the second half.
Well, that's been the criticism lately of this Pittsburgh offense. Ben's averaging 51 pass attempts a game. They're throwing the ball too much. Now they're in a spot where they have to, being down 17-0, right? I mean, and plus we can go sportsbook now, then we'll get into the contest. I think this kind of segues well. Pittsburgh is +7 on the DK Sportsbook right now, over under at 37.5 points, +7 odds, -118 on the DK Sportsbook right now, currently. I mean, we're in a spot here. Cincinnati gets the ball first in the second half, so who knows? They get a big gain. They're at midfield. That number could go even higher.
It could. It really could. And look, like if Cincinnati gets another touchdown here, we're almost in like, when did the Steelers just pull the pin here and like move on to next week territory, right? So yeah, this is a massive. They got to get a stop. I mean, at the very, very least, hold them to a field goal. But the Steelers defense needs to come out, take control of this game, and just pray that their offense gets something together here. But this is interesting. I mean, if you're thinking about the sportsbook aspect, I don't hate the +7 right now, but you are kind of risking it a little bit because, like I said, even if the Bengals get a field goal here, you could probably get a better number. So I do think like I like this. I definitely like that +7. Little bit interested. I'm not sure what the better play is, wait or take it now. I think even just taking it now isn't the worst play. I definitely like the Steelers side better than taking the Bengals -7. There's no way I'm taking that. Because if they do get a stop here or even a field goal, we're just like 1 or 2 big plays away from becoming a 1-score game again. So I think the plus money on the Steelers is very tempting.
Pittsburgh +225 on the money line right now via the DK Sportsbook. That's something else we wanted to make sure we relayed to you. Okay, let's look at the big Monday Night Millionaire. $2.25 million in total prizes. $1 million to first place. 176,470 entries. Hot Dog Man 6920 in first place. Gio Bernard in the captain spot. Deontay Johnson, the lone Steeler. Then you have Finley, Higgins, Green, and the Bengals DST. We said this off the top. 7 highest owned in this contest, all Steelers, including the defense. It's a contrarian build. There's no other way, I think, to explain it.
Contrarian build. And look, like how did we forget about talking about Gio Bernard with that mustache that he's got? I mean, it's a contrarian mustache, right? So I think he's the only NFL player who has one, but feels like it anyways. Yeah, but in all seriousness, like Gio was the perfect contrarian play. He's on the field a ton for the Bengals. He's going to get red zone touches. Like, I mean, weird things happen in games as we've seen here, turnovers and teams get like red zone opportunities when you don't think they're going to. And Gio's capitalized on that. So, if you were going Bengals, I think it's a fantastic play by these people who did it. Again, the Bengals stacks, as we said before, they're risky, but like the leverage here, Ryan Finley at 16% owned, I've never seen. I'm sure we've had ownership that low on like backup QBs before, but I don't think I've ever seen a quarterback that lowly owned in a showdown contest. it's definitely got to be up there close to the record, like a starting QB. And then, even AJ Green, like 15% owned. So crazy good numbers on the Bengals stack to take a shot at it in GPP. It's paying off now. I'm sure we'll see at least one of these Steelers wide receivers with a decent second half. But man, if Cincinnati comes out and scores, like these lineups are going to be in insanely good positions.
Yeah, to put to make your point even more clear on Bernard, they've carried the ball as a team 20 times, 12 carries for Bernard, and Finley's only thrown the ball 8 times. So they're protecting the quarterback who's only starting for the 4th time in his career. Over on the 400K play action contest, 158,548 entries, a $3 entry fee. 2-way tie first place, Bengals defense in the captain. Finley, Higgins, Benny Snell at 36.6% owned, Gio in the flex. And then we'll find out what happens with Tyler Boyd, a quad injury. He's questionable to return. I'm sure we'll hear something out of the halftime break. But that might be what does this lineup in if Boyd does not end up doing anything. And, of course, if Pittsburgh starts scoring points.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like Boyd, concussion symptoms, usually they just
concussion, my bad, yeah.
Caution. I have no idea what's going on there. But, it's obviously not looking good. The other thing is, like, I don't know how much the Bengals are going to be throwing either. I mean, like I said, Gio right now, if you played the Cincinnati side, he's really the play. I mean, I'm sure they'll make a few throws, but they're going to try and make this game as ugly as possible and just make it as, get this game over with because they got a 7-point lead. So Gio right now is the play. With Boyd out, if he does stay out, definitely
Gibbs. Yeah, he's ruled out. Yep.
Yeah, so there you go. Okay, ruled out. Doesn't shock me at all. It's going to give more opportunity to AJ Green, T. Higgins. If you had Boyd, don't. It sucks, but that is football. It happens, obviously. So Boyd and Higgins lineup, so definitely kind of like that news because they're going to get if the Bengals do pass, it's one of those guys probably going to get to go off. And look, there's second half lineups to make on DraftKings as well, stuff like that. So I mean, the spot looks good for T. Higgins. He's looked good. He's a big physical receiver. He's actually impressed me the way he's played this year. I didn't think he was going to be that good, but he's worked well in this offense. So he looked good in the first half again. T. Higgins definitely upside up now.
3rd place has Boyd. 4th place in the play action contest does not. So that's good. And just to kind of put a wrapper on it here in the big contest, the Monday Night Millionaire, I'm not seeing Boyd. He's in the 4th place lineup. So some folks up top, 5th place hasn't too. So folks up top, that's worth noting in terms of the rest of this game. Tyler Boyd has been ruled out with concussion-like symptoms for the Bengals. Want to remind all of you to make sure to check out DraftKings and the promotions section, the Big Play Payday. If you opt in, free of charge, does not cost you a thing. Opt into the Big Play Payday. If there is a 20-yard touchdown, 20 yards or more touchdown scored by the Bengals or the Steelers, offense or defense, you'll get a ticket to the Sunday 100K DraftKings contest for Week 16 Sunday in the NFL. So be sure to opt in by the end of the 3rd quarter. Do it now before you forget, and you'll just not have to worry about it. So get involved. DraftKings Big Play Payday. And basically, it turns into a free roll. You don't have to spend the $10 to enter the contest. All right. So what do you think? What's your gut telling you? You think the Steelers are going to get it together here somewhat?
I think they're going to get it together and make this close, but I don't know, man. Like I said, the Bengals have come to play. I mean, they're not just going to roll over and be like, okay, here's a couple touchdowns.
Yeah.
Ryan Finley's managed the game well. Gio's running well. So I'm going to say the Bengals do win. I think it's going to be like a 1-score game, like I said, but I don't know. I just don't know if the Steelers are going to have enough to get it together for one half. So we'll see how it turns out, though. This should be an interesting second half because the Steelers can't possibly play worse, can they?
Seriously. I mean, Big Ben, again, just a reminder, the stats for Big Ben, he's 7 of 16, 19 yards, and a pick. So. And he fumbled too.
He's got negative points.
Yeah, negative points. Minus 3 point something. Yeah, not good. Okay, we said this off the top here at halftime. Jordan pointing this out via ESPN Stats and Info. 2nd time Big Ben has fallen behind by 17 points against the Bengals. The last time that happened was Monday Night Football 3 years ago. The Steelers went on to win 23-20. And as a reminder, they need a win tonight, which would be their 10th straight on Monday Night Football. A win would clinch the AFC North. So if they don't, that gives Cleveland a sniff at the division championship. All right, we'll be back at the end of the third quarter, get you caught up on the leaderboard, and who knows, maybe those odds will just continue to climb in terms of making Pittsburgh an underdog via the DK Sportsbook. We'll check in again soon here on Leaderboard Live. Okay, we're back here, Leaderboard Live on the Dream Stream. Brendan Glasheen, Jeff Ulrich. Pittsburgh has shown signs of life. And now looking at the 2.25 Monday Night Millionaire, $1 million to first place. 5-way tie for first, Jeff. Deontay Johnson catching a touchdown right now, dealing with some cramps after a play following the touchdown drive. He's in the captain spot. Big Ben, Finley, Snell, Bernard, and the Bengals defense holding on in the flex. What do you make of the build? Of course, Johnson, who knows if he's going to keep adding to the total with the injury.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this build makes sense from a couple of perspectives. I mean, it's never a bad idea to get, exposure to both quarterbacks in a showdown contest. So, low owned Ryan Finley wasn't that expensive. I definitely don't mind that play at all. And again, it's not like a huge Bengals stack, but obviously getting Gio in there as the other player who's going to touch the ball makes some sense as well. I maybe got a little lucky with the Tyler Boyd injury, but I think the big risk here was obviously the Bengals D. I mean, if this turned into a blowout, probably not going to get enough points for them to matter maybe, but otherwise it's more of like a run centric kind of ugly game focus, right? With both RBs in there rather than using the, multiple wide receivers. So Deontay Johnson, the captain, 13.1% owned. I'm actually a little surprised he wasn't higher owned than that in the captain spot, just because, his target share is just so big in this offense. So we saw it. I mean, even in this game, I mean, he is absolutely like dominating the targets and the receptions for the Steelers. So obviously dealing with some cramps, it's going to be something to watch, but right now he's leading the way. And, again, on the other side, I kind of like the Finley call more and more. I mean, he's only 21% owned and like these wide receivers for the Bengals haven't been doing much. Finley runs a bit too. So, Deontay Johnson finally getting going, not shocking considering the target share. And, again, it also comes down to everyone else on the Steelers is kind of playing terrible. So
there is a 3-way tie for first in the play action contest, and folks that are leading the 5-way tie in the 2.25 million Monday Night Millionaire. It's about just less than 3 points in terms of that lead in first place. Cincinnati has the football in Pittsburgh territory right now at the 43-yard line. They continue to feed Gio Bernard, who has surpassed 20 DraftKings points in the flex. Real quick, want to go to the sports book here. Pittsburgh +3, currently on the DK Sportsbook, now down to 2.5. The line's constantly moving, can still get plus money with Pittsburgh on the money line. It really goes back to what we were talking about out of the half. Some tremendous value for Pittsburgh at +225 right before the start of the second half. If you decided to go in on that, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, and realistically, +3 obviously isn't as good a deal, but you can't hate it. Even if the Bengals get a field goal here, you got to figure Pittsburgh's putting at least one more score on the board. So I think you're going to have a shot at hitting that. Probably rather have 3.5 or something. 2.5. I mean, you might as well just take the money line. It kind of feels like, but the plus points at Pittsburgh at the half definitely look pretty good right now. The +7 that was available, it's not available right now, obviously. We'll see where we go, though. I mean, Bengals still have the ball here, right? I mean, if they get in, it's all off the table kind of thing. But the Steelers at plus money were really good at half. They're still kind of okay here. I have to side with them over the Bengals. I'm not going to pick the Bengals to close out this game, although we're getting late into the game here. And again, Steelers are running out of chances. So it's getting dicier and dicier to take that plus money on the Steelers, but you still got to feel like Pittsburgh's got at least one more score in here.
Hope you guys opted into the big play payday. If there is a 20-yard touchdown scored, offense or defense, you get a free entry into the big 100K DraftKings Sunday football contest. So that is, of course, locked. And if we get a 20-yard score, we'll be sure to let you know and let you know how it unfolded. But in the meantime, we will step aside and see if the Bengals can maintain control, and if Pittsburgh can get a stop, we should be in for a good finish. We'll be back here on Leaderboard Live. Well, that was fast and easy. The big play payday hits. Ryan Finley, 23-yard touchdown scamper, goes in untouched. So those of you that opted into the big play payday, a 20-plus yard touchdown score in the fourth quarter, you're getting a free entry into a Sunday DraftKings contest, the 100K contest. Jeff, you were shocked. No one even near Ryan Finley.
No, man, it was like the Steelers just forgot he existed for like about 10 seconds there on the field. I mean, he can run a bit, but I mean, he did, like I said, Glash, like I think you or I could have taken that one in because nobody even realized he had the ball till he's at about the 5. So yeah, cool again to see this hit, especially so quickly. Sometimes it's a nice sweat to have in the fourth quarter for just the big free roll that DraftKings puts out. But again, you guys got to get in on this promo. You go under promotions on the DraftKings page and you look down, there's the big play payday. You just click opt in and now you're part of a free roll, free money. Who doesn't love that? And look, Ryan Finley can move a bit. I'm a little shocked it was him who hit it, but hey, we'll take it, right? We don't care. We're not picky.
23 yards to the house, and Cincinnati extends its lead on Pittsburgh. Good stuff. We'll be back here as the fourth quarter winds down. Okay, we're back to wrap up the night, Week 15, Monday Night Football, and we'll get to the contest in here in just a moment. Brendan Glasheen, Jeff Ulrich. Bengals hold on for the win, just not enough from the Pittsburgh offense down the stretch. It looked promising, outscoring Pittsburgh 10-zip in the third quarter. Look, Pittsburgh's lost 3 in a row here. Just your general takeaways here, Jeff. Look, like you've been saying throughout the night, give Cincinnati credit. It played well.
Yeah, you've got to give a little bit of credit to the Bengals here, right? It's not like they came out and just got handed a W. They took it on defense. They made they converted obviously the opportunities they had on the bad Ben throws into turnovers. You got to do that. And Ryan Finley, man, it's just smart play calling. If your quarterback's not that good in the pocket and you're going up against tough defense, sure, use a little plays like that RPO when teams aren't expecting it. So. Yeah, give the Bengals a little bit of credit. But yeah, the story here is definitely the Steelers. I think it might be 4 games in a row. Actually, it is. If you go back to the Baltimore game, which they probably would have lost if Lamar Jackson hadn't come down with the old COVID, then, this is 4 weeks of just putridness on offense from the Steelers. They just cannot get going early in games here. You see Chase Claypool take a quick throw and then go, and that quick strike to Deontay Johnson, but it's so few and far between, right? They seem committed to trying to get Benny Snell going, which I don't really think is helping, but either way, the Steelers have issues. They've also been allowing a few more points and big plays on defense. So the team that relies on their defense maybe hasn't been quite as stout there lately. They do have some issues at linebacker, and now they're just not firing on offense. It's definitely some of it's Big Ben's issues in the first half, but it like I said, the last couple of weeks, it really wasn't Ben's fault that all his receivers were dropping balls either. So this is just a team thing, and it is strange to see it 4 weeks in a row. I really thought tonight they were just going to come out, have a little scrimmage, get everyone right, but maybe we'll have to wait till next week. They got the Colts. It's going to be a lot harder task to do it against them.
Interestingly enough, we rag on Pittsburgh and its lack of ability to run the football. Well, the winning lineup in the $2.25 million Monday Night Millionaire, $1 million going to Crunch Lord D. 116 lineups. Benny Snell in the captain spot at 9%. Big Ben, Johnson, Finley, Bernard, and Seibert, the kicker, after making that kick there in the final moments, that put this lineup in the winning spot. Benny Snell, that touchdown late helped him, ended up with 29.55 points in the captain spot.
Yeah, crazy. The late field goal choice by the Bengals, they could have easily just tried to go for it on 4th down, kill the clock, but whatever, kick the field goal, ended. I guess doesn't really matter at that point. But either way, this user, Zach Taylor's decision there obviously boosted this user with the late field goal. It's pretty crazy to think that all that money's riding on that one coach decision, but that's what happened here. It's actually a pretty balanced lineup too. We just got 3 Steelers, three Bengals, Finley, Bernard, like we said, the 2 guys that get the volume, and their kicker, Deontay Johnson, Ben. And, instead of putting Deontay Johnson or Ben at captain, and they were both a lot more popular in the captain spot than Benny Snell, 8.9% owned, he put Benny. And it was weird to see the Steelers running that much in the second half when they're down. But again, at least Snell was, I guess, effective, so you can't criticize it too much. But yeah, man, a crazy coaching decision. This is why you love the showdown and the excitement of it. This is why showdown is so fun to play. Just things happen at the end of games, and it's massive swings. Like I said, the Bengals choose to go for it on 4th down instead of killing it with a field goal. Completely different scenario here. We're talking about different lineups. So yeah, shout out to this user, but Benny Snell, the captain, I think was a good low owned pivot. Again, we knew the Steelers offense, someone was going to do it. Why not go with the lower owned play? So that made sense. And then, like I said, Finley at 16% owned. The guy can run a bit, so why not take the low ownership on the QB? Is really cheap too. So love that play.
The 400K play action contest, 158,541 entries, 3-way tie for first place. Johnson in the captain spot for this one, 12.5% owned. Then you get Big Ben and Finley, Snell, Bernard, and the Bengals D holds on with 8 points. I had some doubts there at the end of the third quarter when we were recapping the contest if that would hold, but the Bengals D at 3%, not a bad call.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like you have to kind of think about it from not just the ownership perspective. I mean, because it was low ownership on this Bengals D, but also like the Bengals D is cheap. I mean, 2,200. DSTs tend to be high variance in DFS and daily fantasy. I mean, you could get a defensive score. You know, the Bengals could have lost this game and still gotten like 2 defensive touchdowns or like a special teams touchdown, right? That's just a higher variance position. So, you know, when a defense gets that cheap, you kind of got to start thinking about them. And I think that's kind of probably what led to some of these people on it tonight and the low ownership, but a little bit of both mixed in there. So it was interesting to see it pop. I mean, again, it's a high variance position, so I'm never that shocked when a bad defense goes off, but it was kind of jarring to see the way they did, because the Bengals defense kind of dominated this game and for a long portions of the contest. So it was interesting to see it from that perspective. Maybe it speaks more to the, you know, maybe we should start targeting the Steelers offense with our DSTs.
Right. And like you were saying on the last contest, you go to the most targeted receiver in Johnson on the team that's favored to win, both quarterbacks, and then both running backs that were in position to have big nights. So that's the winning build, a 3-way tie for first place. So the split there is $16,666 for those 3 users. Just looking now, big picture, and I say big, with 2 weeks to go in the regular season, the Steelers have the Colts at home, then they go to Cleveland. The Browns are just a game back for the division, so they need some help. They need Pittsburgh to lose again. They need to see Pittsburgh lose for a 4th straight game against the Colts, and they need to beat the Jets, which I guess is no sure thing nowadays. This game is at the Jets, so the Jets are going home after a West Coast trip to host the Browns, and then these 2 teams, Browns and Steelers, meet in the final week of the regular season. How do you think Pittsburgh is going to tighten this up next week against Indy? That's a tough matchup.
Yeah, it is tough. It would be like the most Steelers thing, though, to come out next week and win by like 14 points, right?
Yeah.
Because the Steelers under Mike Tomlin, this is kind of what they do. Like that, and this has been their MO. Like they look great, they put up 40 points, and they just play like junk for a couple weeks. So it's not like this is a new development under Mike Tomlin. We have seen this from them before. I'm not saying that they're necessarily that good, but I do think there's some better football to be had from this team, and we're probably going to see it before the end of the year. So I don't think I'd just write them off next week. You know, we'll have to look at the lines, and we'll get into that. You can subscribe, you know, you can check out the Sweat and shows like that, and we'll probably talk about this Steelers line. But I think the Steelers probably going to make for like an interesting bounce back target on the against the spread bets next week. Again, we'll have to see what that line's at, but would not shock me in the least if this team bounced back quickly. There's still a lot of talent, and they've looked good at portions. And again, it's just a Mike Tomlin thing with the Steelers, man. They'll look so bad, and they will get it together. And I know time's running out, but I still feel like they'll probably bounce back next week.
Yeah, I was wondering maybe we'd get some lines right now, but nothing out at the moment on the sports book. As far as the NFL and the AFC playoff picture altogether. So the Chiefs right now are in, of course. They've clinched a playoff spot. The Bills, Steelers are in, but they have not clinched the division just yet. Titans sitting in 4th place. Indy is still playing for something too. That's the thing, right, Phil? I mean, Indy needs to keep playing because the Titans play the Lions. So for Indy, this is I'm sorry, the Titans just played the Lions. I'm not sure who the Titans have next, but how do you see the whole division, the whole AFC playoff picture playing out here? Do you think Pittsburgh's going to end up winning the North?
I mean, look, the Browns have the Jets next week. So again, we shouldn't be just giving them the W, obviously, as we all learned last week, but it's a pretty solid spot for the Browns, right? Like they're probably going to win that game, which means, you know, again, it just puts the pressure back on Pittsburgh. You got to give the advantage to Cleveland right now. I'm not sure if there's that much difference between these 2 teams, but Baker Mayfield is playing far better football than Ben Roethlisberger. The Steelers defense hasn't been as dominant. And, you know, again, we have these concerns with offense. I do think, you know, like if Ben and his receivers get it going, they could do a lot of damage against that Cleveland secondary, but that's 2 weeks away, and they haven't done anything for 4 weeks. So you got to give the slight advantage to Cleveland right now. There's no doubt. I know Pittsburgh does have the tiebreak right now, regardless of what happens in that game. So, but man, like Cleveland has looked good. Pittsburgh's look bad. It's really that simple right now. I mean, and the other thing that's really simple, Cleveland's got the easier schedule. They have the easier game to win. Steelers are going to be in a dogfight next week because the Colts are by no means a pushover. They got Jonathan Taylor rolling. T.Y. Hilton's back from the dead. Like that team is pretty good, right? So
Right.
That's going to be a tough game to win. It wouldn't shock me in the least I know I kind of picked the Steelers already, but I wouldn't shock me if the Colts beat up the Steelers either. So you got to give the slight edge to Cleveland right now for sure.
Yeah, and the Titans are hosting the Packers next week. So
yeah,
that's pardon me. They're in Green Bay. It's at Green Bay.
Regardless, expect lots of points in that Tennessee game. Their defense stops nobody. They don't have a pass rush basically. So Aaron Rodgers can probably get a throw for about 500 yards.
All right, that's going to do it for us, everybody. So just to remind you guys that the winning lineup in the Millie Maker contest was Benny Snell on the captain, Big Ben, Johnson, Finley, Gio Bernard, and then Austin Seibert in the flex. So, and congrats to those of you that opted in on the big play payday. Ryan Finley, say what you want about the guy. 4th career start, and he gives you all a free ticket into the big play payday, the 100K Sunday contest here at DraftKings for the NFL Week 16 Sunday, this Sunday. Check it out and see if make sure you're in it to clarify that you are in it. Okay, that's going to do it. Here is the schedule for tomorrow, so you guys are aware. We have 6 Madden Sims coming your way. The holiday season tournament for Madden is underway. It got started earlier in the day today. So at noon Eastern, we'll begin in the AFC, and then you'll have 4 NFC playoff matchups. The 7-seed Chargers at the 2-seed Ravens. And then at 2 p.m., the 6-seed Titans at the 3-seeded Bills. Emerson Latzia is on the play-by-play for the first 2. You'll have Reed for the first one, Matt LaMarca for the second one. At 4 p.m., Cardinals, the 8-seed, taking on the 1-seed Seahawks. That's with Kenny Ducey and Christian. At 6 p.m., 5-seed Eagles at the 4-seed Cowboys, Kenny and Jason Rossi. And then I'll be with Tom Carroll tomorrow night for the 8 and 10 o'clock games. 7-seed Bucks at the 2-seed Packers, and then the 6-seed Bears at the 3-seed Saints. So 6 Madden Sims coming your way. Holiday season playoffs. I want to thank our team here tonight. Producer Michael, Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Howard and Jordan doing their thing as well behind the scenes, editing video, and also getting us some nuggets to put this program on. Jeff, when are you back? Are you back at all for Sims this week? You are. No, maybe not.
When do I work?
When do you work? Let's see. Nothing Wednesday.
I think I'm off for a few days. I have no idea. I'll check it.
I think you're on Sunday for Leaderboard Live. You'll probably be on the Sweat too, or something.
Yeah, Sunday. They gave me a few days off, we got to do the whole Santa thing here. So yeah, I'm back for Sunday, the Sweat, Leaderboard Live. I'm definitely going to be involved in the Madden championships and stuff like that. So you'll see me around. People can't get rid of me that easily. Hope everyone has a good Christmas. So if I don't talk to you, tell them. So
there you go. Yeah, that's right. So your next sim will be the championship. This guy. This is like
this guy. Huh?
This is like Jim Nance and
that's right. Yeah. They only bring me up for the pick
Nansen for the NCAA championship. Yeah, this is Jeff. Oh, it's been a month or 2. There you go. Love it. All right, guys. Like I said, 6 Sims starting at noon Eastern. The Madden Holiday Tournament underway. You'll get a couple of matchups in the AFC and then 4 NFC playoff games, Sims, at 4 through the rest of the night. So thank you all so much for tuning in, and we'll catch you here on the Dream Stream tomorrow.